Whispers of the Wyoming Wind, a Western tale of courage and redemption. Chapter 1. A Road of Whispers. The heat was a living thing inside the coach. It pressed in from all sides, thick with the fine Wyoming dust that seeped through every crack and seam, coating the worn leather seats and the back of Margaret's throat. It tasted of grit and endings. She kept her hands clasped tightly in her lap, her knuckles white stones against the dark wool of her dress. The fabric was too heavy, too somber for this relentless sun, but it was all she had left of a life she was trying to bury with every turn of the wheels. Outside, the world was a blur of pale grass and endless aching sky. The relentless rhythm of the coach, a jarring lurch, a groan of wood, the creak of the thoroughbraces, had become the beat of her own anxious heart. She tried to focus on it, to let the motion lull her into a state of numbness, but peace was a foreign country. Her mind kept circling back, a vulture over a corpse, to the face she was running from. Alistair. His name was a shard of glass in her memory. She chanced to look at her fellow passengers. Across from her, a portly man in a sweat-stained suit snored softly, his head lolling with each jolt. He was a salesman of some kind, selling patent tonics and false hopes from a battered valise. Beside him, a severe-looking woman in a dusty bonnet stared out the window, her mouth a thin, disapproving line. She had not spoken a word since they'd left Rock Creek Station at dawn. They were ghosts to her, as she was to them. Strangers thrown together in a cramped, rolling box, each carrying their own private burdens across the vast, indifferent land. And then there was the man on the box, the driver. She had not seen his face clearly, only a glimpse of a weathered profile beneath the brim of a stained hat when he'd helped her board. But his voice was a constant presence, a low, steady rumble that cut through the noise of the journey. It was a voice that held no artifice, just the calm authority of a man who knew his work. He spoke to his horses, 6 of them, in a language of quiet commands and soft reassurances. "Easy now, boys. Easy, Jed. Just a bit of rough road." The words were a balm, a strange anchor in the swirling chaos of her fear. He was part of this world, this harsh, raw country. He belonged here. She did not. Margaret pressed her forehead against the hot glass of the window, trying to see him better. She could make out the solid set of his shoulders, the way he held the reins with a practiced ease that seemed as natural as breathing. His hands, she'd noticed, were calloused and scarred, the hands of a man who fought the earth and the elements for a living. They were not the soft, cruel hands of her husband. The thought came unbidden, and she flinched, pulling back from the window as if burned. She was not Margaret. Not really. Margaret was a name she had chosen from a book, a plain, sturdy name for a plain, sturdy woman on her way to Cheyenne to become a mail-order bride. That was her story, the one she recited in her head until the words felt smooth and worn, a shield against the truth. The real her, Eleonora, had died in a shadowed hallway in Philadelphia, under the weight of a blow and a final, whispered threat. This, Margaret, this invention, was all that was left. She was a lie, held together by a cheap train ticket and a single desperate letter folded in her reticule. The letter promised a new life with a man named Abernathy, a rancher who wanted a wife to share his solitude. It promised safety, but safety felt 1,000 miles away. Every shadow on the prairie looked like a rider. Every distant sound was the hoofbeat of a horse sent to drag her back. Alistair would not let her go. He had told her as much. "You are mine, Eleonora. There is no place on God's green earth you can hide from me." The coach gave a violent shudder, pitching her forward. The salesman yelped as he was jolted awake, and the severe woman let out a sharp gasp. Outside, the driver's calm voice sharpened. "Whoa, now, hold 'em, boys!" Margaret gripped the strap by the window, her heart hammering against her ribs. The rocking motion grew more violent, and she could hear the panicked whinny of a horse. They were crossing a creek, the water churning brown and fast around the wheels. One of the lead horses had shied at something, a snake or a shadow, and the team was becoming tangled. The coach door was wrenched open, and the driver stood there, framed against the glaring sun. "Stay inside," he commanded, his voice leaving no room for argument. He was older than she'd first thought, perhaps closer to 50 than 40. His face was a map of sun and wind, etched with deep lines around his eyes and mouth. But his eyes were clear and direct, a startling gray that seemed to take in everything at a glance. They swept over the passengers, lingering for a fraction of a second on her white-knuckled grip and wide, frightened eyes. He turned without another word and waded into the churning water, his voice once again a low, calming murmur as he moved toward the panicked horses. Hank. She'd heard someone at the station call him Hank. It was a name like his hands, solid, dependable, without frills. She watched, mesmerized, as he worked. He moved with an unhurried confidence, his hands gentle but firm on the bridles. His words, a steady stream of reassurance that slowly unwound the tension from the animals. He had a way with them, a deep, instinctual understanding that was beautiful to watch. He was a man who brought order to chaos, and for a moment, a sliver of hope pierced through her fear. Perhaps this world, this wild place, held men like him, too. Hank felt the woman's eyes on him as he soothed the team. He was used to being watched by passengers. They were either terrified or bored, and he was the only diversion. But her gaze was different. It wasn't the vacant stare of the woman in the bonnet, or the bleary annoyance of the salesman. It was sharp, focused, a desperate kind of attention. He'd noticed her the moment she'd stepped up to the coach, back in Rock Creek. She carried herself like a lady, with a straight spine and a quiet dignity. But her eyes were haunted. They were the eyes of a rabbit that knows the hawk is circling. He'd seen his share of mail-order brides. Most were farm girls, sturdy and plain, their faces full of a grim hope for something better than a life of servitude in their own family's home. Some were widows, their grief still clinging to them like a shroud. This one, Margaret, as the manifest read, didn't fit. Her dress, though simple, was well cut, the fabric of a quality that spoke of a different life. Her hands, though clasped tightly, were soft, her nails clean and cared for. And there was a delicacy to her features, a refinement that seemed out of place in this rough-hewn world. She was headed to John Abernathy's ranch outside Cheyenne. Hank knew Abernathy, a hard, quiet man with a sprawling piece of land and a reputation for being as unyielding as the rock on his property. It was a strange match. He got the team settled, their lines untangled, and gave the lead horse, Jed, a final pat on the neck. "Easy, boy, just water." He waded back to the coach, his boots squelching. "We're clear," he announced, his gaze meeting Margaret's for a moment before he shut the door, plunging the interior back into its dusty dimness. The coach lurched forward again, the familiar rhythm resuming. But something had shifted. The silence now felt heavier, charged with unspoken questions. He climbed back onto the box, the wet denim of his trousers cold against his skin. He took the reins, the worn leather a familiar comfort in his hands. His job was simple: get the coach, the mail, and the passengers to Cheyenne in one piece. Don't get involved. It was a rule he'd lived by for 20 years, a rule he'd learned the hard way. Getting involved meant trouble. It meant seeing things you couldn't unsee and making choices that left scars. He had enough of those. He was a driver, a transient figure in the lives of his passengers. He was the man who took them from one place to another, and that was all. But the woman's face stayed with him. He'd seen that kind of fear before, the deep, soul-level terror that had nothing to do with road agents or river crossings. It was the fear of something you carried inside you, something that rode with you no matter how far you ran. He'd seen it in the eyes of deserters and men running from the law. He'd never seen it in a woman on her way to be married. The afternoon wore on, a slow crawl under a brassy sun. The landscape softened into rolling hills dotted with sagebrush, the air fragrant with its sharp, clean scent. Margaret finally allowed herself to relax a fraction, leaning her head against the frame of the window. The immediate danger of the creek had passed, replaced by the dull ache of the journey. She thought of the letter again. Abernathy's words had been sparse, practical. He described his ranch, his need for a companion, his offer of a stable life. There was no poetry in it, no romance, but there was the promise of a quiet existence, a place where she could become invisible, a place where Alistair's long shadow could not reach. Could a person really shed their past like a snake sheds its skin? Could she truly become Margaret, wife of a Wyoming rancher, and leave Eleonora and the wreckage of her life behind? She had to believe it. It was the only thing keeping her from curling into a ball on the floor of the coach and weeping until she had nothing left. As dusk began to bleed purple and orange across the horizon, the coach crested a long rise. Below them, nestled in a shallow valley, was a small, ramshackle collection of buildings. A way station. A single lantern glowed with a weak yellow light on the porch of the largest structure, a beacon in the vast, darkening emptiness. "Clear Creek Station," Hank's voice called out, less a command now and more a weary announcement. "We'll stop for the night here. Supper's hot. Beds are, well, they're beds." A collective sigh of relief went through the coach. The salesman stretched, grumbling about his back. The woman in the bonnet began gathering her meager belongings with brisk, efficient movements. Margaret felt a knot of fresh anxiety tighten in her stomach. A stop meant people. It meant questions. It meant trying to hold her fragile story together under the scrutiny of new eyes. Hank brought the team to a halt in a cloud of dust, the jangle of harnesses falling silent. The sudden stillness was almost as jarring as the motion had been. He swung down from the box and opened the door. One by one, the passengers emerged, stiff and trail-worn, into the cool evening air. The salesman hurried toward the promise of a hot meal. The stern woman marched toward the main building without a word. Margaret was the last to descend. She paused in the doorway, her legs unsteady. The ground seemed to sway beneath her feet. Hank stood by the step, his hand offered wordlessly to steady her. She hesitated for a moment, her ingrained fear of men, of any touch, warring with her body's simple need for balance. Finally, she placed her hand in his. His palm was rough, the calluses like ridges of hard-packed earth. But his grip was surprisingly gentle, firm, and impersonal. It wasn't a gesture of intimacy, but of simple, practical assistance. Still, a jolt went through her, a strange current of warmth that had nothing to do with the day's heat. It was the first human touch she'd endured since fleeing Philadelphia that wasn't violent or threatening. It was just solid. She quickly pulled her hand away as soon as her feet were on solid ground, murmuring a thank you so low it was barely audible. She turned to retrieve her reticule from the seat, her movements jerky and uncoordinated. As she did, her gloved fingers fumbled, and something small and heavy slipped from the bag's opening, falling to the dusty ground with a soft thud. Panic, cold and sharp, seized her. It was the locket. Her mother's locket. The one thing she couldn't bear to leave behind. The last remnant of the person she used to be. It was small and silver, intricately carved with nesting birds. Far too elegant for a simple mail-order bride named Margaret. Before she could bend to snatch it up, Hank was there. He stooped down, his large frame moving with an unexpected grace, and picked it up. He held it in his palm for a moment, the setting sun glinting off the polished silver. He didn't open it, but his gray eyes lifted to hers, and in them she saw not just curiosity, but a flicker of understanding, a knowing. He had seen the incongruity of it, the fine silver against the backdrop of her plain dress and her fabricated story. He held it out to her. "Ma'am," he said, his voice low and even. She took it from his hand, their fingers brushing for a second time. This time, the touch felt different. It was charged, a silent acknowledgement of the secret that lay between them, unspoken, but suddenly tangible. She saw the question in his eyes, the one he was too decent, or perhaps too wary, to ask. She shoved the locket deep into her reticule, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. "Thank you," she whispered again, her voice tight with a fear he had to have heard. She couldn't meet his gaze. Turning quickly, she walked toward the dim light of the way station, feeling his eyes on her back with every step. The road behind her was littered with the pieces of her old life. She had hoped the road ahead was clear, but she knew now, with a terrible certainty, that it was not. It was a road of whispers, and this quiet, watchful man had just heard the first one. Chapter 2. The Weight of a Name. The main room of the Clear Creek station was a refuge of flickering light and human sounds, yet it offered Margaret no comfort. The air was thick with the smell of boiling coffee, mutton stew, and the damp, earthy scent of men who had spent too long in the saddle. Shadows danced in the corners, thrown by a pair of lanterns that hung from a low, timbered ceiling, making the rough-hewn faces of the other travelers seem like shifting masks. She felt 100 pairs of eyes on her, though she knew it was only a handful, and most of them were indifferent. It was her own guilt that made her feel so naked, so exposed. She slid onto a bench at a long, scarred trestle table, choosing a spot at the far end, hoping to melt into the wall behind her. The wood was coarse against the fabric of her dress, and she resisted the urge to shrink away from it. "Be Margaret," she told herself, the name a silent, desperate prayer. Margaret would not be afraid of a rough-hewn table. Margaret would be grateful for a hot meal and a roof over her head. But Eleonora, the ghost who wore Margaret's clothes, was terrified. The salesman, whose name she now knew was Finch, sat across from her, already holding court. He'd wiped the trail dust from his face, but his collar was still grimy, and he exuded an air of greasy optimism. "The key, my friends," he declared to the table at large, "is vitality, and my elixir of the plains provides just that." cures what ails you, from a sour stomach to a weary soul." He beamed, his eyes sweeping over the small audience, which included the stern woman, Mrs. Gable, and two grizzled prospectors who looked as if they'd been chiseled from the very rock they sought to plunder. Mrs. Gable sniffed, a sound of pure disdain. "The only cure for a weary soul is piety and hard work, sir. Not some snake oil in a bottle." Finch's smile didn't falter. "Piety is for Sunday, madam. Vitality is for every day." Margaret kept her head down, her focus on the chipped enamel plate in front of her. She could still feel the phantom weight of the locket in Hank's calloused palm, the momentary meeting of their eyes. He hadn't accused her of anything. He hadn't even asked a question. But his quiet observation was more unnerving than any interrogation. It was the look of a man who notices things. The wrong kind of fabric. The wrong kind of fear. He had seen the crack in her story before she'd even had a chance to properly build the walls. He entered the room then, moving with that same unhurried economy of motion she'd seen at the creek. He didn't look her way, but she felt his presence as a shift in the room's atmosphere. A settling. He took a seat at the end of the bench, several feet away from her, a respectful distance. He nodded a greeting to the station keeper, a tired-looking man named Silas, and accepted a steaming mug of coffee. He drank from it slowly, his gaze directed at the dark window, as if he were more comfortable with the vast emptiness outside than the cluttered humanity within. A woman with work-worn hands and a weary kindness in her eyes brought out bowls of stew. She set one in front of Margaret with a small, encouraging smile. "Eat up, dear. It's a long road to Cheyenne." "Thank you," Margaret whispered, the words catching in her throat. The simple kindness felt overwhelming. She picked up the spoon, but the mutton and barley stew, which should have been a welcome comfort after a day of nothing but dust and anxiety, seemed impossible to swallow. Every bite tasted of deceit. "And you, miss?" Mr. Finch's booming voice suddenly snagged her, pulling her from her thoughts. He was looking directly at her now, his smile oily and inquisitive. "Headed to Cheyenne to meet your family?" The moment she had dreaded. The air grew still. She could feel the weight of their collective attention, even Hank's, though he hadn't moved a muscle. His stillness was a form of listening. She forced her gaze up, meeting the salesman's prying eyes. "My fiancé," she said, testing the word. It felt foreign and sharp on her tongue. "Mr. Abernathy." "Abernathy!" Finch slapped the table, making the cutlery jump. "John Abernathy, the rancher, a formidable man, a man of property. You've done well for yourself, miss." He winked, a gesture that made her skin crawl. "A mail-order arrangement, is it? A bold choice for a lady like yourself. Very modern." Margaret's face burned. She could feel Mrs. Gable's judgmental stare boring into her. To a woman like that, a mail-order bride was little better than a woman of the saloons, selling herself for security. "It was a practical arrangement," she said, her voice small but firm. She was channeling the Margaret she'd invented, a sensible, no-nonsense woman who had made a logical choice. "And what of your family back east?" Mrs. Gable finally spoke, her voice as crisp and unforgiving as a winter frost. "Did they approve of this venture?" The question was a blade, aimed at the heart of her lie. Her family. Her father, a gentle professor who had died of consumption 2 years ago. Her mother, whose locket was a leaden weight in her reticule, gone a decade. They were the reason she had been alone, the reason Alistair had been able to isolate her so completely. "I have no family," she said, and this, at least, was the truth. The words came out sounding hollow and brittle, a shard of her real life piercing the flimsy armor of her new one. She saw a flicker of something in Hank's peripheral glance, not pity, but a quiet acknowledgement. He took another slow sip of his coffee. She felt a wave of dizziness, the room seeming to tilt around her. The smell of the stew, the drone of Finch's voice, the oppressive heat. It was all too much. She had to get out. Pushing her half-eaten meal away, she rose abruptly from the bench. "Excuse me," she murmured, her voice tight. "I need some air." She didn't wait for a response, practically fleeing the room. She pushed open the heavy plank door and stepped out onto the porch, into the vast, cool dark of the Wyoming night. She gasped for air, her lungs burning. The sky was a sweep of black velvet, punctured by a million cold, glittering stars. There was no moon, and the darkness was absolute beyond the small puddle of light cast by the station's lantern. The silence was immense, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the lonely, mournful cry of a distant coyote. It was the sound of utter desolation, yet it was a relief. Out here there were no questions. The prairie didn't care what her name was. She wrapped her arms around herself, the thin wool of her dress no match for the sudden chill. She was alone, utterly, terribly alone. She had run so far, crossed a continent, changed her name, and still she was trapped, not in a house, but in a lie of her own making. The weight of the name Margaret was crushing her. It was a borrowed coat that didn't fit, a constant, chafing reminder that she was a fraud. Eleonora was a name of grace, of books and music and afternoon tea. Margaret was a name of grit and survival, and she didn't know if she had enough of either. A soft thud on the porch behind her made her jump. Hank had followed her out. He didn't approach her directly, but leaned against a porch post a few feet away, the movement slow and deliberate. He pulled a small pouch of tobacco and a pipe from his coat pocket, his movements methodical in the dim light. She tensed, expecting the question to finally come. That locket looked expensive. "Who are you, really?" But he said nothing. He simply filled his pipe, his scarred hands cupping the bowl. The rasp of the match, the flare of light that illuminated his weathered face for a brief moment, the first fragrant puff of smoke. It was all done with a quiet, self-contained ritual that asked for nothing. The silence stretched between them, not awkward, but filled with a kind of shared gravity. He was watching the darkness as she was. He seemed as much a part of it as the sagebrush and the stars. Finally he spoke, his voice a low rumble that didn't startle her. "Gets cold fast when the sun goes down." He wasn't looking at her, but out at the vast, black emptiness. "Yes," she managed to reply. He took another slow draw from his pipe, the ember glowing like a single captured star. "This country, it doesn't ask who you were," he said, his words measured, thoughtful. "It only cares about what you can do, what you can endure." Her breath caught in her chest. It was not a question, not an accusation, but it was a key turning in a lock she hadn't known was there. He was speaking of the land, but he was also speaking of her. He knew. He didn't know the details, the who or the why, but he had recognized the brand of a survivor. He had seen the desperation she was trying so hard to disguise as resolve. "Some things are harder to endure than others," she said, the words slipping out before she could stop them. It was the most honest thing she'd said all day. He turned his head then, and his gray eyes met hers in the gloom. The light from the lantern was too weak to read his expression fully, but she saw no judgment in them. Only a deep, quiet weariness that seemed to mirror her own. "That's true enough," he said. He pushed himself off the post and knocked the spent tobacco from his pipe, against the heel of his boot. The road to Abernathy's place is a lonely one. He's got the last ranch before you hit nothing for 50 miles. Make sure you're ready for that kind of quiet. He paused, his gaze steady on her. Some folks find peace in it. Others find it just gives their ghosts more room to walk. The words hung in the air between them, heavy with meaning. He was warning her. He was telling her he saw her ghosts, but he was also offering her a strange sort of validation, an acknowledgement of the battle she was fighting without needing to know the name of the enemy. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. "Get some rest, ma'am. We've got an early start." He turned and disappeared back into the station, the door groaning shut behind him, leaving her alone once more in the vast, enveloping darkness. She stood there for a long time, the scent of his pipe smoke lingering in the cold air. The fear was still there, a cold stone in the pit of her stomach. But it was no longer the only thing she felt. A tiny fragile seed of something else had been planted, a flicker of connection to this quiet, observant man who saw more than he spoke of. He had given her no answers, no solutions. He had only given her the truth, and in this world of lies, it was the most valuable gift she could have imagined. The weight of her name was still heavy, but for the first time, she felt she might not have to carry it entirely alone. Chapter 3. 6 Horses and a Secret. The pre-dawn air was thin and sharp, carrying the scent of cold earth and wood smoke from the station's kitchen fire. It was a clean, honest smell, a stark contrast to the cloying perfume of deceit Margaret felt she wore like a second skin. Sleep had been a fitful, shallow thing, populated by fleeting nightmares of Alistair's mocking smile and the echoing slam of a heavy door. She had woken with a gasp, her heart pounding, the name Eleonora, a silent scream on her lips. Now, standing by the stagecoach as Hank and the station hands hitched the fresh team, she tried to anchor herself in the tangible reality of the morning. The horses were magnificent creatures, their coats gleaming in the pearlescent light. They stamped and blew plumes of steam into the chilly air, their energy a palpable force. Hank moved among them with a familiar, easy grace, his hands running over their flanks, checking harnesses, his voice a low, steady murmur. He was in his element here. The world of men, with its prying questions and veiled judgments, seemed to fall away when he was with his team. He was a different man, more open, more at peace. She watched him with one of the lead horses, a powerful bay with a white blaze. He adjusted the bridle, his rough fingers gentle as he stroked the horse's velvety nose. "Easy, Samson," he murmured, the name spoken with a quiet affection. "Just another day's work." The horse leaned into his touch, its large, dark eyes soft and trusting. The sight stirred something deep within her, a profound ache of envy. To be trusted so completely, to be able to offer that same unwavering trust in return, it was a language she had forgotten how to speak. Alistair had twisted trust into a weapon, a tool for control. He had taught her that vulnerability was a weakness to be exploited, that love was a cage gilded with pretty words. Seeing the simple, honest connection between Hank and his horse was like looking at a forgotten photograph from a life she'd never lived. The other passengers began to emerge, blinking against the morning light, their faces etched with weariness. Mr. Finch looked deflated without his audience, his tonic salesman bravado diminished by the harsh light of day. Mrs. Gable's face was set in its usual mask of stern disapproval, as if the sunrise itself had failed to meet her standards. They boarded the coach with grumbles and sighs, settling into their familiar spots. Margaret hesitated. The thought of climbing back into that cramped, airless box, of breathing the same stale air of suspicion, was suffocating. She looked from the coach door to Hank, a desperate, unspoken plea in her eyes. He must have seen it. He finished his check of the harnesses and walked over to where she stood, his boots crunching softly on the gravelly dirt. "There's room on the box," he said, his tone matter-of-fact. He didn't frame it as a question or an invitation, just a statement of fact. "If you've a mind for it. The air's better up here." It was an offer of escape. A small one, perhaps, but it felt monumental. It was a chance to be out in the open, under the vast sky, away from the suffocating proximity of her fellow passengers and their unspoken questions. "Yes," she said, her voice stronger than it had been the night before. "Thank you, I would like that." He nodded, then offered her a hand up. This time she took it without hesitation. His grip was just as firm, just as impersonal, but as he helped her onto the high seat, she felt a jolt of something akin to gratitude. He wasn't trying to save her. He was just giving her a place to breathe. The driver's box was a different world. From this vantage point, the prairie wasn't a passing blur seen through a dusty pane of glass. It was an immense, living panorama. The horizon stretched out in every direction, a clean, sharp line between the pale green earth and the eggshell blue of the morning sky. She could feel the power of the 6 horses in front of them, a contained energy that rippled through the wood and leather of the coach. Hank climbed up beside her, the bench seat suddenly feeling much smaller. He was a solid presence, emanating a quiet warmth that held the morning chill at bay. He gathered the reins, the leather ribbons looking complex and intimidating in his capable hands. He didn't speak, but his focus was absolute, his attention on the team and the road ahead. With a soft click of his tongue and a gentle shake of the reins, he set the team in motion. The coach lurched forward, and they were on their way, leaving the small island of Clear Creek Station behind. The rhythmic clatter of hooves and the creak of the coach became a soothing percussion. The wind, cool and clean, whipped strands of hair from her carefully pinned bun and tasted of sage and distance. For the first hour, they rode in a comfortable silence. It was not the strained silence of the coach's interior, but a shared quiet, a mutual respect for the vastness of the landscape and the start of a new day. Margaret found herself relaxing in a way she hadn't thought possible. The constant, gnawing fear in her gut loosened its grip, replaced by a sense of awe at the wild, untamed beauty around her. The rolling hills were painted with the subtle colors of the plains, silver-green sage, pale yellow grasses, and the dark, earthy tones of the exposed rock. A hawk circled high overhead, a lonely speck against the infinite blue. Hank finally broke the silence, his voice casual. "You get used to the quiet out here." He gestured with his chin toward the horizon. "Towns are loud, full of talk. Out here, you can hear yourself think." "Or not think," she replied, the words softer than she intended. "Sometimes that's a blessing." He glanced at her, a quick, perceptive look. "It can be." He fell silent again for a moment, his eyes on the team. Then he added, "The horses are good company. They don't lie." The statement was simple, but it landed with the force of a thrown stone. They don't lie. It was a direct, if unintentional, arrow aimed at the heart of her own deception. She felt a flush of shame creep up her neck. She was sitting beside a man who valued honesty above all, and her entire existence was a fabrication. "You know them all by name," she said, desperate to steer the conversation away from the treacherous ground of honesty. A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. Have to. They've all got their own minds. Samson, here on the lead left, he's steady as a rock, but he'll get spooked by his own shadow sometimes. Jed beside him, he's the brains of the outfit. He knows the road better than I do. The swing pair, Buck and Bill, they're the muscle, and the wheelers, Tom and Jerry, they're the brakes. A team's like any partnership. You've got to know who you're working with, know their strengths, their fears, know who to trust. Every word was a small, sharp prick against her conscience. Know who to trust. The phrase echoed in the space between them. She was asking this man, this entire world, to trust a woman named Margaret, who didn't exist. And she was on her way to marry a man she'd never met, a man she was supposed to trust with her life. "And Mr. Abernathy?" she asked, her voice tight. "Is he a man to be trusted?" She tried to sound like a prospective bride making a practical inquiry, but she knew the question was laden with her own desperate hope. Hank's gaze didn't waver from the road ahead. He took his time answering, as if weighing each word. "Abernathy is a hard man," he said finally. "He came out here 20 years ago with nothing but a mule and a stubborn streak. Built his ranch from the ground up. He's respected, I'll give him that. But he's not a man who bends, not for the wind, not for the drought. And I reckon not for a person, neither. He keeps to himself. The land is his wife, his children, his church. I don't know that he's got room for much else." The description painted a bleak picture, but it was also exactly what the letter had promised. Solitude, isolation, a place to hide, a man more interested in his land than in the woman who would share it. For Eleonora, that sounded like a fortress. But for Margaret, the woman she was trying to be, it sounded like a different kind of prison. He wanted a wife, she said, more to herself than to Hank. He must have a reason. "Everyone's got a reason for what they do," Hank said, his voice quiet. "Even when it makes no sense to anyone else." He shifted the reins in his hands. He lost his first wife years ago. Sickness took her. Folks say he never got over it. Maybe he's just tired of the silence. The information settled heavily in her chest. A widower, still grieving. Was she meant to be a replacement? A ghost to fill the space left by another ghost? The thought was chilling. Alistair had wanted to own her, to possess her soul. It seemed Mr. Abernathy wanted to acquire a housekeeper who could fill an empty chair at his supper table. She wasn't sure which was worse. As the sun climbed higher, the day grew warmer, and the initial clean coolness of the morning gave way to a familiar, dusty heat. The silence returned, but it was different now. It was filled with the things Hank had told her, with the image of the hard, unbending man she was traveling toward. Her secret felt heavier now, more dangerous. A man like Abernathy, a man who didn't bend, would not tolerate being deceived. If he discovered her lie, what would he do? Cast her out? Send her back? The thought of being sent back, of being put on a stagecoach heading east, was more terrifying than any wilderness. They stopped at midday to rest the horses at a small, unnamed spring, a splash of impossible green in the parched landscape. Hank led the team to the water, speaking to them in his low, calming tones. Margaret climbed down from the box, her muscles stiff. She found a patch of shade under a lone, stunted cottonwood and uncorked her canteen. The water was lukewarm and tasted of metal, but it was life. Hank joined her after the horses had drunk their fill, sitting on his heels a respectful distance away. He pulled a piece of jerky from his saddlebag and chewed on it thoughtfully. "You're not like the others," he said, not looking at her. "The other women who come out here for this." Her heart leaped into her throat. "I don't know what you mean." "Most of them, their eyes are full of what they hope to get. A husband, a home, a bit of land. They're looking forward," he said, his gaze fixed on the shimmering horizon. "Your eyes, you're looking back. You're running." It was not an accusation. It was a simple statement of fact, spoken with a weary certainty that left her no room for denial. The air crackled with the truth of it. Her carefully constructed walls crumbled to dust. There was no point in lying to this man. He saw too much. She looked down at her hands, at the soft, uncalloused skin that was a betrayal of her story. "Is it so obvious?" she whispered. "Only to someone who's done their own share of running," he said quietly. The admission hung in the hot, still air, a confession as profound as her own. It explained the sadness in his eyes, the self-contained solitude that clung to him like trail dust. He had his own ghosts. A fragile, unspoken pact was forged between them in that moment. They were two strangers on a dusty road, each carrying a secret too heavy to bear alone. He didn't ask for her story, and she didn't ask for his. The shared knowledge was enough. It was a relief so profound it almost brought her to tears. "He won't find me here," she said, the words a desperate prayer. "He can't." Hank finished his jerky and wiped his mouth on the back of his hand. He looked at her then, his gray eyes full of a grave, unpitying sympathy. "I hope you're right, ma'am," he said, his voice low and serious. "Because this is a big country. But it's a small world when someone is looking for you." His words, meant as a caution, were also a validation. He believed her. He believed her fear was real. He stood up, the moment of intimacy broken. "Time to go. We need to make Hay Creek by nightfall." As she climbed back onto the box, the world looked different again. The landscape was the same, the sun just as relentless. But she was no longer just a woman with a secret. She was a woman whose secret had been seen, acknowledged, and accepted, at least by one person. It was a terrifying vulnerability, but it was also a strange and unexpected comfort. The 6 horses in front of them were pulling the coach toward an uncertain future, but for the first time, Margaret felt that the man holding the reins was not just a driver. He was a fellow traveler, a silent guardian of the secret she carried. And that, she realized, might be the only kind of ally she could hope for in this vast and unforgiving land. Chapter 4. Eyes in the Dust. The sun climbed toward its zenith, a merciless white eye in a bleached blue sky. The initial coolness of the morning had been burned away, replaced by a dry, suffocating heat that radiated up from the baked earth. Dust, fine as flour, rose in a constant, churning cloud behind them, a ghostly echo of their passage. It coated Margaret's lips, settled in the folds of her dress, and created a gritty film over the world. Up on the driver's box, the wind offered no relief. It was just the hot breath of the prairie, carrying the scent of dust and distant, sun-scorched emptiness. The fragile truce of the morning had settled into a comfortable, shared silence. Hank's presence beside her was a constant, solid reassurance. He handled the team with an almost unconscious expertise, his hands moving on the reins with the fluid certainty of a master craftsman. He was a man who inhabited his own skin with a quiet authority. a stark contrast to Margaret's own feeling of being an imposter in a borrowed life. She found herself watching his hands, the way his calloused fingers held so much power, yet guided the immense strength of the 6 horses with such subtlety. They were hands that built and guided, that mended and controlled. They were not the hands of Alistair, which only knew how to grip and to hurt. "See there?" Hank's voice was a low rumble, pulling her from her thoughts. He pointed with his chin toward a series of strange monolithic rock formations that rose abruptly from the flat plains to their right. They were pillars of red and ochre stone, sculpted by millennia of wind into grotesque, beautiful shapes. "Call that the Devil's Choir Loft. Wind gets in there just right. Sounds like a church organ played by a ghost." She followed his gaze, shielding her eyes against the glare. The rocks stood silent now, but she could imagine the sound, a lonely, unearthly music sweeping across the plains. "It's beautiful," she said, her voice hushed with awe. "And terrifying. That's this country in a nutshell," he replied, a wry twist to his lips. "Anything beautiful out here has got teeth." He fell silent again, but the small exchange had opened a space between them. She felt a question rising, a curiosity about the man beside her, the man who had seen her secret and not turned away. She knew he had ghosts, he had said as much. She wondered what they looked like, what names they had. "And you, Mr. Hank?" she began, then faltered. She didn't even know his last name. "Have you always been a driver?" He kept his eyes on the road, but she saw a subtle tightening in his jaw. It was a brief, almost imperceptible closing off, a reminder of the walls he still kept around his own past. "Long enough," he said, his tone polite but final. He wasn't being unkind, but the message was clear. His past was his own. Her own deceptions made her in no position to pry. She felt a flush of shame and looked away, back toward the shimmering horizon. It was then that she saw it. A flicker of movement on a distant ridge to the south. It was so fleeting, so indistinct, that she dismissed it at first as a trick of the heat haze, a mirage born of the sun's oppressive glare. She blinked, her eyes watering from the wind and the dust, and stared at the spot. There was nothing there now but the wavering line of the horizon and the endless sky. It must have been her imagination, her ever-present fear painting shadows where there were none. Alistair's parting words echoed in her mind, a cold whisper against the heat of the day. "I have long arms, Eleonora. They can reach across the world." She shook her head, trying to banish the thought, and focused instead on the steady rhythmic motion of the horses, the creak of the leather, the jingle of the harness, the thud of 24 hooves on the hard-packed earth. It was a litany of the present, a sound to drown out the past. For a while, it worked. The vast, empty landscape seemed to swallow her anxiety. But a few minutes later she glanced back at the ridge, a nervous compulsion she couldn't control. And there it was again. Not a flicker this time, but a definite shape, a dark silhouette against the pale sky. A man on a horse. He was too far away to make out any details, but his stillness was unnerving. He wasn't moving along the ridge. He was simply sitting there watching them. A cold dread, sharp and familiar, snaked its way up her spine. It couldn't be. It was impossible. He couldn't have found her this quickly. It had to be a coincidence. A lone rider, a trapper, a prospector. This was the West. The land was not entirely empty. But the rider was keeping pace. As their coach moved forward, the silhouette on the ridge moved with them, maintaining the same distance, a persistent, silent satellite. Her breath grew shallow, her hands twisting in the fabric of her skirt. Every instinct screamed that this was not a chance encounter. This was a pursuit. She tried to tell herself she was being foolish, letting her fear run wild. But the sight of that lone figure, so patient, so watchful, was a visceral confirmation of her deepest terror. The world shrank to that single, ominous shape on the horizon. He had found her. The name Margaret, the lie, the entire continent she had crossed. It was all for nothing. A fragile dam of hope broke inside her, and the cold, black water of panic began to flood in. "Mr. Hank," she said, her voice a reedy whisper, barely audible over the noise of the coach. He heard the tremor in her voice. He turned his head slightly, his gray eyes immediately registering the terror on her face. "Ma'am?" Her hand was trembling as she lifted it to point. "On the ridge," she managed to say, "to the south. There's a rider." Hank's demeanor changed in an instant. The easy, relaxed posture was gone, replaced by a tense, focused alertness. He didn't question her, didn't tell her it was nothing. He brought the team to a slow, smooth halt, his movements economical and precise. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the snorting of the horses and the whine of the wind. Inside the coach, a voice piped up, querulous and annoyed. "What's the delay? Are we being held up?" It was Finch, the salesman. "Just resting the team," Hank called back, his voice deceptively calm. He reached under his seat and pulled out a small brass and leather spyglass. He raised it to his eye, his body utterly still as he scanned the ridge line. Margaret held her breath, her heart hammering against her ribs so hard she felt faint. "Please, let it be nothing," she prayed. "Let it be a trick of the light." Hank lowered the spyglass, his mouth a grim, hard line. The weathered lines on his face seemed to have deepened in the last minute. He didn't look at her, but his words confirmed her worst fears. "He's there," he said, his voice low and tight. "Been trailing us for the last half hour, I'd wager, staying just at the edge of sight." The world tilted. It was real. The eyes in the dust were real. It was one of Alistair's men. It had to be. A Pinkerton agent, perhaps. Alistair had the money and the connections. He would have hired the best, a man who could track a whisper across a desert. The rider wasn't there to attack them. He was there to watch, to report, to make sure she didn't disappear. He was a tether, a leash that stretched all the way from Philadelphia. "What do we do?" she whispered, the words choked with rising panic. She felt a frantic urge to jump down, to run into the prairie and hide, a foolish animal instinct. "We keep moving," Hank said, his voice a low, steady anchor in her sea of terror. He put the spyglass away and took up the reins again. "One rider isn't looking for a hold-up. A coach with 6 horses and a driver who can shoot is poor odds for a lone man. He's a tracker, which means he doesn't want to catch us. He just wants to know where we're going." He glanced at her then, his eyes serious. "Does the name Abernathy mean anything to the man you're running from?" She shook her head, her mind numb. "No, no one knows that name. No one knows where I was going." The lie felt feeble, even as she said it. Alistair was clever. He could have found out. He could have bribed a ticket agent, a clerk. There were 100 ways. "All right," Hank said, his mind clearly working, assessing the situation. "Hay Creek Station is about 2 hours ahead if we push it. We can make it before sundown. There's safety in numbers there. We won't be stopping again until we get there." He gave a sharp whistle, a sound that cut through the air and flicked the reins. The horses, sensing the urgency, surged forward. The coach leaped, and the pace quickened dramatically. The gentle, rhythmic rocking was replaced by a jarring, frantic ride. Margaret had to grip the iron rail of the seat to keep from being thrown. The world became a blur of motion and dust. The sound of the hooves was a frantic, desperate drumming. Hank was no longer the relaxed, philosophical driver. He was a man at war with distance and time. His focus was absolute, his eyes darting from the team to the road, to the ridge line and back again. He was pushing the horses, but with a calculated skill, never asking for more than they could give. She risked a look back at the ridge. The rider was still there, a persistent black speck, keeping pace. He was a promise of the violence she had fled, a reminder that her past was not a memory but a living, breathing thing that was hunting her. The hope she had nurtured for the last few days, that fragile green shoot in the desert of her fear, withered and died. There was no escape. The ride was punishing. Inside the coach, the passengers were being thrown about, their complaints audible even over the thunder of the hooves. "For heaven's sake, driver! Are you trying to kill us?" Mrs. Gable's shrill voice cried out. Hank ignored them. His entire being was focused on the task at hand, getting them to safety. Margaret felt a strange sense of detachment, as if she were watching a play. The terror was a cold, hard knot inside her, but on the surface, there was a strange calm. The worst had happened. The fear of the unknown had been replaced by the certainty of being found. There was a grim clarity in that. An hour passed, an eternity of dust, wind, and the relentless pounding of the coach. Her body ached. Her throat was raw, but she didn't dare speak, didn't dare distract Hank. He was her only hope, the only thing standing between her and the man on the ridge. Finally, as the sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky in strokes of orange and blood red, Hank pointed ahead. "There," he said, his voice rough with dust. "Hay Creek." In the distance, nestled in a fold of the hills, she could see it, a few faint pinpricks of yellow light. It was a haven, a sanctuary. As they drew closer, the lone rider on the ridge seemed to melt away. She scanned the horizon frantically, but he was gone. He had vanished back into the dust and the deepening shadows. The relief she expected to feel did not come. His disappearance was more terrifying than his presence. It meant he had seen what he needed to see. He knew their destination for the night. He would be out there, somewhere in the darkness, watching, waiting. The coach clattered into the yard of Hay Creek Station, the horses heaving, their sides slick with sweat. The station was larger than Clear Creek, a proper outpost with a blacksmith's forge and a small corral. Men stopped what they were doing to watch them arrive, their faces curious in the fading light. Hank brought the team to a stop and let the reins go slack, his own shoulders slumping slightly with exhaustion. He turned to Margaret, his face grim in the twilight. "You stay close tonight," he said, his voice low and urgent. "Don't go wandering. He knows we're here." She could only nod, her throat too tight for words. She looked back at the darkening plains, at the vast, empty expanse that she knew was not empty at all. The eyes were still out there. The dust had settled for the night, but the fear had not. It had followed her here, and it was waiting for her in the shadows. The sanctuary of the station felt like a temporary cage, a brief respite before the hunter closed in. Chapter 5. A Storm on the Horizon. Hay Creek Station was an island of clamor and raw, masculine energy in a sea of encroaching darkness. Unlike the sleepy quiet of Clear Creek, this place thrummed with life. A dozen rough-looking men, prospectors, freight wagon drivers, and a few cowboys with dusty chaps and weary eyes crowded the main room. The air was a thick soup of odors: stale whiskey, frying bacon, unwashed bodies, and the sharp metallic tang of fear that clung to Margaret like her own shadow. The room was loud, a cacophony of booming laughter, gruff arguments, and the tinny, mournful plinking of an out-of-tune piano in the corner. Every face was a potential threat. Every glance felt like a judgment. Margaret pressed herself into a corner near the stone hearth, trying to make herself as small and insignificant as possible. The warmth from the fire did little to chase away the chill that had settled deep in her bones, a cold that had nothing to do with the evening air. The man on the ridge was out there. That single terrifying fact colored everything, turning the boisterous life of the station into a gallery of menacing figures. Was he among them? Had he slipped in, disguised as just another trail-worn traveler? She scanned the faces, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs, searching for a sign, a flicker of recognition, but saw only the hard, indifferent masks of strangers. Hank had unhitched the team and seen to their care with his usual methodical calm. But Margaret could see the tension in the set of his shoulders when he finally entered the main room. His eyes swept the space, not with casual curiosity, but with a sharp, assessing gaze. He was counting heads, measuring threats. He saw her in the corner and made his way through the crowd, a silent, solid presence that created a small pocket of stillness around him. He handed her a tin plate of beans and salt pork. "Eat," he said, his voice low and firm. Not a suggestion, but a command. "You'll need your strength." She took the plate, her hands trembling so much the beans threatened to slide off. "He could be in here," she whispered, her gaze darting around the room. "No," Hank said with quiet certainty. "I know most of the faces that pass through here. He's not among them. That's not his game. A tracker stays hidden. He waits." He took a seat on the hearth beside her, his proximity a shield against the press of the room. He didn't eat, but cradled a mug of coffee in his hands, his eyes never ceasing their slow, careful surveillance. Her fellow passengers had been absorbed into the station's chaos. Mr. Finch, his bravado restored by the promise of a new audience, was already trying to peddle his elixir to a trio of skeptical-looking cowboys. Mrs. Gable had found a seat as far from the noise as possible, her back ramrod straight, radiating an aura of silent, potent disapproval. They were blissfully unaware of the invisible net that was tightening around the stagecoach, around her. To them, the frantic ride had been a reckless inconvenience. To her, it had been a flight for her life. The isolation of her secret was a chasm, separating her from everyone in this room except the quiet man beside her. As the evening wore on, the atmosphere in the station grew thicker, more volatile. The whiskey flowed freely, and the volume of the conversations rose. An argument broke out at the far end of the room over a card game, voices rising in anger before the station keeper. A burly man with a handlebar mustache and a sawed-off shotgun propped behind the counter quelled it with a single bellowed threat. Margaret felt trapped, the walls of the room closing in on her. The noise, the smells, the raw, unpredictable energy of the men. It was all too much. It reminded her of the oppressive feeling of Alistair's parties, where she'd had to smile and play the part of the happy wife while her stomach churned with fear, never knowing what would trigger his cold, private rage later. "I can't stay in here," she said to Hank, her voice strained. I need to breathe." He looked at her, his gray eyes seeing the frayed edges of her composure. He gave a slight nod. "The porch is clear. Stay in the light. I won't be far." She escaped out the door, gulping in the night air as if she had been drowning. The sky was a heavy, starless blanket of cloud. The wind had picked up, carrying with it a damp, earthy smell, the scent of impending rain. A low, distant rumble echoed from the west. A storm was coming. The thought sent a fresh shiver of dread through her. A storm would mean a delayed departure. It would mean being trapped here, a sitting duck, while the hunter circled in the dark. The horizon flickered with a silent, ghostly pulse of lightning, illuminating the vast, empty plains for a split second. In that brief, stark flash, she imagined she saw him, the lone rider, watching from a distant rise. The image was so vivid, so real, that she gasped and stumbled back against the rough log wall of the station. Hank was beside her in an instant, his hand closing on her arm to steady her. His touch was firm, grounding. "What did you see?" he asked, his voice low and urgent. "The lightning," she stammered, pointing a trembling finger into the darkness. "I thought I saw him." Hank stared out into the blackness, his expression grim. "Might be you did, or might be your fear is giving him a shape in the dark. Either way, it makes no difference. We act as if he's there." He let go of her arm, but remained beside her, a silent, watchful guardian. The wind whipped a strand of hair across her face, and she shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. "He'll never stop," she whispered, the words a confession of her deepest despair. "My husband, Alistair, he thinks of me as a possession, a prized bird that has escaped its cage. He won't rest until he has me back, or until he sees me destroyed." She hadn't meant to say his name. She hadn't meant to say anything. But the terror, the exhaustion, and the strange, quiet trust this man inspired had cracked open the vault of her silence. The story began to spill out, not in a rush, but in broken, painful fragments. She spoke of the man she had married, a man of wealth and society in Philadelphia, a man whose public charm was a mask for a private, chilling cruelty. She spoke of the isolation, the subtle threats that escalated into cold, calculated violence, the way he had stripped her of her friends, her confidence, her very self. She spoke of the final night, the blow that had sent her sprawling, the glint of madness in his eyes, and the whispered promise, "Run all you like, Eleonora. The chase is the best part." She didn't tell him everything. The worst of the humiliations, the deepest of the scars, remained locked away. But she told him enough. She told him why she had stolen away in the night with a new name and a desperate plan. By the time she finished, her voice was raw, and tears she hadn't realized she was shedding were cold on her cheeks. Hank listened without interruption. He didn't offer empty platitudes or easy reassurances. He simply stood there, a bulwark against the wind and the night, and heard her. When she finally fell silent, the only sound was the rising moan of the wind and the distant, approaching rumble of thunder. He was quiet for a long time, his face a mask of stone in the dim lantern light. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough, with an emotion she couldn't name. "Some men," he said, his gaze fixed on the storm-darkened horizon, "are born with a sickness in their soul, and they try to poison everything they touch." He turned to her then, his gray eyes holding hers with a fierce intensity. "You did the only thing you could. You ran. "That's not cowardice, ma'am. That's survival." His words were a balm on a wound she hadn't known was still so raw. He didn't pity her. He respected her. He saw her flight not as a weakness, but as an act of desperate courage. In that moment, the weight on her chest lifted, just a fraction. A brilliant fork of lightning split the sky, followed almost immediately by a deafening crack of thunder that seemed to shake the very foundations of the station. The first heavy drops of rain began to fall, spattering in the dust, each one raising a tiny puff of powder. "We need to get inside," Hank said, guiding her toward the door. The storm broke then with a savage fury. The wind howled like a banshee, and the rain came down in a solid, blinding sheet. It hammered against the roof and streamed down the greased paper windows, turning the world outside into a churning chaos of water and darkness. The noise was immense, a physical assault that drowned out the clamor inside the station. Even the rowdiest of the men fell silent, their faces turned toward the windows, a primal respect for the power of the storm quieting their drunken squabbles. The station, which had felt like a trap just moments before, now seemed like a fragile ark in a world being torn apart. But Margaret knew the storm was a double-edged sword. It offered them cover, hiding them from the prying eyes of the tracker. But it also trapped them here. The roads would be a sea of impassable mud by morning. "We're stuck," she said, stating the obvious. The words were flat, devoid of emotion. "For a day, maybe two," Hank confirmed, his gaze on the deluge outside. "The ground here dries fast once the sun comes out, but it'll be a mess for a while." A day, 2 days, trapped in this place, while the man Alistair had sent waited patiently for the storm to pass. The thought was unbearable. Time was her enemy. Every hour she was delayed was another hour for him to draw the net tighter, to summon reinforcements, to cut off her escape. She looked at Hank, at his calm, grim face. He was trapped here too, because of her. "I'm sorry," she said, the words inadequate. "You're in this danger because of me." He shook his head, a short, sharp gesture of dismissal. "I'm the driver. My job is to get my passengers to their destination, all of them, safely." He paused, his eyes meeting hers. "That includes you." There was a finality in his tone, an unspoken promise that was as solid and unyielding as the man himself. He had taken on her trouble as his own. He had drawn a line in the dust, and he would not be moved. She was no longer just a passenger with a secret. She was a responsibility he had accepted, a burden he had chosen to carry. The storm raged on, a wild, violent symphony that mirrored the turmoil in her own heart. The world had been reduced to this single room, this island of flickering light surrounded by a tempest. She was stranded, with a coming storm of a different kind on the horizon, a storm of violence and vengeance named Alistair. But as she stood there, listening to the rain hammer against the roof, she realized with a startling clarity that for the first time since she had fled Philadelphia, she was not facing it alone. And in the heart of the tempest, that small, simple fact was the only anchor she had. Chapter 6. The Scent of Rain and Regret. The night was a long, suffocating crawl. Sleep was impossible. The relentless drumming of the rain on the station's roof was a constant, maddening percussion, each drop a tiny hammer striking the anvil of Margaret's anxiety. The common room, where the passengers were forced to spend the night on rough pallets near the fire, offered no privacy and little comfort. The air was stale, thick with the smell of wet wool, cheap whiskey, and the restless, sour sweat of too many bodies in a confined space. Mr. Finch snored with a rattling porcine gusto that seemed to mock the very idea of peace, while Mrs. Gable, even in sleep, managed to radiate an aura of stiff, judgmental silence from her corner. Margaret lay on her pallet, staring into the flickering darkness, her eyes burning with exhaustion. She felt horribly, terribly exposed. Her confession to Hank on the porch had been a necessary release, a lancing of a poisoned wound, but now, in the quiet dark, she was second-guessing every word. She had handed a stranger the key to her past, a past that could get him killed. The weight of that responsibility was a physical ache in her chest, heavier than any fatigue. He had accepted it without flinching, but that only made it worse. His quiet strength, his unwavering sense of duty, made her feel reckless and selfish. She had dragged a good man into the vortex of her own private hell. Sometime in the deepest hour of the night, when the fire had burned down to a bed of glowing embers, and the rain had softened to a steady, mournful patter, she saw him. Hank was not on his pallet. He was sitting on a low stool by the main door, a dark silhouette against the faint gray light filtering through the greased paper window. He wasn't sleeping. He was standing watch. In his lap, resting across his knees, was a rifle. It wasn't held aggressively, but its presence was a stark, unequivocal statement. He was the sentinel at the gate, the quiet guardian of this fragile, temporary sanctuary. The sight sent a complex, painful wave of emotion through her. Gratitude, so profound it was almost unbearable. Guilt, sharp and biting, for putting him in this position. And something else, something softer and more terrifying. A deep, resonant feeling of being cared for, of being protected. It was a sensation she hadn't experienced in years, and its return was so overwhelming it made her want to weep. Alistair's idea of protection had been ownership, a possessiveness that suffocated and controlled. Hank's was a quiet, selfless act of duty, an offering of safety with no strings attached. She watched him for a long time, this stranger who had become her unlikely ally. His stillness was absolute, the stillness of a man accustomed to waiting, to listening to the language of the night. She saw the weary slump of his shoulders, the way his head was bowed slightly, and she knew he was as exhausted as she was. He was carrying his own burdens, his own ghosts, and now he had taken on hers as well. The scent of rain, which she had always loved, would forever be mingled now with the scent of regret. Dawn arrived not with a burst of light, but as a slow, grudging dilution of the darkness. A pale, watery gray light seeped into the room, revealing the disheveled, trail-worn state of its inhabitants. The rain had finally stopped, but the world outside was a sodden, dripping landscape of mud and melancholy. The road was gone, replaced by a river of thick, brown mire. They were well and truly stranded. The mood in the station was foul. The delay frayed everyone's nerves. The cowboys grumbled about their herds, the prospectors about lost time. Mr. Finch's optimism had finally curdled into a sour pessimism, and Mrs. Gable's face was a thundercloud of impatience. Margaret felt the tension as a tightening in her own chest. Every hour spent here was a victory for the man who hunted her. Hank, however, seemed unaffected by the general gloom. He moved with the same deliberate purpose as always, his face revealing nothing of his sleepless night. He spoke quietly with the station keeper, Silas, their conversation a low murmur of practicality about supplies and the state of the road. He was a man who didn't waste energy on things he couldn't change. The road was impassable, so he would wait. It was as simple as that. Margaret couldn't bear the oppressive atmosphere of the common room. She found a quiet corner on the covered porch, a spot sheltered from the steady dripping from the eaves. The air was cool and clean, washed by the storm. It smelled of wet earth, pine, and the damp, decaying scent of autumn leaves. She pulled her shawl tighter around her shoulders and watched the gray, weeping sky. A little while later, Hank joined her. He didn't sit, but leaned against a support post, a mug of coffee steaming in his hands. They stood in silence for a few moments, watching the water drip from the roof. A slow, steady rhythm, like a ticking clock, marking their imprisonment. "I shouldn't have told you," she said finally, her voice low. "It wasn't fair to you." He took a slow sip of his coffee before answering. "What was the alternative, ma'am? Let you face it alone? Let that tracker herd you all the way to Cheyenne and into the arms of a man you don't know, with a wolf like your husband on your trail?" He shook his head. "There are things a man can't just turn his back on. This is one of them." His simple, unadorned morality was a thing of stark and rugged beauty, like the landscape around them. It was a code carved not in stone tablets, but in the hard-won experience of a difficult life. "Why?" she asked, the question a whisper. "Why is it your business?" He was silent for a long time, his gaze lost in the gray distance. The lines around his eyes seemed to deepen, etched not just by sun and wind, but by memory. "Because I know what it is to fail someone," he said at last, his voice rough with a sorrow so old it had become a part of him. "To make a promise and not be there to keep it. I had a family once, a wife, a daughter." The confession hung in the damp air, raw and unexpected. Margaret's own troubles seemed to recede, dwarfed by the sheer, devastating weight of his words. She could feel the vast, empty space that those words had created in his life. "Her name was Sarah," he continued, his voice barely audible over the dripping of the rain. "My wife. And our little girl was named Lily. She had hair the color of corn silk and eyes as gray as mine." A faint, sad smile touched his lips, a ghost of a memory. "I was a freighter back then. Had my own wagon, my own team. I was gone for weeks, sometimes months at a time. It was a hard life, but we were building something. A future." He took a deep breath, the sound ragged. "There was a sickness. Diphtheria. It swept through the settlement while I was on a run up to the mining camps in Montana. I'd sent a letter saying I'd be home by month's end. I promised." He closed his eyes for a moment, the pain of the memory so vivid it was almost a physical presence between them. "But my wagon broke an axle in the mountains. A freak snowstorm trapped me for 2 weeks. By the time I got back," his voice broke. He didn't need to finish the sentence. The ending was written all over his face, in the permanent landscape of his grief. "They were gone. Both of them. The neighbors told me Sarah had called for me. She'd held on, they said, thinking I was just over the next rise." He opened his eyes, and they were bleak, filled with a desolation that made Margaret's heart ache. "I was late. I broke my promise. I wasn't there when they needed me most. After that, there was nothing left. I sold the wagon, the house. I couldn't stand the silence. I took this job driving the stage because the road is never quiet. There are always new faces, new places. It's a way of running without ever having to admit you're running." He fell silent, his story finished. He had given her a piece of his own broken past, a shard of his soul, in exchange for hers. It was a gesture of trust so profound it left her speechless. He wasn't helping her out of some abstract sense of chivalry. He was helping her because he was trying to atone for a failure that had haunted him for a lifetime. He was trying to keep a new promise, to be there for someone in trouble, because he hadn't been there for the ones he loved most. "That wasn't your fault," she said softly, knowing how hollow the words must sound in the face of such a monumental loss. "A broken axle, a storm. You couldn't have known." "It doesn't matter what my head knows," he said, his voice flat. "My heart knows I wasn't there. That's a debt you can't ever repay." He finally looked at her, his eyes clear and direct, the raw grief momentarily pushed aside by a familiar, steely resolve. "So no, ma'am, you didn't put me in danger. I was already here, and I'm not about to be late again." The intimacy of his confession created a bond between them that was stronger than any spoken commitment. They were two wounded people, adrift in a harsh world, their pasts a landscape of regret and loss. But in their shared vulnerability, there was a strange and unexpected strength. The rest of the day passed in a slow, gray blur. The rain stopped by midday, but the sky remained a heavy, oppressive lid of cloud. The mud was deep and treacherous. Hank spent some time with his horses, checking their hooves, murmuring to them, his hands gentle and sure. It was clear that they were his real family now, his only constant. Margaret found a tattered book in a corner of the station, a collection of sermons, and tried to lose herself in the dense, formal prose. But the words were just black marks on a page. Her mind kept drifting back to Hank's story, to the image of a little girl with corn silk hair. The vast, impersonal tragedy of the West had suddenly become deeply, achingly personal. Late in the afternoon, as a watery sun was struggling to break through the clouds, Hank returned to the porch. "The tracker's still out there," he said without preamble. "How do you know?" she asked, her heart sinking. "Smoke," he said, pointing to a low ridge, miles to the east. A thin, almost invisible wisp of gray was rising into the heavy air. "Too small for a big camp. Just a single man, keeping a fire going to stay warm and dry. He's patient. He knows we're not going anywhere." The sight of that faint plume of smoke was more terrifying than a direct confrontation. It was a symbol of her enemy's confidence. His unhurried certainty. He didn't need to rush. He had her pinned down. The world was his chessboard, and she was a single trapped piece. The scent of rain and wet earth now carried a new layer of meaning. It was the smell of a cage whose bars were made of mud, and whose keeper was a patient, unseen man with a small, watchful fire. Chapter 7. A Ghost at the Way Station. The second day of their confinement at Hay Creek Station dawned with a fragile, watery hope. The clouds had broken, and a pale, washed-out sun was climbing in the east, its weak rays glinting off the puddles that littered the yard. The mud was still deep, a thick, treacherous soup, but the promise of a dry day meant the road might be passable by tomorrow. The thought should have been a relief, but for Margaret, it was just another turn of the screw. The ticking clock of her escape was about to start up again, and the hunter was still out there. His position marked by that faint, ghostly wisp of smoke she could just make out on the eastern ridge. The mood inside the station had improved marginally with the weather. The prospect of moving on had loosened some of the tension, though the air was still thick with impatience. Margaret avoided the common room as much as possible, the forced proximity and boisterous energy grating on her raw nerves. She found her solace on the porch, in the cool, clean air, with the vast, open space of the prairie before her. It was a landscape that should have symbolized freedom, but to her it was a stage, and she was the unwilling actor, watched by an unseen audience of one. Hank was a quiet, constant presence. He didn't hover, didn't offer empty words of comfort. He simply existed in the same space, a silent acknowledgement of their shared predicament. He spent the morning working, his hands busy with the practical tasks of a driver. He checked and rechecked every strap and buckle of the harnesses, cleaning and oiling the leather with a focused, almost meditative intensity. He spoke with Silas, the station keeper, about the condition of the trail ahead, their heads bent together over a crude, hand-drawn map. He was preparing for the next leg of their journey. For the moment, the trap of the mud was sprung, and the race began anew. Margaret watched him, a painful knot of admiration and guilt tightening in her chest. He was a man of purpose, a man whose life was defined by the road, by the team, by the duty of getting from one point to another. She had derailed him, turned his straightforward path into a dangerous, winding detour. His past was a landscape of loss, and she felt as though she were leading him back into it, forcing him to confront the possibility of another failure, another broken promise. Late in the morning, a new sound broke the relative quiet of the station yard, the slow, rhythmic plodding of a horse, its hooves making sucking, laborious sounds in the deep mud. A lone rider was approaching from the west, the direction from which they had come. He was not the tracker. He was coming from the wrong direction, and his posture was one of weariness, not stealth. He was a slight man, slumped in the saddle of a tired-looking sorrel mare. He wore the dusty, trail-worn clothes of a long-distance traveler and a battered hat that shadowed his face. He reined his horse in at the trough, letting the animal drink its fill before dismounting with a stiff, pained grace. As he turned toward the station, Margaret got her first clear look at his face, and a jolt of cold, inexplicable recognition went through her. He was young, perhaps not much older than 25, with a gaunt, hollow-cheeked face and eyes that seemed too large and too dark for his skull. They were the eyes of a man haunted by something more than just trail fatigue. There was a feverish intensity to them, a restless, hunted quality that she knew intimately. It was the same look she imagined she saw in her own reflection. But it wasn't just the expression that was familiar. There was something in the line of his jaw, the shape of his mouth, that plucked a discordant string deep in her memory. He limped slightly as he walked toward the porch, his movements betraying a deep exhaustion. He nodded a curt greeting as he passed her, his dark eyes flicking over her for a moment before moving on. He disappeared inside the station, and Margaret was left with a profound sense of unease. Who was he? And why did he feel like a ghost from a life she was trying to forget? She tried to dismiss the feeling. The strain of the last few days was making her paranoid, seeing phantoms in every stranger's face. He was just another traveler, another soul beaten down by the harshness of the land. A few minutes later, Hank came out onto the porch, wiping grease from his hands with a rag. His face was set in a hard, thoughtful frown. "Did you see the new arrival?" he asked, his voice low. "Yes," she said. "He just went inside." "His name is Calloway," Hank said, his eyes on the door through which the man had disappeared. "At least, that's what he's calling himself this week. He's a regular on this route, drifts back and forth between the territories. They say he's a card sharp, a gambler, makes his living fleecing greenhorns in mining camps and railroad towns." "There was something familiar about him," Margaret confessed, the words hesitant. Hank's gaze sharpened. He looked at her closely. "Familiar how?" "I don't know," she admitted, frustrated with herself. "Just a feeling. like a dream you can't quite remember. Hank's frown deepened. Calloway is trouble. He's got a reputation for siding with whoever pays him best. He's a snake in the grass, that one. Best to steer clear of him. He looked from her to the thin plume of smoke in the east, a muscle working in his jaw. The arrival of a new, unpredictable element was a complication he didn't need. The day dragged on, the sun did its work, and the mud in the yard began to firm up, the deep ruts hardening into treacherous ridges. By late afternoon, the ground was deemed solid enough for travel. Silas announced that the road, while still rough, was passable. A collective sigh of relief went through the station. The stagecoach would leave at first light. The news sent a fresh wave of anxiety through Margaret. The respite was over. Tomorrow, the flight would begin again. The tracker was waiting. And now, there was a new unknown in their midst, the familiar-looking ghost named Calloway. As dusk began to settle, casting long, distorted shadows across the yard, Margaret sat on the porch, trying to gather her courage for the journey ahead. The common room was once again filling with men seeking supper and whiskey, and she wanted to avoid it for as long as possible. The stranger, Calloway, came out and sat at the far end of the porch, rolling a cigarette with nimble, almost delicate fingers. He didn't look at her, but she was acutely aware of his presence. She tried to place him, sifting through the memories of her life in Philadelphia, through the faces at parties, on the street, in shops. But nothing clicked. The familiarity remained a frustrating, nebulous feeling, just out of reach. He lit his cigarette, the flare of the match briefly illuminating his gaunt features. He took a long, slow drag, and then he began to hum. It was a soft, tuneless sound at first, but then it coalesced into a melody. A simple, lilting tune, a popular waltz from a few years back. And suddenly, the world stopped. The blood drained from Margaret's face. Her breath caught in her throat, a painful, strangled gasp. That tune. It was the waltz Alistair had insisted they learn. It was their song. He had hired a private dance master, had forced her to practice with him for hours in the grand ballroom of their house, his hand a vice on her back, his voice a cold whisper in her ear, correcting her every misstep. Grace, Eleonora. A lady must have grace. The melody was inextricably linked to the memory of his cold, controlling perfectionism, to the scent of his bay rum cologne, and the feel of his fingers digging into her skin. Calloway. The name meant nothing. But the face, the haunted eyes, the melody, it all clicked into place with a horrifying, sickening certainty. He was Thomas Calloway. He had been one of Alistair's clerks, a junior accountant, a quiet, almost invisible young man who worked in the outer offices of Alistair's shipping company. She had seen him only a handful of times, a fleeting presence in the background of her gilded cage. He had been dismissed about a year ago. There had been rumors of some disgrace, some discrepancy in the books. Alistair had been furious, had spoken of him with a chilling, contemptuous disdain. He wasn't a card sharp. He wasn't a drifter. He was another one of Alistair's hounds sent to hunt her down. The tracker on the ridge was the scout. The eyes. This man, Calloway, was the trap. He had been sent to get close to her, to confirm her identity, perhaps even to lure her into a sense of false security. The realization was a physical blow, knocking the air from her lungs. She felt a wave of nausea, the world tilting precariously around her. He must have sensed her reaction. He stopped humming and turned his head, his dark, feverish eyes fixing on her. A slow, knowing smile spread across his thin lips. It was a smile of cruel, triumphant recognition. "It's a pretty tune, isn't it?" he said, his voice soft, almost conversational, but laced with a chilling intimacy. "He has such impeccable taste. Don't you think, Eleonora?" Her name, her real name, spoken aloud in this desolate place, it was a death knell. It was the sound of the cage door slamming shut. The careful facade of Margaret, the mail-order bride, was shattered, reduced to dust by a single word and a forgotten melody. Panic, stark and absolute, seized her. She felt an overwhelming primal urge to run, to scream, to do anything to escape the cold, predatory gaze of the man at the end of the porch. She scrambled to her feet, her chair tipping over with a clatter that sounded unnaturally loud in the sudden stillness. His smile widened. "There's no need to run," he said, his voice a silken threat. "He sends his regards. He's very much looking forward to your reunion." She didn't hear the rest. She turned and fled, stumbling into the main room of the station, her mind a maelstrom of terror. The faces of the men at the tables blurred into a single monstrous entity. She had to find Hank. He was the only one who knew, the only one who could help. She saw him near the counter, talking to Silas. She lurched toward him, her hands outstretched. "Hank!" she cried, her voice a ragged, desperate plea. He turned at the sound of her voice, his face immediately registering her terror. He caught her as she stumbled, his strong hands gripping her arms, steadying her. "What is it?" he demanded, his voice sharp with alarm. "What happened?" "It's him," she gasped, forcing the words out through a throat tight with fear. "The man, Calloway. He knows who I am. He knows my name. He works for my husband." Hank's face hardened into a mask of cold fury. His eyes went past her, to the doorway, where Calloway now stood, leaning against the frame, that same chillingly confident smile on his face. He gave a mocking little bow in their direction. The entire room had gone quiet, the men sensing the sudden, dangerous shift in the atmosphere. The air was thick with unspoken violence, a spark about to ignite a powder keg. The ghost at the way station was no longer a phantom. He had a name and a face, and he had come to drag her back to hell. The trap had been sprung. Chapter 8. The kindness of a stranger. The world had shrunk to the space between Hank and the man in the doorway. The raucous energy of the common room evaporated, replaced by a thick, watchful silence. Every man in the room, from the grizzled prospectors to the weary cowboys, had stopped what he was doing, their senses honed by a lifetime in a land where a sudden shift in tone could be the prelude to bloodshed. The air was electric, charged with the volatile chemistry of confrontation. The tinny piano was silent. Mr. Finch's sales pitch died in his throat. Even Mrs. Gable seemed to hold her breath, her usual disapproval eclipsed by a raw, primal tension. Margaret stood frozen, Hank's hands the only thing holding her upright. His grip was firm, a grounding force in the swirling chaos of her terror. She could feel the coiled strength in him, the stillness of a predator about to strike. He had not moved, had not spoken a word since she'd gasped out her revelation. But his entire being had transformed. He was no longer just a driver, a quiet observer. He was a shield, a wall of solid, unyielding force planted between her and the danger that had finally shown its face. Calloway remained in the doorway, the picture of insolent confidence. His smile was a deliberate, calculated taunt. He was enjoying this, enjoying the public unveiling of her fear, the stripping away of her fragile disguise. He was performing for an audience, demonstrating his power, Alistair's power, over her. He pushed himself off the doorframe with a lazy grace and took a slow step into the room, his eyes never leaving Margaret's. "There you are, Eleonora," he said, his voice carrying easily in the dead quiet. "We were all so worried about you, your husband in particular. He's been beside himself with grief." The words were honeyed, but the sarcasm dripped from them like poison. He was painting her as the villain, the cruel, ungrateful wife who had abandoned her loving spouse. It was Alistair's narrative, and Calloway was its faithful scribe. Before Margaret could even think to respond, to deny the lie, Hank spoke. His voice was not loud, but it cut through the silence with the sharp, cold authority of a razor. "Her name," he said, his tone flat and deadly serious, "is Mrs. Abernathy, and she is a passenger under my protection. You will address her as such, or you will not address her at all." The statement was a gauntlet thrown down. It was a direct public challenge to Calloway's narrative, a redrawing of the battle lines. Hank had not only acknowledged her lie, he had reinforced it, giving it his own weight, his own credibility. He was claiming her, not as a possession, but as a responsibility. In that moment, he cemented her fragile identity as Margaret Abernathy, mail-order bride, and dared anyone in the room to question it. Calloway's smile faltered for a fraction of a second, his eyes narrowing. He had expected the woman to be alone, an easy target to isolate and intimidate. He hadn't counted on the stagecoach driver being anything more than a hired hand. "Abernathy," he scoffed, recovering quickly. "That's a new one. How resourceful of you, Eleonora. But the game is up. Mr. Devereux has sent me to escort you home. He's a forgiving man. He's willing to overlook this unfortunate lapse in judgment." "The lady is not going anywhere with you," Hank said, his voice dropping even lower, taking on a dangerous, gravelly edge. He took a half-step forward, subtly positioning himself more fully in front of Margaret, blocking Calloway's view of her. "Her ticket is paid through to Cheyenne. That's where she's going." The tension in the room ratcheted up another notch. This was no longer just a personal dispute. It was a matter of professional duty, of the sanctity of the mail and the passengers under a driver's care, a code that every man in that room understood and, in their own way, respected. Calloway's eyes flicked around the room, assessing the audience. He saw the hard, unreadable faces of the other men, their expressions ranging from neutral curiosity to outright hostility. He was an outsider, a city man by the cut of his clothes and the smooth arrogance of his speech. Hank, on the other hand, was one of them, a working man, a man of the territories. Calloway realized he had miscalculated. A public confrontation was not to his advantage. He changed his tack, his voice becoming smooth, reasonable. "Look, driver, this is a private family matter. You're a man of business. I'm sure my employer, Mr. Devereux, would be more than happy to compensate you for your time and trouble. $100, perhaps, for you to simply forget you ever saw this woman. Let her settle her affairs with me, and you can be on your way." The offer of a bribe was a grave insult, and it hung in the air like a foul smell. $100 was a small fortune, more than a driver like Hank might see in half a year. But Calloway had mistaken his man. He had tried to put a price on Hank's integrity, and in doing so had revealed his own complete lack of it. Hank's face remained impassive, but a cold, hard light entered his eyes. "My passengers," he said, enunciating each word with deliberate, chilling clarity, "are not for sale. He turned his head slightly, his gaze falling on Silas, the station keeper, who was now standing with the sawed-off shotgun held loosely in the crook of his arm. "Silas, this man is interfering with the business of the Overland stage line. I want him out of this station." Silas, a man who valued order and the steady income the stage line brought, did not hesitate. He hefted the shotgun. "You heard him," he said, his voice a low growl. "Get out!" The other men in the room shifted, a low murmur of approval running through them. They might not care about the woman's personal troubles, but they understood the code. You didn't interfere with a man's job. You didn't try to buy a man's honor. Calloway had crossed a line. Calloway looked from the shotgun to the hostile faces surrounding him. He was outmaneuvered. He had lost the room. His confident smirk was gone, replaced by a venomous scowl. He shot a look of pure hatred at Hank, and then his eyes found Margaret's over Hank's shoulder. The look he gave her was a promise of future torment. "This isn't over," he hissed, his voice a low threat meant only for them. He turned and strode out of the room, his angry footsteps echoing on the wooden floorboards. The moment he was gone, the collective tension in the room broke. Men started talking again, their voices low at first, then rising to their normal volume. The spell was broken. They had witnessed the confrontation, and now they were eager to put it behind them. Hank let out a slow breath he seemed to have been holding for an eternity. He turned to Margaret, his expression softening from hard fury to grave concern. "Are you all right?" She could only nod, her throat still too tight to speak. Her legs felt weak, and she leaned against him for support. The room was still spinning. It was then that the most unexpected thing happened. A woman's hand, wrinkled and surprisingly strong, touched her arm. Margaret looked up into the severe, disapproving face of Mrs. Gable, but the disapproval was gone, replaced by something else, something that looked almost like compassion. "The girl needs to sit down," Mrs. Gable said, her voice its usual crisp, no-nonsense tone, but without its customary sharp edge. She guided Margaret to a nearby bench, pushing a tin cup of water into her hands. "Drink this." Slowly. Margaret stared at her, bewildered. This was the woman who had looked at her with such disdain, who had judged her as a fallen woman for being a mail-order bride. Mrs. Gable seemed to read her thoughts. She sat beside her on the bench, her back still ramrod straight, but her posture less rigid. "I had a sister," she said, her gaze fixed on the fire. "Her husband was a pillar of the community, a church deacon, and a monster behind closed doors. She was too proud, too ashamed to tell anyone. By the time we found out how bad it was too late." She fell silent, the old grief a tangible thing in the small space between them. She turned her head, her sharp eyes meeting Margaret's. "I misjudged you, child. That took courage, what you did. Running. And what that man did." She nodded toward Hank, who was now speaking in low tones with Silas. "That took honor. The unexpected kindness, the shared story from this woman she had thought her harshest critic, was the final straw. The dam of Margaret's composure, already cracked and leaking, finally broke. A great, shuddering sob escaped her, and she buried her face in her hands, weeping for the fear, for the relief, for the shame, and for the strange, startling kindness of strangers in this harsh, unforgiving land. Mrs. Gable didn't offer platitudes. She simply sat beside her, a silent, unbending presence, and placed a hand on her shoulder. The touch was not soft or sentimental. It was firm, solid, a gesture of solidarity that meant more than any comforting words could have. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. Hank arranged for her and Mrs. Gable to have the station keeper's private back room for the night. A small, cell-like space with 2 cots, but one that offered a lock on the door and a blessed, absolute privacy. The men in the common room, now knowing a piece of her story, treated her with a new, gruff respect. They gave her a wide berth, their glances no longer curious or leering, but tinged with a sort of protective sympathy. They were hard men, but they understood the difference between a scoundrel and his victim. Hank brought them their supper himself, a stew that was probably no different from the one served outside, but which felt like a feast. He didn't linger, didn't press her for details. He just looked at her, his gray eyes full of a deep, weary understanding. "Calloway's gone," he said, his voice low. "Rode out as soon as Silas ran him off. But he'll be back, and he won't be alone this time. And the other one, the tracker, he's still out there. We need to be gone before first light." She nodded, her throat still raw from weeping. "What do we do?" "We get you to Cheyenne," he said, his voice unwavering. "We get you to Abernathy. A man with a ranch that big, he'll have men. He'll have guns. He'll be able to protect you. Calloway and his friend won't be able to touch you there." He paused, his gaze searching her face. "It's your best chance, ma'am. Maybe your only one." His logic was sound, inescapable. Her fabricated future with the hard, unbending rancher had suddenly become her only hope for survival. The lie she had created to escape her past was now the only fortress that might save her from it. After he left, Margaret sat on the edge of the cot, the silence of the small room a blessed relief. Mrs. Gable was already preparing for bed, her movements brisk and efficient. She had not spoken of her sister again, had reverted to her usual stern demeanor, but something between them had fundamentally changed. A bond had been forged in the shared fire of a common enemy. Margaret looked down at her hands. They were trembling slightly. The kindness she had been shown tonight, from Hank, the man of honor, from Silas, the man of order, even from Mrs. Gable, the woman of unforgiving principles, was a fragile, flickering light in a vast darkness. It didn't banish the fear. Calloway's taunting smile, the memory of Alistair's cold rage were still vivid, terrifying. But the kindness made the fear bearable. It was a reminder that even in the bleakest corners of the world, decency could be found. It was a gift, unexpected and undeserved, and she knew, with a certainty that settled deep in her soul, that it might be the only weapon she had left. Chapter 9. A Promise Written in Dust. The darkness before dawn was absolute, a thick, starless void that seemed to swallow sound. Margaret lay awake on her cot in the small back room, listening to the steady, quiet breathing of Mrs. Gable in the bunk across from her. Sleep had been a distant country she couldn't reach, her mind a racetrack for fears and frantic calculations. Calloway's taunting face, the cold certainty of the tracker's presence on the ridge, the looming unknown quantity of John Abernathy. They were all horses in a grim, endless race. A soft, hesitant knock came at the door, so quiet it was more a feeling than a sound. It was Hank. She knew it with an unshakable certainty. She slipped out of the cot, her bare feet cold on the rough wooden floorboards, and eased the door open. He stood in the dim pre-dawn light of the main room, a lantern held low in one hand. He was already dressed for the road, his worn coat buttoned against the chill, his hat bought in his hand. His face was grim, the lines etched deep by a sleepless night, and the weight of what lay ahead. "It's time," he said, his voice a low whisper. He wasn't just waking her for the journey. He was summoning her for the next stage of the battle. She nodded and quickly dressed, her movements swift and silent in the dark. Mrs. Gable stirred but didn't wake. When Margaret emerged from the room, Hank was waiting with 2 steaming mugs of coffee. He handed one to her, his calloused fingers brushing hers. The brief touch was warm, steadying. "Calloway doubled back," he said quietly, his gaze fixed on the dark rectangle of the window. "I was watching." He rode east toward the tracker. "They'll be together now. They'll know we're leaving this morning." The news was a cold knot in her stomach, but it wasn't a surprise. The pretense was over. The subtle tracking had been replaced by an open threat. "So they'll follow?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They won't just follow," Hank corrected, his voice grave. "They'll try to get ahead of us. Find a narrow pass, a bad river crossing. Some place they can stop the coach and take you without a big audience like they had last night. They won't make that mistake again." The image was terrifyingly clear. The coach ambushed, isolated in the vast, indifferent wilderness. A place where a woman's scream would be swallowed by the wind. "Then what hope do we have?" she asked, the question raw with despair. "The horses," he said, a flicker of something hard and determined in his eyes. "My team is fresh. They're bred for this terrain. Calloway's mare is tired, and whatever horse the tracker is on has been living rough for days. We have speed, and we have a head start. If we push them hard, we can outrun them to Cheyenne." He took a long drink of his coffee. "It's about 70 miles. One long, hard day's ride. We won't be stopping. Not for anything." It was a desperate gamble, a race against 2 determined men across a landscape that offered no cover and no allies. Her life, she realized, now rested on the endurance of 6 horses and the skill of the man who drove them. The station yard was a world of shadows and quiet, purposeful movement. Under the dim light of a few lanterns, Hank and Silas hitched the team. The horses, sensing the urgency, were skittish, their breath pluming in the cold air. Margaret watched, her heart pounding in time with the rhythmic clatter of the harness. Mr. Finch and Mrs. Gable emerged, their faces pale and drawn in the poor light. The bravado and the judgment had been stripped away by the raw reality of the danger they were now all sharing. Fear was a great equalizer. Mrs. Gable came to stand beside Margaret. She didn't speak, but her presence was a quiet statement of solidarity. She had insisted on riding inside the coach, a decision Margaret understood. The older woman's place was not on the driver's box, but her quiet support was a palpable thing. As the last buckle was fastened, Hank turned to Margaret. "You're with me," he said. It wasn't a question. He needed her eyes. He needed a second lookout. She nodded and allowed him to help her up onto the box. The familiar seat felt different this morning. It was not a place of escape or quiet contemplation. It was a command post, the front line of their desperate flight. Hank took his place beside her, the reins a web of leather in his expert hands. Silas stood by the lead horses, holding them steady. "The trail's soft for the first few miles. Then it firms up on the high plains," the station keeper said, his voice a low rumble. "Godspeed, Hank." "Much obliged, Silas," Hank replied. He gathered the reins, his body tensing with readiness. He gave a low whistle, a sound that was less a command and more a signal to the waiting team. "Hee-yah!" The coach lurched forward, the wheels sucking at the last of the mud before finding the firmer ground of the trail. They moved out of the station yard, leaving the small island of lantern light behind, and plunged into the vast, waiting darkness. The first hour was a tense, almost silent journey through the deep twilight that precedes the dawn. The world was a landscape of gray and black, the trail a faint, pale ribbon unwinding before them. Hank's focus was absolute. His every sense seemed attuned to the horses, to the feel of the road beneath the wheels, to the sounds of the morning. Margaret's job was to watch, to scan the dark, rolling hills on either side, her eyes straining to catch any sign of movement, any flicker of a shadow that didn't belong. As the sun finally breached the horizon, it did not bring warmth or comfort. It brought light. It painted the landscape in stark, unforgiving detail, and it made them a clear, moving target. The vast emptiness of the plains was no longer a comfort. It was a terrifyingly open stage. "There," Hank said, his voice tight. Margaret followed his gaze. Far behind them, on the ridge they had just crossed, two dark specks appeared, silhouetted against the rising sun. Calloway and the tracker. They were on the trail. The race had begun. Hank didn't need to say a word. He let out a sharp cry, a sound that was pure, urgent command, and cracked the long whip in the air high above the horses' heads. It wasn't a strike, but a signal, the sonic boom of a promise to the team that this was not a normal run. The horses responded instantly. Their pace quickened, the steady trot breaking into a ground-eating canter. The coach surged forward, the rhythmic rocking becoming a jarring, frantic gallop. The world dissolved into a blur of motion, a thunder of hooves, and the roar of the wind. Margaret gripped the iron rail, her knuckles white. Her body braced against the violent motion. The prairie grasses whipped past in a stream of gold and green. The sky was a vast, indifferent blue canvas above them, and behind them, the two specks grew slowly, inexorably, larger. They were not gaining, not yet, but they were keeping pace. They were relentless, a physical manifestation of Alistair's obsessive will. Margaret felt a surge of helpless fury. How dare he? How dare he send these men to hound her, to terrorize these innocent people, to turn her desperate bid for freedom into a blood sport? The fear was still there, a cold, hard knot in her stomach, but now it was mingled with a hot, defiant anger. She would not let him win. She would not be dragged back. Hours bled into one another, a punishing, endless stretch of dust, sun, and fear. The coach became a torture device, every jolt a blow, every rut in the road a violent shudder that rattled Margaret's teeth. Her muscles screamed in protest. Her throat was a desert, caked with dust. But she didn't complain. She kept her eyes fixed on the horizon, on the landscape ahead, and on the two persistent dots behind them. Hank was a marvel. He was no longer just a man driving a team. He was a part of the machine. He and the 6 horses moved as one organism, their combined will bent toward a single purpose: speed. He seemed to feel the road through the reins, anticipating every dip and turn. He murmured a constant stream of encouragement to the team, his voice a low, urgent litany. "Come on, Jed. Attaboy. Samson. Easy now, boys. Easy. Keep it steady." He was asking for everything they had, and they were giving it to him. The bond she had witnessed between them was now their most potent weapon. At midday, they forded a shallow, fast-running river. The crossing was treacherous, the current pulling at the wheels, the horses struggling for footing on the slick, rocky riverbed. For a few terrifying moments, Margaret thought the coach would tip, that their race would end right there in the churning water. But Hank's skill, his calm voice and steady hands, guided them through. As they scrambled up the far bank, soaked and shaking, she looked back. Calloway and the tracker were just entering the water on the other side. They had lost ground, a small, precious victory. But the horses were tiring. Their sleek coats were dark with sweat, their breathing heavy and labored. Hank knew he couldn't maintain this punishing pace forever. He eased them back to a steady, fast trot, a pace that ate up the miles but conserved their remaining strength. "There's a place ahead," he said, his voice rough with dust and fatigue, pointing with his chin. "Split Rock. The trail goes through a narrow canyon. It's the only way through the ridge for 20 miles. His face was grim. "If they're going to make a stand, it will be there." The words hung in the air, heavy with dread. A canyon. A natural trap. "They'll get there ahead of us?" she asked, her heart sinking. "They'll have to leave the trail and ride hard over the ridge to do it," Hank said, his eyes scanning the terrain. "It's rough country, hard on the horses. It's a gamble for them. They risk laming their animals and being left on foot. But if they can get there first—" He didn't need to finish. The race was no longer just about speed. It was about strategy. It was a deadly chess match played out across miles of unforgiving wilderness. As the sun began its long, slow descent, casting impossibly long shadows across the plains, they saw it. The dark gash in the distant line of hills. Split Rock Canyon. A gateway to Cheyenne. Or a gateway to the end. There was no sign of Calloway and the tracker on the trail behind them anymore. They had peeled off, making their gamble. They were up there, somewhere in the rugged hills, racing to cut them off. Hank pulled the team to a brief halt. The horses stood with their heads down, their sides heaving. He reached under the seat and pulled out his rifle, the same one he had held during his long vigil at the station. He checked the action, his movements swift and sure. Then he pulled out a second weapon, a heavy Colt revolver, and handed it to her, butt first. Margaret stared at it. The gun was heavy, cold, a thing of terrifying, deadly purpose. I don't know how," she stammered. "You pull the hammer back," he said, his voice calm and instructional, his eyes meeting hers. "You point it at what you want to stop, and you pull the trigger. You don't think. You just do it." He held her gaze. "I'll handle the driving. I need you to be ready. If they get close, you have to be ready to fight." He was not just asking her to be a lookout anymore. He was asking her to be a soldier. He was asking her to find a strength she didn't know she possessed. He was asking her to meet violence with violence. She took the gun. Her hand trembled, but her fingers closed around the wooden grip. The weight of it was immense, not just in pounds and ounces, but in what it represented. It was the final, terrifying embodiment of her choice. She had run, she had hidden, she had lied. Now she had to fight. Hank looked at her, at the gun in her hand, at the fear and resolve warring in her eyes. He reached out, not to take the gun, but to briefly, gently cover her hand with his own. His touch was a silent promise. "I won't let them take you," he said, his voice a low, fierce vow. It was more than a driver's duty. It was more than an atonement for a past failure. It was a promise made between two people, written in the dust of a long, desperate road. He took up the reins again and urged the weary team forward, toward the dark, waiting mouth of the canyon. The final stage of their journey had begun. Chapter 10. The echo of a gunshot. The mouth of Split Rock Canyon loomed before them, a wound in the earth's ancient flesh. The setting sun, now low on the horizon behind them, painted the tops of the rock walls in hues of blood orange and fiery crimson, while the canyon floor was already sinking into a deep, foreboding twilight. The air grew still and cool, the vast open silence of the plains replaced by a close, watchful quiet that seemed to amplify every sound. The tired, rhythmic breathing of the horses, the creak of the leather harness, the nervous metallic click as Margaret's thumb brushed against the hammer of the Colt revolver she held in her lap. The gun felt alien in her hand, a cold, heavy weight of responsibility. It was a tool of endings, a thing designed for the sole purpose of stopping a life. She looked from the dark, waiting canyon to Hank's profile beside her. His face was a mask of grim concentration, his eyes constantly scanning the rock formations ahead, searching for any sign of movement, any shadow that seemed out of place. He held the reins in one hand and the long rifle in the other, its barrel resting across his thighs. He was ready. He had asked her to be ready, too. "If it comes to it," he said, his voice low and steady, not taking his eyes off the canyon entrance, "don't hesitate. Calloway and his kind, they count on hesitation, especially from a woman. Don't give it to them." His words were not meant to be cruel. They were a lesson in survival, stripped down to its brutal essence. Alistair had counted on her hesitation, her fear, her ingrained habit of submission. He had taught her that her will was secondary to his. Hank was telling her the opposite. He was telling her that her will to survive was the only thing that mattered now, and this cold piece of steel in her hand was its instrument. He urged the team forward, into the shadows. The moment they passed between the high rock walls, the world changed. The temperature dropped. The sky became a narrow, dark blue ribbon far above them. The echo of the horses' hooves and the rumble of the coach wheels bounced off the stone, creating a disorienting cacophony. They were in the belly of the beast. The trail twisted and turned, following the path the ancient river had carved. Every bend was a blind corner, every outcropping of rock a potential ambush site. The tension was a living thing, a third passenger on the box beside them. Margaret's senses were stretched to their breaking point. Her eyes ached from straining into the deepening gloom. Her ears strained to separate the echoes of their own passage from any unnatural sound. The Colt grew slick with sweat in her palm. Inside the coach, there was a dead, terrified silence. Mr. Finch was no longer talking. Mrs. Gable was no longer judging. They were simply cargo, helpless and trapped, their fates in the hands of the man on the box. "There," Hank breathed, his voice a mere whisper of sound. He pointed with the barrel of his rifle. High up on the canyon wall to their right, nestled in a cluster of boulders, was a flicker of movement. A man's shape, silhouetted against the last light of the sky. It was the tracker. He had made it. And if he was there, Calloway was somewhere else, somewhere close. The knowledge was a jolt of pure adrenaline. The trap was set. They had ridden directly into it. Hank didn't slow the team. To stop now would be suicide. He kept the horses moving at a steady, deliberate pace, his eyes locked on the figure above. It was a test of nerve, a deadly waiting game. Who would make the first move? The first move came not from the tracker above, but from the trail ahead. As they rounded a sharp bend, a figure stepped out from behind a massive boulder, blocking the path. It was Calloway. He stood less than 50 yards in front of them, a rifle held loosely at his side. A smug, triumphant smile played on his lips. He had them. The trail was too narrow to turn the coach around. They were penned in. "That's far enough, driver," Calloway called out, his voice echoing unnaturally in the enclosed space. "The journey is over for the lady." Hank brought the team to a slow, controlled halt. The horses, sensing the tension, stamped and snorted, their fear a palpable energy. "Get out of the way, Calloway." Hank's voice was dangerously calm. "This is your last chance to walk away from this." Calloway laughed, a short, ugly sound. "Walk away? I'm afraid not. My employer is very insistent. Now, be a good man and hand her over. No one else needs to get hurt." He raised his rifle, leveling it not at Hank, but directly at Margaret. It was a calculated, cruel move, designed to make Hank powerless, to force him to choose between his duty and her life. Margaret's breath hitched. The dark, round eye of the rifle barrel was a black hole that threatened to swallow her whole. This was it, the moment of truth. She could freeze, she could cower, she could let the terror paralyze her. Or she could do what Hank had told her to do. She thought of Alistair's cold smile, of Calloway's taunting voice, of the long, desperate road that had led her to this very spot. A hot, clarifying rage burned through the fog of her fear. She would not be a victim. She would not be a prize to be handed over. Her hand, which had been trembling, grew steady. With a click that sounded as loud as a gunshot in the tense silence, she pulled back the hammer of the Colt. Calloway's eyes flickered toward the sound, his smug expression faltering for a split second in surprise. He hadn't expected this. He had seen her as a frightened rabbit, not a threat. That split second was all Hank needed. In a single fluid motion, Hank brought his own rifle to his shoulder. He didn't aim at Calloway. He aimed at the rock wall just above Calloway's head. He fired. The explosion of the gunshot was deafening, a physical blow that slammed into Margaret's chest. The rifle bucked in Hank's hands. The shot was not meant to kill. It was meant to startle, to distract, to create chaos. And it worked. Calloway flinched, instinctively ducking as rock chips rained down around him. "Now!" Hank yelled, not at Margaret, but at the horses. He cracked the whip in the air with a sound like a lightning strike. "Hi-yah! Hi-yah!" The team, already terrified, leaped forward as one. The coach surged, a massive, rumbling juggernaut aimed directly at the man blocking the path. Calloway, realizing his mistake, tried to bring his rifle back to bear, but it was too late. He had a choice: stand his ground and be trampled, or dive for safety. He chose safety. He threw himself to the side, scrambling behind the boulder as the coach thundered past, the iron-rimmed wheels missing him by inches. But the danger wasn't over. High above them, the tracker opened fire. A gunshot echoed from the canyon wall, and a bullet whined past Margaret's head, so close she felt its heat. It struck the wooden side of the coach with a vicious thud. Another shot rang out, and one of the lead horses, Samson, screamed, a high, terrified sound of pain. The horse stumbled, its leg buckling. The team was thrown into chaos. The wounded horse went down, tangling the harness, pulling the other lead horse, Jed, with it. The coach slewed sideways, its wheels screeching against the rock, and came to a grinding, violent halt, tilted at a precarious angle. "Get down!" Hank roared, shoving Margaret off the seat and onto the floorboards of the box. He fired his rifle up at the ridge, not aiming to hit, but to provide covering fire, to keep the tracker's head down. Margaret lay pressed against the rough wood, her heart hammering, the smell of gunpowder and her own fear thick in her nostrils. The shouts of the men, the panicked screaming of the horses, the echo of gunshots. It was a symphony of violence and terror. "The harness!" Hank yelled over the noise. "I have to cut Samson free!" He swung himself down from the box, his rifle in one hand, a wicked-looking knife in the other. He ran toward the front of the coach, into the tangle of flailing hooves and tangled leather, putting himself directly in the line of fire. Another shot rang out from Calloway, who had recovered and was now firing from behind his boulder. The bullet splintered the wood of the driver's box just inches from Margaret's head. And in that moment, something inside her broke. The last vestiges of the timid, submissive Eleonora died, and Margaret, the survivor, was born. She was not going to lie here and wait to be killed. She pushed herself up, the heavy colt feeling suddenly light, an extension of her own will. She saw Calloway, a dark shape peering around the edge of the boulder, his rifle raised. She saw Hank, exposed and vulnerable, desperately sawing at the thick leather straps of the harness, trying to free the screaming, wounded horse. She didn't think. She did what Hank had told her to do. She raised the gun with both hands, just as she'd seen men do in illustrations. She leveled it at the dark shape of Calloway. She pulled the trigger. The colt bucked in her hands, the recoil far stronger than she could have imagined. A brutal, physical shock that traveled up her arms and into her shoulder. The explosion was immense, a deafening roar right next to her ear. For a moment, she was deaf and blind, the world a swirl of smoke and ringing silence. She didn't know if she had hit him. She didn't even know if she had aimed correctly. But Calloway's rifle had disappeared from the edge of the boulder. There was a cry, a sharp, startled yelp of pain. The shot had its effect. The tracker on the ridge ceased firing, his attention likely drawn to the fate of his partner. The momentary lull was all Hank needed. With a final desperate slash, he cut the last of the straps. Samson, the wounded horse, was free. He scrambled away, hobbling on 3 legs, his eyes wide with pain and terror. "Get back on the box!" Hank yelled, clambering back up beside her. He grabbed the reins. The remaining 5 horses were still panicked, but they were no longer tangled. Jed, the smart one, was already trying to find his footing. "There's no time," Hank shouted. "Hold on." He didn't even try to get the team organized. He simply urged them forward with a raw, desperate cry. The 5 horses surged, pulling the lopsided, damaged coach. It scraped against the canyon wall with a scream of tortured wood and metal, then lurched back onto the trail. They were moving again. Margaret stared back at the boulder where Calloway had been. There was no movement. She didn't know if he was dead or wounded or just hiding, and she found, to her profound surprise, that she didn't care. She looked down at the colt, still clutched in her hand. It was smoking slightly. The scent of burnt powder filled her nostrils. She had fired a gun. She had fired it at another human being. She should have been horrified, sickened. Instead, she felt a strange, cold calm. She had done what was necessary. Hank spared a glance at her, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and something that looked like fierce, grudging respect. He had seen what she had done. They thundered through the rest of the canyon, the damaged coach groaning and swaying, the 5-horse team running on pure adrenaline. As they burst out of the far side of the canyon and back into the open plains, the last light of the sun was fading. In the distance, like a promise, like a prayer answered, they saw them, the scattered, welcoming lights of a town. Cheyenne. They had made it. They had come through the fire. But the echo of her own gunshot was still ringing in her ears, a sound that she knew would stay with her forever. It was the sound of the end of one life, and the brutal, uncertain beginning of another. Chapter 11. What the Night Hides. The approach to Cheyenne was not a triumphant entry, but a limping, ragged crawl. The adrenaline that had fueled their frantic escape from the canyon ebbed away, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion and the cold, jarring aftermath of violence. The 5 remaining horses, their strength spent, slowed to a walk, their heads low, their sides heaving. The damaged coach groaned and creaked with every turn of the wheels, a wounded beast being dragged from the battlefield. One of the axles was bent, causing the coach to list precariously to one side, a constant, nauseating reminder of their near disaster. Margaret sat on the driver's box, the heavy Colt revolver resting on her lap. It was no longer a foreign object. Its weight felt familiar now. Its grim purpose settled into the very marrow of her bones. The cold calm that had enveloped her in the canyon began to dissipate, replaced by a slow, creeping tremor that started in her hands and spread through her entire body. The echo of her gunshot was a persistent, ringing phantom in her ears, and with every beat of her heart, the image of Calloway's shocked, pained face flashed in her mind. Had she killed him? The question was a leaden weight in her stomach. She, Eleonora Devereux, who had once fainted at the sight of a bleeding finger, had aimed a gun at a man and pulled the trigger. The woman who had climbed onto this stagecoach in Rock Creek was gone, lost somewhere back in the dust and blood of the trail. The person who remained was a stranger to her. Hank was a silent, grim-faced statue beside her. His focus was on nursing the weary team and the crippled coach the last few miles into town. But she could feel the tension radiating from him, the tightly controlled anger and the weary weight of what had happened. He had saved them. His skill, his courage, his unwavering sense of duty had pulled them through an impossible situation. But the cost had been high. He had lost one of his horses, Samson, a creature he had spoken of with gruff affection. The loss of an animal was a practical, financial blow for the company, but for Hank, she knew it was personal. It was another failure, another loss on his long, lonely road, and she was the cause of it. The first scattered lights of Cheyenne grew brighter, resolving into the orderly grid of a town. It was not a ramshackle way station, but a place of substance, a hub of commerce and civilization at the edge of the wilderness. The sight of its lamp-lit streets, its solid, 2-story buildings, should have been a comfort, a symbol of safety. But to Margaret, it felt like another kind of trap. Here, there were laws, sheriffs, questions. A story of a mail-order bride might have been plausible in the transient, unpoliced world of the trail. But here, under the scrutiny of civilization, she feared her fragile lies would fall apart. What would she say if someone asked about the bullet holes in the coach, about the missing horse, about the man she may have shot, lying wounded or dead back in Split Rock Canyon? Their arrival at the Overland Stage Line office was a quiet, somber affair. A few stable hands emerged from the shadows, their faces etched with concern as they took in the state of the team and the coach. Their questions were practical, directed at Hank. "What happened, Hank? Road agents?" "Trouble in the canyon," Hank replied, his voice flat and noncommittal, shutting down any further inquiry. He swung down from the box, his movements stiff with exhaustion, and began the grim task of unhitching his weary, sweat-soaked team. Margaret remained on the box, unable to move. She felt disconnected from her own body, a ghost watching the scene unfold. She was aware of Mr. Finch and Mrs. Gable climbing stiffly out of the coach, their faces pale and shaken. Finch, for once, was silent, his salesman's bluster completely gone. Mrs. Gable looked at Margaret, her sharp eyes holding a mixture of awe and a new, profound respect. She gave a single, curt nod before turning and marching toward the nearest hotel, a woman who had seen enough for one lifetime. Finally, Hank came to the side of the coach and looked up at her. His face, illuminated by the stable lantern, was a mask of utter weariness. The lines seemed carved deeper, his eyes holding the bleakness of the long, hard miles. "Come on, ma'am," he said, his voice softer than she expected. "Let's get you down from there." His offered hand was steady, and she took it, her own trembling so badly she could barely find her footing. As she stood on the ground, her legs threatened to buckle. He kept a firm grip on her arm, holding her up. "The gun," she whispered, looking down at the Colt still in her other hand. "What do I do with it?" "You give it to me," he said quietly. He took it from her, his fingers gently prying it from her stiff, cold grasp. He handled it with a grim familiarity, checked to see that it was safe, and tucked it into the waistband of his trousers. With that single action, he took the burden of what she had done from her and made it his own. "No one needs to know you fired it," he said, his voice low, and for her ears only. "As far as anyone is concerned, I did all the shooting. You understand?" She could only nod, a wave of gratitude so intense it almost choked her. He was protecting her still, even now when the immediate danger was past. He was building a wall of his own silence around the terrible truth of what had happened in that canyon. "Now," he said, his voice becoming practical. "Abernathy's ranch is about 5 miles north of town. It's too late to go out there tonight. You'll need a room at the hotel. I'll see to it." He guided her away from the stable, away from the prying eyes and unspoken questions, toward the lights of the main street. The Inter-Ocean Hotel was the grandest building in town. A 2-story wooden structure with a long veranda and light spilling from every window. The lobby was warm and bright, filled with well-dressed men talking business and cattle prices. It was a world away from the grit and terror of the trail, and Margaret felt utterly, painfully out of place in her dusty, torn dress, with the phantom smell of gunpowder still clinging to her. Hank spoke to the clerk, his manner direct and authoritative. He paid for her room with cash from a worn leather pouch, his own money. When the clerk slid the key across the counter, Hank took it and led her up the stairs to a room on the 2nd floor. The room was small, but it was a palace. It had a real bed with a thick quilt, a washstand with a pitcher of clean water, and a window that looked out over the bustling street. Most importantly, it had a door with a sturdy lock. It was a sanctuary. "You'll be safe here tonight," Hank said, standing in the doorway. He didn't enter, maintaining a respectful distance. "First thing in the morning, I'll hire a buggy and take you out to Abernathy's myself." The thought of facing Abernathy, of trying to sell her lie to the hard, unbending man Hank had described, was a fresh wave of dread. But it was a problem for tomorrow. Tonight, she just needed to survive the echoes in her own mind. "Hank," she began, her voice cracking. What happened back there?" "Samson." The guilt was a physical weight, pressing down on her. "It was my fault." He shook his head, a weary, final gesture. "No," he said, his voice firm. "This wasn't your fault. This was the fault of the man who sent them. You did what you had to do to survive. I've seen grown men who call themselves gunslingers, freeze up in a situation like that. You didn't. You fought. You should not be ashamed of that." He paused, his gray eyes holding hers. "Now, get some rest. Lock the door behind me." He turned to leave, but she couldn't let him go, not yet. "What about you?" she asked. "Where will you go?" "I have things to see to," he said, his voice vague. "A report to file with the company. I'll find a bunk at the stable." She knew it was more than that. He was going to have to account for the damaged coach, the dead horse, the spent ammunition. He was going to have to lie for her, to put his own name, his own job, on the line to protect her. The kindness of this stranger, this man she had known for only a few days, was a debt she could never repay. He gave her a final tired nod and pulled the door closed, his footsteps receding down the hallway. She turned the key in the lock, the sound a solid, satisfying thud. She was safe. For now. She walked to the washstand and poured water into the basin. It was cool and clean. She plunged her hands into it, scrubbing at the imagined grime of the trail, at the phantom residue of the gunpowder. She looked up and saw her reflection in the small, silvered mirror above the stand. The face that stared back was a stranger's. It was the face of a woman who had been hunted, who had been terrified, but who had fought back. Her eyes were shadowed with an exhaustion so deep it felt permanent, but they held a new, hard light that had not been there before. The soft, frightened Eleonora was gone forever. In her place was this new person, this Margaret, forged in dust and fear and violence. She peeled off her filthy, torn dress and washed her face, her arms, her neck. The cool water was a balm, but it couldn't wash away what the night was hiding. It couldn't wash away the memory of Calloway's surprised cry, or the heavy, satisfying buck of the colt in her hand. It couldn't wash away the terrifying truth that a part of her, a deep, primal part she never knew existed, was not entirely horrified by what she had done. It had been necessary, and in that necessity she had discovered a strength she never knew she possessed. It was a dark, dangerous strength, born of trauma, but it was hers. She blew out the lamp and slipped between the clean, cool sheets of the bed, but she did not sleep. She lay in the darkness, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of the town, the distant rumble of a train, the faint sound of a piano from a saloon down the street, the occasional shout of a late-night reveler. These were the sounds of life, of a world that went on, oblivious to the war she had just survived. The night, she realized, hid many things. It hid the tracker, who was likely still out there, nursing his failure and reporting back to Alistair. It hid the truth of what lay wounded or dead in a canyon miles away, and it hid the new, unsettling truth inside her own heart. She had come to the West seeking a place to hide, a place to be safe. But the West had not given her safety. It had given her a gun, and it had taught her how to use it. And she knew with a chilling certainty that the night was not over. It was just a pause, a breath, before the next battle began. Chapter 12. A Truth Spoken in Silence. The morning sun that streamed through the hotel window was an unwelcome intruder. It was bright and cheerful, promising a new day, a clean slate. But Margaret felt it was a liar. There were no clean slates. There was only the indelible stain of yesterday, a memory etched in gunpowder and fear. She had not slept. She had drifted in and out of a shallow, feverish state, her mind replaying the events in the canyon in a relentless, silent loop. The glint of Calloway's rifle, the terrifying scream of the horse, the deafening roar of the colt in her own hands. She rose and dressed with the slow, deliberate movements of an automaton. The face in the mirror was still a stranger's, pale and haunted, the eyes shadowed with a darkness that had nothing to do with lack of sleep. This was the face of Margaret, the woman she had to be now. Eleonora, with her genteel sensibilities and her quiet, artistic soul, was a ghost. Margaret was the one who had survived. The question was, could she survive what came next? Today, she would meet John Abernathy. Today, her fragile, fabricated world would be put to its ultimate test. She had to convince this hard, unbending man that she was who she said she was. A simple, respectable woman seeking a new life. Not a fugitive with a history of violence and a potentially dead man on her conscience. The lie felt flimsy, transparent. She imagined him looking into her eyes and seeing the truth of what she had become. A knock at the door startled her from her grim reverie. It was Hank. She opened the door to find him standing there, holding a small paper-wrapped parcel. He looked as weary as she felt, but he had shaved and put on a clean, if threadbare, shirt. He had made an effort to look presentable, not for himself, but for her, to lend an air of normalcy to their arrival at the Abernathy ranch. The small gesture was so full of his quiet, steadfast decency that it made her heart ache. "Good morning, ma'am," he said, his voice low and steady. "I brought you something." He handed her the parcel. It was still warm. Inside was a fresh biscuit and a piece of cooked sausage. "You need to eat." She had no appetite, the thought of food nauseating, but she took it. It was another of his practical kindnesses, his way of caring for her in the only way he knew how. "Thank you, Hank." "The buggy is ready downstairs whenever you are," he said, his eyes scanning her face, taking in the pale skin and the dark circles under her eyes. "Abernathy is expecting us. I sent a boy out to his ranch with a message last night, letting him know the stage was delayed, but that his fiancée had arrived safely. He had laid the groundwork for her, shoring up her lie with his own credibility. He was still building the wall, protecting her. "You didn't have to do that," she whispered. "Yes, I did," he replied, his gaze unwavering. "We see this through. Together." The word "together" hung in the air between them, a simple statement of fact that carried the weight of a solemn vow. The ride out to the Abernathy ranch was a silent one. The buggy Hank had hired was small and open, and the bright morning sun felt harsh and exposing after the darkness of the trail. The town of Cheyenne, with its bustling streets and veneer of civilization, quickly gave way to the vast open plains. The landscape was beautiful in the clear morning light, the grasslands stretching out to a horizon that seemed a world away, the mountains to the west, a hazy purple smudge. But Margaret could find no peace in it. She kept scanning the horizon, half expecting to see a lone rider, a sign that the hunt was not over. Hank seemed to read her mind. "They're gone," he said, his voice quiet but certain. "For now, Calloway, if he's able, will have gone to ground to lick his wounds. The tracker will have gone to send word back to your husband. It'll take time for them to regroup, to come up with a new plan. You're safe for the moment." His words were meant to be reassuring, but they only underscored the fact that this was a temporary reprieve, not a final victory. Alistair would not give up. The chase was the best part, he had said. As they traveled, the land began to change. The open prairie gave way to rolling hills and rocky outcroppings. They passed herds of cattle, their brands unfamiliar to Margaret, but clearly noted by Hank. This was ranch country. This was Abernathy's domain. Finally, Hank pointed ahead. There it is, the T-Cross. Nestled in a wide, shallow valley was the Abernathy Ranch. It was not a grand estate, but it was a place of imposing substance. A long, low ranch house, built of sturdy timber and local stone, sat at the center of a collection of outbuildings. A massive barn, several corrals, a bunkhouse for the ranch hands. The entire spread was neat, orderly, and fiercely practical. There were no frivolous flower gardens, no decorative flourishes. It was a place built for work, for endurance, a reflection of the man Hank had described. As they drove into the main yard, a few ranch hands stopped their work to watch them, their faces curious and weathered. An older man, his face a road map of wrinkles and his back bent with age, emerged from the barn. He nodded to Hank with a flicker of recognition. "Morning, Hank. We got the message. The boss is expecting you." He looked at Margaret, his gaze direct but not unkind. "So, you're the one." Margaret could only nod, her throat suddenly dry. The front door of the ranch house opened, and a man stepped out onto the porch. He was tall and broad-shouldered, though he carried himself with a slight stoop, as if bearing an invisible weight. He was dressed in plain, durable work clothes. His hair was iron gray, his face deeply tanned and lined, dominated by a formidable bristling mustache. But it was his eyes that captured Margaret's attention. They were a pale, piercing blue, and they seemed to take in everything at a single sweeping glance. The hired buggy, Hank's weary posture, and her own dusty, travel-worn appearance. This was John Abernathy. He was exactly as Hank had described him, hard, solid, unbending as the rock his house was built on. He did not smile. He simply watched as Hank brought the buggy to a halt and came around to help Margaret down. "Mr. Abernathy," Hank said, his voice formal, "this is Miss Margaret." He stumbled over the name, a rare crack in his composure. Abernathy's pale blue eyes fixed on Margaret. His gaze was not hostile, but it was intensely scrutinizing, analytical. It was the look of a man assessing a piece of livestock he was considering buying. Margaret felt a flush of humiliation, but she forced herself to meet his gaze, to hold her head high. "So you made it," Abernathy said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble that seemed to come from deep in his chest. "The boy said the stage had trouble." "A broken axle," Hank said smoothly, the lie coming easily to his lips. "Lost a wheel in a bad patch of road. We were lucky it wasn't worse." Abernathy's eyes shifted to Hank, and for a long moment the two men looked at each other. A silent conversation seemed to pass between them, a communication that transcended words. Margaret had the distinct feeling that Abernathy did not believe the story of the broken axle for a second. He was a man who understood the harsh realities of the world, and he could likely read the signs of violence and terror on them as clearly as if they were written on a page. But he did not challenge the lie. He simply gave a slow, deliberate nod. "I'm obliged to you, Hank," he said, a dismissal and a thank you in one, "for delivering my property in one piece." The word property struck Margaret like a slap in the face. It was what she was to him. A possession. A piece of an arrangement. The hope that this man might offer a partnership, a real sanctuary, shriveled and died. She had merely exchanged one cage for another, this one made of open prairie and suffocating solitude instead of gilded wallpaper and stifling social functions. Hank's jaw tightened at the word, but he said nothing. His job was done. He had delivered her, as promised. He turned to Margaret. "Ma'am," he said, his voice low and formal, tipping his hat. It was a gesture of farewell. Panic seized her. She couldn't let him go. He was her only link to the truth, her only ally in this strange new world. "Hank, wait," she said, her voice a desperate plea. He paused, his back to her. Abernathy watched the exchange, his expression unreadable. "The driver has done his job, miss," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "He has business back in town." But Margaret couldn't let it end like this. She owed him more than a panicked goodbye. She walked over to him, oblivious to Abernathy's disapproving stare. "Thank you," she said, her voice thick with unshed tears. The words were so inadequate, so ridiculously small for the magnitude of what he had done for her. For everything. Hank turned, and for a moment, in the depths of his gray eyes, she saw the ghost of his own loss, the sorrow for his Sarah and his Lily. He was seeing not just her, but the promise he had finally been able to keep. He reached out, and for a fleeting second, his calloused thumb brushed her cheek. A gesture of profound paternal tenderness that was more intimate than any kiss. "Stay strong, Margaret," he whispered, using the name she had chosen, giving it his final seal of approval. "You're stronger than you think." He turned then and, without a backward glance, climbed into the buggy and drove away, leaving her alone on the hard-packed dirt of the ranch yard, standing before the silent, watchful man who was to be her husband. The dust from the buggy's wheels settled. The silence that remained was heavy, absolute. "Come inside," Abernathy said. It was not an invitation, but a command. She followed him into the house. The interior was like the exterior, Spartan, clean, and relentlessly masculine. The furniture was heavy and dark, the floors bare wood. The only decoration on the walls was a large map of the territory and a rack of rifles. It was the house of a man who lived alone and preferred it that way. He led her to the main room, where a stone fireplace dominated one wall. He gestured to a stiff-backed chair. "Sit." She sat, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. He remained standing, looming over her, his arms crossed over his chest. The silence stretched, a form of interrogation. He was waiting for her to speak, to explain herself, to sell him the lie. She opened her mouth, the carefully rehearsed words of the grateful, simple mail-order bride ready on her tongue. But when she looked up into his piercing blue eyes, she knew they would be useless. This man was not a fool. He was not Alistair, who could be blinded by his own arrogance. Abernathy was a man who dealt in the hard currency of truth. Lies were a luxury he would not tolerate. And in that moment, a reckless, desperate clarity came to her. She was tired of running. She was tired of hiding. She was tired of the crushing weight of her own deception. Hank had told her she was strong. It was time to see if he was right. "My name is not Margaret," she said, her voice quiet but clear in the silent room. "My name is Eleonora Devereux, and I am not a mail-order bride. I am a woman running for her life from a cruel and powerful husband who will stop at nothing to get me back." She laid the truth bare, a stark and brutal confession. She told him everything, not the fragmented, tearful story she had told Hank, but the whole unvarnished truth. She spoke of the men who had pursued her, of the fight in the canyon, of the gun she had fired. She omitted nothing, softened nothing. She laid her life, her past, her crimes, and her fears at this hard man's feet, expecting him to cast her out, to send her away, to be horrified by the trouble she had brought to his doorstep. When she finished, the silence in the room was as profound as the silence of the prairie at midnight. Abernathy had not moved. His expression had not changed. He simply watched her, his pale eyes seeming to look right through her, into the darkest corners of her soul. She had given him the truth, and now her fate was in his hands. He could be her jailer, her judge, or just possibly her last and only hope for salvation. The truth had been spoken. What remained was the silence, and the answer it held. Chapter 13. The Price of a Lie. The silence in John Abernathy's Spartan living room was a physical entity. It pressed in on Margaret, heavy and suffocating, amplifying the frantic beat of her own heart. She had gambled everything on the truth, laying the full, ugly story of her life bare before this stranger. She had expected an explosion, an immediate and angry rejection. Instead, there was only this unnerving, absolute stillness. Abernathy stood before the cold stone hearth, a monolith of a man, his face an unreadable mask. His pale blue eyes were fixed on her, but his gaze seemed to be looking past her, into a distance she couldn't see, a landscape of his own memories and calculations. She had stripped herself of her last defense, the fragile armor of her lie. Now she was just Eleonora, a fugitive with blood on her hands, a woman who had brought a war to this man's doorstep. She waited for the verdict, her hands clenched so tightly in her lap that her knuckles ached. When he finally spoke, his voice was a low, rough-edged rumble, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Devereaux," he said, the name tasting strange and foreign in the rustic room. "The Philadelphia shipping magnate. I've read the name in the Eastern papers. A man of considerable wealth and influence." It wasn't a question, but a statement of fact. He was not surprised by the name. He was connecting the pieces, assessing the scale of the enemy she had brought with her. The realization that her husband's name was known even out here, in this remote corner of the world, sent a fresh wave of fear through her. Alistair's reach was longer than she had ever imagined. "So you lied," Abernathy continued, his gaze finally returning to her, sharp and piercing. "You sent a letter full of lies, invented a name, and came all this way under false pretenses. You used my name, my ranch, as a hiding place." Every word was an indictment, a cold, hard stone of truth. "Yes," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I was desperate. I didn't know what else to do." "And you brought this trouble with you," he went on, his voice flat, relentless. "Gunfights, men on your trail. You endangered the stage, the driver, the other passengers." "Yes," she admitted again, the weight of her guilt crushing her. "I know. I am sorry for that." He made a short, sharp gesture of dismissal with his hand, as if her apology were a meaningless currency in this world of hard consequences. Sorrow doesn't unshoot a man or bring a dead horse back to life. He walked over to the window and stood with his back to her, looking out at the vast expanse of his land, the land that was his kingdom, his fortress, which she had now breached. "I placed an advertisement for a wife," he said, his voice taking on a different, more distant tone. "It was a practical matter. This house is empty. The winters are long. I am not a young man. I require a companion. A woman of sturdy stock, someone who understands hard work and isn't afraid of silence. Someone to share the burdens and the rewards of this life." He turned back to face her, his eyes blazing with a cold fire. "I did not advertise for a fine lady from the city with a blood feud on her heels. I did not advertise for a war." The condemnation in his voice was absolute. This was it. The rejection she had been bracing for. He would tell her to leave. He would send her back to Cheyenne, back into the world where Alistair's hunters were waiting. She braced herself for the words, but they didn't come. Instead, he fell silent again, his gaze sweeping over her, taking in her torn dress, her trembling hands, the desperate exhaustion in her eyes. He was seeing the price she had paid, the hell she had clawed her way through to get here. "The driver," he said abruptly. "Hank, you trust him?" The question was unexpected. "Yes," she said without hesitation. "With my life." "He's a good man," Abernathy said, a simple statement of fact. "Seen his share of trouble. He wouldn't have stood by you if he didn't think you were worth standing by." He paused, a long, thoughtful silence. "He vouched for you, not with his words, but with his actions. That carries weight." A tiny, fragile flicker of hope ignited in her chest. He was not just looking at her, at the trouble she represented. He was looking at the character witnesses she had unknowingly brought with her. He walked back to the fireplace and stood there for what felt like an eternity, his hand resting on the cold stone of the mantelpiece. She could almost hear the gears of his mind turning, weighing the risks, calculating the odds. Her life was a business proposition on his desk, a ledger of assets and liabilities. The liability was Alistair Devereux, a powerful, ruthless enemy. The asset? She wasn't sure what the asset was. Perhaps there wasn't one. Finally, he spoke, and his words would change the course of her life. "The arrangement stands," he said, his voice devoid of any warmth, a statement of pure, cold pragmatism. She stared at him, uncomprehending. "What?" "The arrangement," he repeated, his tone impatient, as if speaking to a slow-witted child. "You came here to be my wife. That is what you will be. The lie you told has now become the truth. From this moment on, you are Margaret Abernathy. Eleonora Devereux is dead. You will not speak her name again. Is that understood?" The breath left her body in a rush. It wasn't an offer of salvation born of compassion or affection. It was a strategic decision. By making her his wife, by giving her his name, he was absorbing her into his territory, making her a part of his property. An attack on her would now be an attack on him, on the T-Cross Ranch. It was a declaration of war against Alistair, made not for her sake, but for the sake of his own pride and his unyielding sense of sovereignty. He was a king in his own kingdom, and he would not tolerate an invasion. "But why?" she stammered, still struggling to understand. "You said yourself you didn't advertise for a war." "No, I did not," he said, his pale eyes glinting with a hard, dangerous light she hadn't seen before. "But it has come to my door. This is my land, my name. No man, I don't care how rich or powerful, will send his hired guns into my territory to terrorize people under my roof. This is a matter of principle now. Principle, not passion, not pity. A cold, hard Western principle. A man's home was his castle, and John Abernathy's castle was about to come under siege. "There are conditions," he said, his voice taking on the tone of a man dictating a contract. "You will be my wife in name and in public. You will carry my name, and you will perform the duties expected of a rancher's wife. You will run this household. You will earn your keep. This is not a charity." "I understand," she said, her voice small. "In return," he continued, "you will have the protection of my name and my roof. And my guns, my men and I will deal with your husband, should he or his men show their faces here again." He paused, his gaze intense. "But the past is to be buried. I don't want to hear the name Devereaux in this house again. The woman who lived that life is gone. Are we clear?" "Yes," she said, a strange sense of unreality washing over her. "We are clear." He had offered her a sanctuary, but it was a sanctuary with ironclad rules. It was a new kind of cage, but one that offered protection from the wolves outside. The price of her safety was the complete and utter erasure of her former self. "Good," he said, the matter settled in his mind. He turned and walked to a doorway at the back of the room. "Martha!" he called out. The old ranch hand she had seen in the yard appeared in the doorway. So, Martha was a woman. In her men's clothes and with her weathered face, Margaret hadn't realized. "Martha, this is Margaret," Abernathy said, the new name sounding solid, permanent from his lips. "She's the new mistress of this house. Show her to her room. See that she has what she needs." Martha's wrinkled face broke into a wide, surprisingly warm smile. Her eyes, shrewd and kind, assessed Margaret with a glance. "Well, it's about time this place had a woman's touch," she said, her voice a gravelly croak. "Come on, girl, let's get you settled." As Margaret followed the old woman out of the room, she cast a final bewildered glance at John Abernathy. He had already turned his back on her, his attention now on the map hanging on the wall. He was a general studying the battlefield. She was no longer a person to him, but a piece on the board, a territory to be defended. The room Martha showed her to was at the back of the house. It was as Spartan as the rest of the home, containing a simple iron bedstead, a plain wooden wardrobe, and a small table. But the window looked out over a small, neglected vegetable patch, and beyond that, the endless, rolling hills. It was a room with a view of her prison or her sanctuary. She wasn't sure which. "The boss, he ain't much for talkin'," Martha said, as she set a pile of clean linens on the bed. "But his word is iron. He said, 'You're the mistress of the house,' then that's what you are. He said he'll protect you, then heaven and hell will have to move to get to you." She gave Margaret another of her shrewd looks. "Heard the stage had some trouble. Real trouble." Margaret froze, but Martha just chuckled, a dry rustling sound. "Don't you worry, girl. Secrets are the most common crop in this country, and this ranch knows how to keep 'em. You just worry about getting some rest. You look like you've been through a wringer." The old woman left, closing the door softly behind her, leaving Margaret alone in the quiet room. She walked to the window and looked out at the vast, empty land. She had a new name, a new home, a new, strange, and terrifying protector. The price of the lie she had told was that she now had to live it, completely and irrevocably. She had to become Margaret Abernathy, a sturdy rancher's wife, a woman who belonged to this hard land and this hard man. She thought of Hank, driving back to Cheyenne alone, carrying her secrets with him. She thought of Alistair, somewhere back east, plotting his next move. And she thought of herself, this new person standing in this new room. She had survived. But survival, she was beginning to understand, was not the same as freedom. It was just the beginning of a different kind of war. And the first battle would be to survive the silence of her new husband and the ghosts of the woman she used to be. Chapter 14. Two Paths in the Dirt. The days that followed settled into a strange, disquieting rhythm, a life suspended between a violent past and an uncertain future. The T-Cross Ranch was a world unto itself, a self-contained kingdom ruled by the silent, immutable will of John Abernathy. Margaret, for she was Margaret now, the name a garment she was slowly, awkwardly learning to inhabit, found her life governed by two new opposing forces: the vast, crushing silence of her husband and the endless, demanding work of the ranch. Abernathy was a ghost in his own house. He rose before the sun, drank a cup of black coffee while standing at the window, and then disappeared into the vastness of his land, not to be seen again until dusk fell. He moved through the house with a heavy, deliberate tread, his presence a constant, brooding weight. But he rarely spoke to her. Their conversations were clipped, brutally practical exchanges about supplies, meals, or the tasks of the day. He did not ask about her past. He did not speak of his own. The raw, terrifying truth she had confessed on her first day had been locked away in a vault of unspoken agreement, never to be revisited. The house became her domain, as he had dictated. It was a battleground of a different sort, a fight against dust, neglect, and the entrenched, masculine grime of years of solitary living. She scrubbed floors until her knuckles were raw, aired out musty rooms that had been closed for years, and wrestled with the temperamental wood-burning stove in the kitchen. The work was grueling, a physical punishment that left her body aching every night. But it was also a strange kind of salvation. In the exhaustion of her muscles, she found a temporary reprieve from the relentless churning of her mind. When she was kneading bread or tending the small, struggling vegetable garden Martha helped her revive, she had less time to think about the echo of her gunshot or the cold, empty space in the bed in the master bedroom down the hall, a room she had never been invited to enter. She was the mistress of the house, but she was a wife in name only, a housekeeper with a title, living under the same roof as a stranger. Her only real companion was Martha. The old woman was a fixture on the ranch, as weathered and enduring as the ancient cottonwoods that lined the creek bed. She had been with Abernathy for years, since his first wife, Sarah, a name Margaret learned from a faded inscription in a Bible on the mantelpiece, had passed. Martha was the ranch's memory, its conscience, and she became Margaret's reluctant guide. She taught Margaret the practical magic of survival in this harsh land. How to render lard, how to preserve vegetables for the long winter, how to distinguish the scent of rain from the scent of a dust storm on the wind. She was a woman of few words, but her actions spoke volumes. She would appear in the kitchen with a freshly plucked chicken, or leave a bucket of milk on the porch. Her small acts of support, a silent acknowledgement of Margaret's struggle. One afternoon, as they sat on the back porch shelling peas, the silence broken only by the soft plink of the vegetables falling into a metal bowl, Margaret found the courage to ask a question that had been haunting her. "Martha," she began, her voice hesitant, "Mr. Abernathy's first wife, Sarah, what was she like?" Martha's gnarled hands stilled for a moment. She looked out at the horizon, her eyes clouded with memory. "Sarah," she said, her voice a low, gravelly whisper. "She was like a wildflower, not meant for this hard country. She was soft and kind, and she loved him fierce. And he worshipped the ground she walked on." She shook her head slowly. "When she died, something in him died too, the part of him that knew how to talk, how to smile. He just closed up, poured everything he had left into this land. The land doesn't die on you, see? It just endures." The story filled in the empty spaces of Abernathy's silence. It explained the coldness, the distance. He wasn't just a hard man. He was a broken one. He had built a fortress of land and work around the hollow space where his heart used to be. And Margaret was now a prisoner in that fortress, a ghost haunting the rooms that had once belonged to another woman, a woman he had actually loved. The realization was a cold, lonely ache. A week after her arrival, a supply wagon from Cheyenne made its weekly trip out to the ranch. The driver, a cheerful, talkative man named Gus, brought mail, provisions, and news from town. As he unloaded sacks of flour and coffee, he handed a small, neatly wrapped parcel to Margaret. "This is for you, ma'am," he said with a friendly wink. "Driver from the overland office asked me to bring it out special." Margaret's heart leaped into her throat. She knew, before she even saw the handwriting, that it was from Hank. Her hands trembled as she took the parcel inside into the privacy of her room. She unwrapped it carefully. Inside was a small, leather-bound book of poetry, Sonnets from the Portuguese, by Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Tucked inside the front cover was a folded piece of paper. It was not a letter, but a newspaper clipping from the Cheyenne Daily Leader. The article was short, a brief report on an incident east of town. It stated that a man, identified as a gambler named Thomas Calloway, had been found by a prospecting party near Split Rock Canyon. He had suffered a gunshot wound to the shoulder and claimed to have been the victim of an attempted robbery by road agents. The wound was not life-threatening. He had been brought back to Cheyenne for medical attention, but had disappeared from the doctor's office shortly after, his whereabouts unknown. Relief washed over Margaret, so potent and dizzying that she had to sit on the edge of her bed. He was alive. She was not a killer. The weight of that particular sin was lifted from her soul. But the relief was immediately followed by a cold dread. Calloway was alive, and he was free. He was out there somewhere, a wounded wolf, his hatred for her likely inflamed by his humiliation. She then looked at the book. It was an impossibly thoughtful, gentle gift. How had Hank known that she loved poetry? That books were a balm to her soul? It was a message from a world she had left behind, a reminder of the woman she used to be. It was a kindness that stood in stark, painful contrast to the silent, pragmatic arrangement she was now living. She opened the book, and her breath caught. On the flyleaf, in a careful, somewhat labored hand, was an inscription. For Margaret, strength is not the absence of fear, but the courage to move forward in spite of it. It was not signed. It didn't need to be. The gift was a crossroads. It was a quiet testament to the man who had seen her, all of her, the frightened Eleonora and the fierce Margaret, and had respected both. Hank was a man of action and grit, but he also possessed a deep, intuitive kindness, a gentle soul hidden beneath a rough exterior. He offered a path of empathy, of shared burdens, of quiet understanding. And then there was Abernathy, the man who had given her his name, his protection, but at the cost of her identity. His path was one of grim, silent duty. It was a path of survival, of pragmatism, a fortress built of stone and principle. He had saved her life, but he demanded the death of her spirit in return. Two men, two protectors, two paths stretching out before her in the dust of this new life. One path offered a connection, a shared humanity, but was fraught with the danger of the open road, the life of a fugitive. The other offered a formidable, ironclad safety, but in a gilded cage of silence and duty, where she would always be the ghost of a dead woman he had truly loved. Later that evening, as she was clearing away the supper dishes, a meal eaten in the usual oppressive silence, Abernathy spoke, his voice startling her. "There is a rider," he said, standing at the window, looking out into the twilight. "Coming from the south." Margaret's blood ran cold. Calloway? The tracker? She rushed to the window, her heart pounding. A lone horseman was indeed approaching the ranch, moving at a steady, unhurried pace. But as he drew closer, she saw that it was not one of Alistair's men. It was Hank. He rode into the yard on a sturdy-looking buckskin horse, not as a stagecoach driver, but as a man on his own business. He dismounted and tied his horse to the rail, his movements calm and deliberate. He did not look at the house, but she knew he was aware of their eyes on him. Abernathy watched him, his face unreadable. "What does he want?" he murmured, more to himself than to her. Hank walked to the front porch and stopped, waiting. He did not approach the door. He stood there, a silent, patient figure in the fading light, a man waiting to be acknowledged. "He came to see me," Margaret said, the words a quiet certainty. She didn't know how she knew, but she did. The book had been a message, and this was its follow-up. Abernathy turned from the window, his pale eyes fixing on her with a new, sharp intensity. He saw the book, which she had left on the sideboard. He saw the flush on her cheeks. He saw the conflict, the choice, standing right there in his front yard. For the first time since she had arrived, a flicker of something personal, something dangerously close to an emotion, crossed his face. It might have been anger. It might have been jealousy. It was impossible to tell. "You are my wife," he said, the words a cold, hard reminder of the bargain they had struck. "Your business is here, in this house." It was a command. He was forbidding her from going outside, from speaking to the man who had saved her life. He was drawing the line, demanding her absolute, undivided loyalty to the arrangement. Outside, Hank continued to wait, a silent testament to a different kind of promise, a different kind of protection. The two paths that had been forming in her mind had now converged in this dusty ranch yard. One path led back into the house, into the silent, safe prison with the man whose name she bore. The other led out onto the porch, to the man who knew her real name, who had seen her at her weakest and her most fierce, and had offered her not a cage, but a hand to hold in the darkness. Her choice would not be a simple one between two men. It would be a choice about who she was going to be. Margaret Abernathy, the dutiful, protected property of a silent, powerful man, or Eleonora, the survivor, who would take her chances on the open road with a man who knew the price of a broken promise and the value of a person's soul? The setting sun cast long shadows across the yard, and in the twilight, Margaret stood poised between two worlds, the weight of her future resting on her next step. Chapter 15. The Lights of Cheyenne. The silence in the room was a taut wire, vibrating with the unspoken challenge that hung between Margaret and her husband. John Abernathy's words, "You are my wife," were not a term of endearment, but a statement of ownership, a brand seared into the air. His pale eyes were chips of ice, daring her to defy him, to cross the line he had drawn so clearly in the dust of their arrangement. Outside, Hank waited, a patient silhouette against the deepening purple of the twilight, a living embodiment of the other path, the other life that was pulling at her. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird beating against the cage of her chest. To obey Abernathy was to accept the terms of her gilded imprisonment forever. It was to concede that his protection came at the price of her will, her freedom to even speak to the man who had saved her. It was to let the last vestiges of Eleanora die, smothered under the crushing weight of Margaret Abernathy's duty. To defy him, to walk out that door, was an act of rebellion that would shatter the fragile peace she had found. It would be a declaration that she was not his property, that the bargain they had struck had limits. It would be, she knew, an unforgivable offense. She looked at Abernathy, at his hard, unyielding face, and she saw her future stretching out before her, a long, straight, lonely road of silent meals, dutiful chores, and the slow, creeping erosion of her own soul. Then she thought of Hank. She thought of his quiet courage, the gentle wisdom in his inscription, the way he had looked at her not as a liability or a possession, but as a person worth fighting for. He had asked for nothing in return. He had simply stood by her. And in that moment, the choice became terrifyingly, liberatingly clear. She could not live as a ghost in another woman's house, tethered to a man who saw her as a principle to be defended rather than a person to be cherished. Survival was not enough. She needed to live. "He is my friend," she said, her voice quiet but ringing with a newfound, unshakable strength. "He saved my life. I will not be forbidden from speaking to him." Abernathy's face, which she had thought incapable of showing more emotion, darkened like a thunderhead rolling over the plains. A muscle in his jaw clenched, a single telltale sign of the fury he held in check. He did not raise his voice. He did not have to. The cold rage that emanated from him was more intimidating than any shout. "You will regret this," he said, his voice a low, chilling promise. "Perhaps," she replied, her chin held high. "But I would regret being a coward more." Without waiting for another word, she turned her back on him, an act of defiance so profound it felt like a physical blow, and walked to the door. Her hand trembled as she lifted the latch, but she did not falter. She stepped out onto the porch, into the cool evening air, and closed the door on the silent, seething fury of her husband. Hank had not moved. He watched her approach, his expression unreadable in the gloom. He had surely heard the raised voices, had sensed the confrontation. "I shouldn't have come," he said, his voice rough with a regret of his own. "I've caused you more trouble." "No," she said, coming to a stop before him. "You've reminded me of who I am. Thank you for the book. It was a kindness I didn't know I still deserved." "Everyone deserves a little kindness," he said simply. He looked past her, at the closed door of the house. "He's not a happy man." "No," she agreed. "He is not." The purpose of his visit hung in the air between them. He hadn't ridden all this way just to see if she had received his gift. "Calloway is gone," Hank said, getting to the point with his usual directness. "He left town 2 days ago, headed east. Word is, he met up with the tracker. They're gone, for now." He paused, letting the weight of his next words settle. "But I did some asking around in Cheyenne, quietly. Your husband's name, Devereaux, it carries weight even out here. He has business interests, investments in the railroad, in mining operations. He has connections. The next men he sends won't be fools like Calloway. They'll be harder, more official, maybe. They could come with badges and legal papers claiming you're an absconded wife, mentally unstable. They could try to take you in the open." The scenario was terrifyingly plausible. Alistair would not be defeated by a backcountry ambush. He would use his power, his influence, his wealth. He would use the law itself as a weapon. Abernathy's name is strong here, Hank continued, but Devereaux's money is a long river. It can erode even the hardest stone. This ranch, it's a fortress, but it may not be strong enough. He was not just giving her a warning, he was offering her a choice. Again. "What are you saying, Hank?" she asked, though she already knew. "I'm saying this may not be the end of the road for you," he said, his gaze steady and serious. "I'm saying there are other places, further west, Oregon, California, places where a person can truly disappear, start over, places where a man's money doesn't reach so easily." He hesitated, and she could see the effort it took for him to say what he said next. "I'm a stage driver. It's what I do. I take people where they need to go." The offer was staggering. He was offering to help her run again, to leave the safety of the T-Cross, the protection of Abernathy's name, and throw herself back into the wilderness, back into the life of a fugitive. But this time, she would not be alone. This time, he would be with her. It was an offer of a shared life on the run, a life of uncertainty and constant danger. It was an offer of two paths merging into one. Her mind reeled. The safety of the ranch, as cold and lonely as it was a tangible thing. The alternative was a terrifying unknown. But it was an unknown she would face with a man she trusted, a man who saw her, who valued her. Before she could answer, the ranch house door was thrown open. John Abernathy stood there, framed in the doorway, a rifle held loosely in his hand. His face was a thundercloud. "Your business here is concluded, driver," Abernathy said, his voice like the grinding of stones. "Ride out, now." Hank did not flinch. He looked from Abernathy's furious face to Margaret's pale, conflicted one. He had made his offer. The decision was hers. He gave a slow, deep nod, a final acknowledgement. "Ma'am," he said, his voice carrying a world of unspoken meaning. He turned, unhitched his horse, and swung into the saddle. He rode out of the yard without a backward glance, disappearing into the darkness, leaving the echo of his offer hanging in the air. Margaret was left on the porch, caught in the crossfire of Abernathy's silent, possessive rage. She knew, with absolute certainty, that she could not stay. Her act of defiance had broken the fragile pact between them. The protection he offered would now feel more like a jailer's watch than a guardian's care. The silence in the house would no longer be just empty. It would be filled with his resentment and suspicion. She had to leave. She had to take Hank's offer. But how? Abernathy would not simply let her walk away. In his mind, she belonged to him. She spent the next 2 days in a state of high-alert anxiety, plotting her escape. She went about her chores, her movements calm and deliberate on the surface, but her mind was racing. She packed a small bundle of her few belongings, including the book of poetry, and hid it under her bed. She conserved what food she could, stashing biscuits and dried meat in her bag. Abernathy's demeanor toward her had changed. His silence was now a weapon, a cold, heavy blanket of disapproval that he used to try and suffocate her. He watched her every move, his pale eyes missing nothing. The fortress had become a prison. Her chance came on the third night. A storm was brewing, the same kind of wild, violent tempest that had trapped them at Hay Creek Station. The wind howled around the corners of the house, and the sky was lit by intermittent flashes of lightning. Abernathy, like all ranchers, was concerned about his cattle. He and his men, including old Martha, rode out to move a herd from the low-lying pastures to higher ground before the rain turned the creek into a raging torrent. He left her with a stern, final warning. Do not leave this house. It was the opportunity she had been praying for. The moment they were gone, their lanterns swallowed by the wind and the darkness, she sprang into action. She retrieved her bundle, put on her sturdiest shoes, and wrapped her shawl tightly around her head. She hesitated for a moment, then went to the kitchen and took a loaf of bread and a full canteen of water. She was about to leave when her eyes fell on the rifle rack. On a hook beneath it hung a small, sheathed hunting knife, the knife Hank had used to cut his horse free. On impulse, she took it, tucking it into the waistband of her skirt. It was a tool for survival. She was learning. She scribbled a hasty note on a piece of scrap paper and left it on the table, weighted down with a salt cellar. Mr. Abernathy, I release you from our bargain. I will not bring any more of my trouble to your door. Thank you for your protection. Margaret. It was a lie and a truth all at once. She was freeing him, but she was also freeing herself. She slipped out the back door into the howling wind. The 5-mile walk to Cheyenne was a daunting, terrifying prospect, especially with the storm about to break. But she had no choice. She had to get to Hank. She had to trust that he would be there, that he would be waiting. The journey was a nightmare. The wind tore at her, trying to push her back. The darkness was almost absolute, broken only by the terrifying, brilliant flashes of lightning that revealed a wild, heaving landscape. The trail was a faint track, and she stumbled often, her ankles twisting on loose rocks. She was guided only by a faint, distant glow on the horizon, the lights of Cheyenne. They were a beacon, a promise of a different life, a different future. She thought about the 2 men who had defined her short, tumultuous time in the West. Abernathy, the man of iron principle, who had offered her a life of suffocating safety, and Hank, the man of quiet honor, who had offered her a life of perilous freedom. She had made her choice. She had chosen the storm. Rain began to fall, cold and stinging, soaking her to the skin in moments. The trail turned to mud, and every step became a struggle. She was cold, exhausted, and terrified, but she kept moving, her eyes fixed on the distant, shimmering lights. They were the lights of a new beginning, a new path forged not in a business arrangement, but in a shared struggle, a quiet kindness, and a promise spoken in a whisper. She didn't know if she would make it. She didn't know what would happen when she got there. All she knew was that she had to keep walking, one painful step at a time, toward the lights of Cheyenne. Chapter 16. The Man Who Waits. The lights of Cheyenne were a cruel deception. For what felt like an eternity, they shimmered on the horizon, a fixed point of hope that never seemed to get any closer. The 5-mile walk from the T-Cross Ranch was not a journey across a landscape, but a battle against the elements and her own failing body. The storm, which had been a threat, became a merciless entity, a physical assault of wind and water. The rain came down in solid, blinding sheets, turning the world into a churning, primordial chaos where the sky and the earth merged into one. Her shawl was useless, soaked through in seconds. Her wool dress became a leaden weight, clinging to her skin, sapping what little warmth she had left. The trail dissolved into a slick, treacherous river of mud that sucked at her shoes, threatening to pull them from her feet with every step. She fell, time and again. Her hands and knees scraped raw on the unseen rocks beneath the muck. Each time she went down, the temptation to stay there, to simply let the cold and the exhaustion claim her, was a siren song. It would be so easy to close her eyes, to let the storm wash her away, to end the struggle. But then she would think of Hank. She would picture his steady gray eyes, the quiet strength in his hands, the inscription in the book he had given her. Strength is not the absence of fear, but the courage to move forward in spite of it. The words became a mantra, a desperate prayer she repeated with every ragged breath. She was not the fragile Eleonora who would have surrendered to the storm. She was Margaret, the woman who had fired a gun, who had faced down her fears, who had walked away from a powerful man's rage. She would not be defeated by mud and rain. She forced herself up, again and again, her muscles screaming in protest, her body shaking with a deep, uncontrollable chill. She kept her eyes fixed on the distant, blurry glow of the town, the only landmark in the maelstrom. It was a pilgrimage, each step an act of faith. Faith in Hank, faith in the choice she had made, and a new, terrifying faith in herself. It was in the deepest hour of the night, when she was on the verge of complete collapse, that she finally stumbled onto something solid, the rutted, gravelly surface of a main road. She had reached the outskirts of town. The lights were closer now, individual points of yellow in the swirling dark. Relief, so profound it was painful, washed over her, giving her a fresh surge of adrenaline. She staggered through the muddy, deserted streets of Cheyenne. The town was shuttered against the storm, the saloons and businesses dark and silent. It was a ghost town, populated only by the howling wind and the drumming rain. She had no idea where to find Hank. The Overland stage office would be closed. He had mentioned finding a bunk at the stable, but which one? There were dozens. She leaned against the wall of a building, the rough wood pressing into her back, trying to catch her breath, trying to think. Her mind was a fog of exhaustion and cold. Where would he be? Where would a man like Hank go? He was a man who waited, a man who watched. He would anticipate this. He would know she would come. He would have made it easy for her. And then she saw it. At the far end of the street, there was a single, steady light. It wasn't a house or a business. It was a lantern hung on the porch of the stagecoach office. The office itself was dark, but that one lantern burned, a solitary beacon in the stormy night. It was a signal. It was for her. Hope, fierce and desperate, surged through her. She pushed herself off the wall and began to run, her tired legs finding a new, miraculous strength. She stumbled through the puddles, her eyes fixed on that single point of light. It was the lighthouse at the end of her world. As she drew closer, a figure detached itself from the shadows of the porch. A tall man in a heavy coat, his hat pulled down low against the driving rain. It was Hank. He had been there all along, standing watch, waiting for her in the heart of the storm. "Hank!" she cried, her voice a raw, broken thing. He ran to meet her, closing the distance in a few long strides. He caught her as she stumbled, his strong arms wrapping around her, holding her up. "I knew you'd come," he said, his voice thick with a mixture of relief and fury. He half carried her onto the sheltered porch, out of the worst of the rain. "You're frozen," he said, his hands chafing her icy, numb fingers. "What were you thinking, walking through this?" "I had to," she gasped, shivering violently, her teeth chattering. Abernathy, I couldn't stay." "I know," he said, his voice softening. He stripped off his heavy oilskin coat and wrapped it around her shoulders. It was warm from his body, and it smelled of leather, horses, and him. It was the most comforting thing she had ever felt. I figured as much after our little talk. I've been watching the road since the storm broke. He unlocked the door to the stage office and led her inside, into the dark, quiet space. It smelled of ink, paper, and dust. He lit a lamp, and the small room filled with a warm, golden light. In the corner was a small pot-bellied stove, and he quickly set about building a fire, his movements efficient and sure. "Get those wet things off," he commanded, his back to her, affording her a measure of privacy. He handed her a rough wool blanket from a nearby crate. "Wrap yourself in this." She did as he said, her fingers so numb she could barely work the buttons on her dress. She stripped off the sodden, muddy garment and wrapped the coarse, wonderfully warm blanket around her shivering body. She huddled by the stove as the fire caught, the flames crackling to life, chasing the chill from the room and from her bones. Hank poured a shot of whiskey from a flask into a tin cup and handed it to her. "Drink this. It'll help." The liquor burned a fiery path down her throat, but it sent a welcome wave of heat through her body. He hung her wet dress near the stove to dry, and then sat on a crate across from her, his expression a mixture of concern and something deeper, something she couldn't quite name. "You're safe now," he said quietly. The simple words, spoken in the warm, safe cocoon of the little room, with the storm raging outside, were her undoing. The last of her strength, her defiance, her carefully constructed courage, crumbled. A great, shuddering sob tore through her, and she began to weep. The tears she had held back for days finally breaking free. She wept for the life she had lost, for the terror she had endured, for the terrible choices she had been forced to make. She wept for the man she might have killed, and for the woman she had become. Hank didn't try to comfort her with words. He simply let her cry, his presence a silent, patient anchor in her storm of grief. He sat and watched the fire, giving her the space and the time she needed to let it all out. When her sobs finally subsided into shuddering breaths, he spoke, his voice gentle. "It's all right, Eleonora," he said. He had used her real name, not the fugitive's alias, not the rancher's property tag, but her name. In his mouth, it was not a condemnation or a threat. It was an acknowledgement, a recognition of the person she was, beneath all the layers of fear and pretense. Hearing it spoken with such quiet respect was a profound, healing balm. "What do we do now?" she asked, her voice small and hoarse, wiping her tear-streaked face with the back of her hand. "Now, you rest," he said, "and in the morning, we make a plan. The company keeps a small apartment upstairs for traveling inspectors. It's empty. You can stay there tonight. No one will know you're here." He stood up and pulled another blanket from the crate. "I'll be right here on this floor. I'm not leaving you." The quiet finality of his words was the most reassuring promise she had ever heard. He was her guardian, her sentinel. She was not alone. Later, settled on a narrow cot in the small, dusty apartment upstairs, wrapped in dry blankets, she listened to the storm begin to abate. The howling of the wind gentled to a mournful sigh, the drumming of the rain to a soft patter. Below her, she could hear the occasional soft creak of the floorboards as Hank moved about, his watchful presence a comforting shield against the terrors of the night. She thought about the two men who had become the twin poles of her existence. Abernathy, who had offered her a fortress, but demanded her submission. He was a man of the land, rooted, immovable. He represented a life of static, cold security. And then there was Hank. He was a man of the road, a man of constant motion. He offered no fortress, no guarantees, only a shared journey, a promise to face the dangers together. He represented a life of perilous, uncertain freedom. She had chosen the road. She had chosen the man who waited for her in the storm. She didn't know where that road would lead. The path ahead was shrouded in fog, fraught with danger. Alistair was still out there, a powerful, relentless force. But as she finally drifted toward a deep, dreamless sleep, the first true sleep she had known in what felt like a lifetime, she knew she had made the right choice. Safety was not a place. It was not a name or a roof over one's head. For her, safety was the quiet, steadfast presence of the man downstairs, the man who knew her real name and was not afraid to speak it. The man who waits. Chapter 17. A Gilded Cage. The world beyond the dusty window of the stage office apartment was a place reborn, washed clean by the storm. The morning sun shone with a brilliant, benevolent light, glinting off the puddles that dotted the muddy streets and making the wet rooftops steam. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the clean, earthy scent of damp soil. It felt like a morning of new beginnings, a world of possibilities. But for Margaret, or Eleonora, as she was beginning to think of herself again in the quiet sanctuary Hank had provided, the beauty of the day was a mockery. The cage she had fled had not been the T-Cross Ranch itself, but the life it represented. Now she found herself in a different kind of confinement. A small, anonymous room above a business in a town where she could not show her face. Hank had been adamant. "You stay put. You don't go near the window. No one can know you're in Cheyenne." As far as anyone knows, Margaret Abernathy is still out at the T-Cross. The longer we can keep that story alive, the more time we have. Time. It was their most precious and most fleeting commodity. Time to plan. Time to heal. Time to figure out a way to disappear before Alistair's long arm reached them again. The apartment was a small, functional space, consisting of a single room with a cot, a table, and 2 chairs. It was a place of transit, not a home, and it felt like it. The very air was imbued with the lonely, transient spirits of the inspectors and officials who had passed through. But Hank, with his quiet, practical care, had made it a haven. He brought her meals from a small cafe down the street, smuggling them in the back door so no one would see. He brought her a basin of hot water for washing, a clean, mended shirt of his own for her to wear while her dress finished drying, and, most importantly, he brought her his presence. He spent the day with her in that small room. He did not press her with questions or overwhelm her with plans. He seemed to understand that what she needed most was a period of quiet grace, a moment to simply breathe without fear. He sat at the small table, cleaning his revolver with a quiet, methodical concentration. The soft clicks of the metal, a strangely comforting sound. He told her stories of the road, not of danger and violence, but of the small, strange, and beautiful things he had seen. A herd of wild horses running against a sunset. A meteor shower over the empty plains that looked like the sky was weeping diamonds. The quiet dignity of a Sioux hunting party he had once shared a pipe with. His stories painted a picture of a man who, despite his own deep-seated grief, had never lost his capacity for wonder. He was a man who paid attention to the world, who found a quiet, rugged poetry in its harshness. He was not just a man of action. He was a man of deep and thoughtful substance. As he spoke, Eleonora watched him, a slow, warm tide of affection rising in her chest. It was a feeling so new, so different from the frantic, possessive passion Alistair had called love, that she didn't at first recognize it. It was a quiet, steady warmth, built on a foundation of respect, gratitude, and a profound sense of connection. He was the first man who had ever treated her not as a beautiful object to be possessed, or a problem to be solved, but as an equal, a partner in a shared struggle. "What about you, Hank?" she asked in a quiet moment, when the only sound was the gentle ticking of a clock downstairs. "What happens to you now? You can't just leave your job." He finished reassembling his revolver and looked at her, his gray eyes serious. "I already have," he said simply. "I went to the division superintendent this morning, told him I was quitting, told him I had some personal business to attend to, a family matter back east." The words struck her with the force of a physical blow. "No," she whispered, horrified. "You can't. That job, the stage, it's your life." "It was a life," he corrected gently. "It was a way to keep moving, a way to outrun the ghosts. But a man can't run forever. Sooner or later, you have to stop and turn around, make a stand. My stand just happens to be with you." He gave her a small, wry smile. "Besides, after what happened in that canyon, my report would have been a web of lies to protect you. I'm not a good liar, Eleonora, and my word is all I really have. I wasn't going to compromise it. It was time for me to move on." The sacrifice was immense. He had given up his home, his livelihood, the very structure of his existence for her. The debt she owed him was becoming immeasurable, a weight that was both crushing and uplifting. "So, what is the plan?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "The plan is to become ghosts," he said, his voice dropping low. "We need to get you out of Wyoming, out of the territories where your husband's name has influence. We need to go west. Oregon, like I said. It's a new country. People don't ask a lot of questions there. A man and a woman can start over, build a life." A man and a woman. The words hung in the air between them, shimmering with a new, unspoken meaning. He wasn't just talking about helping a fugitive escape. He was talking about a future together. The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating. The idea of a life with Hank, a life of shared hardship, yes, but also of shared respect and this quiet, steady affection, was a dream she had never dared to dream. But the reality was still grim. "We have no money," she said, the practical concern a stark, cold fact. "I have nothing, and you've given up your job." "I've got some saved," he said. "Enough to buy a good wagon, a team, and supplies to get us over the mountains. It won't be a stagecoach, mind you. It will be a long, hard trip. Just the two of us against the wilderness." "And Alistair," she whispered, the name a shadow in the bright room. "He won't just let me disappear." "No," Hank agreed, his face growing grim. "He won't. That's why we have to be smart. We have to create a false trail. We have to make him think you've gone in a different direction." He leaned forward, his voice low and conspiratorial. "The story I told the superintendent was that I was heading east, to St. Louis. I'll make a show of buying a train ticket east tomorrow. I'll let people see me. Let the story spread. Let his spies, if he has any in this town, report that the driver who helped you has gone back to the States. And me? You," he said, "will disappear. Tonight, under the cover of darkness, we get you out of this town. I have a friend, an old trapper named Silas, not the same one from the station, who has a cabin up in the Laramie Mountains. It's remote, inaccessible. No one would ever think to look for you there. You'll be safe. I'll take you there tonight, and then I'll come back to Cheyenne to make my departure east. I'll buy the wagon and supplies, and in a week's time, when the trail is cold, I'll come back for you. And then we go west, hard and fast. The plan was audacious, dangerous, and brilliant. It was a plan born of a lifetime of strategic thinking, of knowing the land and the people in it. For the first time, Eleonora felt not just a flicker of hope, but a real, solid belief that they could do this. They could actually win. The rest of the day was spent in quiet preparation. Hank went out for short periods, procuring what they would need, his movements discreet. He returned with a set of boys' clothing, a pair of sturdy denim trousers, a flannel shirt, and a wide-brimmed hat. "You'll wear these tonight," he said, avoiding her eyes, a faint flush on his weathered cheeks. "You'll attract less attention on the ride up to the cabin. A man and a boy riding out of town at night is less remarkable than a man and a woman." She took the clothes, the rough fabric a symbol of her complete transformation. She was shedding every last piece of Eleonora Devereux, the fine lady from Philadelphia. She was becoming someone new, someone who could wear a boy's clothes and ride into the mountains in the dead of night. As dusk fell, a new kind of tension settled over the small room. The quiet intimacy of the day gave way to the charged energy of an impending journey. This was their last night in this gilded cage, their last moment of stillness before they plunged back into the unknown. Hank stood by the window, looking down at the street below, which was beginning to come alive with the evening bustle of a frontier town. The lights from the saloons cast a warm, inviting glow, and the sound of a piano drifted up to them, a melody both cheerful and lonesome. It was the sound of a world they were about to leave behind forever. Eleonora came to stand beside him. She was dressed in the boy's clothes. They were too large for her, but they felt strangely liberating. She had tucked her long hair up under the hat. In the dim light, she could almost believe the disguise herself. "Are you ready for this?" Hank asked, his voice a low murmur. He wasn't looking at the street anymore. He was looking at her, his gray eyes searching her face. "I'm scared," she admitted, her voice a whisper. "But I've never been more ready for anything in my life." He nodded, a slow, satisfied expression on his face. "I knew you had it in you," he said, "right from the first. I saw the fighter in your eyes." In the close confines of the small room, with the sounds of the world drifting up from below, the space between them seemed to shrink, to become charged with all the things that had been left unsaid. The gratitude, the respect, the deep, abiding affection. It was a powerful, invisible current pulling them together. He raised his hand, as if to touch her cheek, but then hesitated, his fingers curling into a fist before dropping back to his side. The habit of a lifetime of solitude, of keeping his distance, was hard to break. But Eleonora was done with hesitation. She was done with fear. She reached out and placed her hand on his arm. His muscles tensed under her touch, but he didn't pull away. "Hank," she said, her voice soft but clear. "Thank you is not a big enough word. You have given me back my life." "You fought for your own life, Eleonora," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "I just held the horses steady." She looked up at him, into the depths of his kind, weary eyes, and she saw her future. It was not a future of certainty or ease. It would be a future of hard roads, cold nights, and the constant threat of a shadow from the past. But it would be a future she faced with this man, this good, honorable, courageous man. And that was a future she would choose over any gilded cage in the world. "It's time," he said, his voice husky. "The horses are ready. It's time to go." He blew out the lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Together, they slipped out of the apartment, two ghosts leaving their last safe harbor, and stepped out into the night, ready to face the long, dark road ahead. Chapter 18. A Shadow from the Past. The cabin in the Laramie Mountains was a place outside of time. Tucked away in a high, secluded valley, accessible only by a winding, overgrown trail, it was a hermit's sanctuary, a place designed to be forgotten by the world. The old trapper, Silas, was a ghost himself, a man whose gnarled hands and near-total silence spoke of a lifetime spent in the company of mountains and solitude. He had accepted Eleonora's presence with a grunt and a nod for Hank, asked no questions, and promptly disappeared into the wilderness, leaving her in sole possession of his rustic one-room kingdom. For a week, Eleonora lived in a state of suspended animation. The gilded cage of the Cheyenne apartment was replaced by a cage of breathtaking, terrifying isolation. The silence here was different from the oppressive quiet of the T-Cross Ranch. It was a living thing, composed of the whisper of wind through the pines, the chattering of unseen squirrels, and the distant, lonely cry of a hawk. It was a silence that was both healing and unnerving. It gave her space to think, to process the trauma she had endured, but it also left her utterly alone with her thoughts, her fears, and the ghosts of her past. She spent her days exploring the small valley, dressed in the boy's clothes that were now her only practical attire. She learned the landscape, the way the light changed on the granite peaks, the feel of the cold, clear water from the creek that ran past the cabin. She learned to identify birds by their song, to find wild berries, to be comfortable in her own solitude. The soft, refined Eleonora from Philadelphia was fading with every passing day, replaced by a tougher, more resilient woman who knew how to start a fire with flint and steel and how to use the hunting knife Hank had left her to clean a fish. She was becoming a creature of this wild place. But every night, as the sun set and the valley filled with long, creeping shadows, the fear would return. She would sit by the fire in the small, dark cabin and wait. She was waiting for Hank. He had promised he would return in a week. He was her only link to the outside world, her only hope for the future. Her entire existence was now an act of faith in this one man's word. What if something had happened to him? What if his plan had gone wrong? What if Alistair's men had found him? The questions were a relentless torment, a poison that seeped into the peace of her solitude. She would read the book of poetry he had given her, the words of familiar comfort, a tether to both the woman she had been and the man she hoped to be with. She would trace his inscription with her finger, the words a silent prayer. Courage to move forward in spite of it. On the seventh day, her vigil became a constant, nerve-wracking watch. She spent the entire day near the edge of the valley, her eyes scanning the narrow trail that was the only way in or out. The sun climbed to its zenith and began its slow descent, and still there was no sign of him. Doubt, a cold, sickening serpent, began to coil in her stomach. Had he abandoned her? Had the risk become too great? Was she to be left here to fend for herself, a permanent hermit in this mountain prison? No, she crushed the thought. This was Hank, The man who had faced down Calloway, who had driven his team through a gunfight, who had waited for her in a storm. He had promised. His word was iron. As the last light of day was bleeding from the sky, she heard it. A sound that did not belong to the wilderness. The slow, steady clop of a horse's hooves, the gentle creak of a wagon's wheels. Her heart leaped. He was here. She ran down the trail, her feet flying over the familiar ground. As she rounded the last bend, she saw him. He was not on a single horse, but on the seat of a sturdy supply wagon, drawn by a team of 2 strong-looking mules. The back of the wagon was loaded with canvas-covered supplies. He had done it. He had everything they needed. He saw her, and a wide, relieved smile broke across his weary face. It was the first true, unguarded smile she had ever seen from him, and it transformed him, erasing the years of grief and hardship, revealing the handsome, hopeful man who had been buried underneath. "Eleonora!" he called out, his voice full of a warmth that enveloped her. She ran the last few yards, and he swung down from the wagon, catching her in his arms. It was not a formal, steadying grip this time. It was an embrace, strong and sure. He held her close, and she buried her face in the rough fabric of his coat, breathing in his familiar scent of dust, leather, and honesty. For a long moment, they just stood there, holding on to each other, a silent affirmation of all they had survived and all that lay ahead. "I was so worried," she whispered into his chest. "I told you I'd be back," he said, his voice a low rumble against her ear. He pulled away slightly, his hands still resting on her shoulders, his eyes searching her face. "Are you all right?" "I am now," she said, and she meant it. The fear and doubt of the last week vanished, burned away by the simple, solid reality of his presence. "My plan worked," he said, a note of triumph in his voice. "I made a show of leaving town, bought my ticket east. The spies, if there were any, took the bait. The trail is cold. We're ghosts." He gestured to the wagon. "I have everything we need. We can leave at first light. We'll head north first, into the Bighorns, then swing west. It's a hard trail, but it's one they'll never expect." That night, for the first time, the small cabin did not feel like a prison. It felt like a home. They shared a simple meal of beans and bacon, their first meal together as partners in a new life. The silence between them was no longer one of distance, but of deep, comfortable intimacy. They were 2 people who had seen the worst of the world, and the worst of each other's fears, and had come out the other side, bound by a trust that was more powerful than any spoken vow. After they had eaten, they sat before the fire, the flames casting a warm, dancing light on their faces. The weight of their unacknowledged feelings, the unspoken emotions that had been building since that first day on the stagecoach, finally became too heavy to ignore. "Eleonora," Hank began, his voice hesitant, his usual certainty gone. He seemed to be wrestling with his words. "This life we're choosing, it's not an easy one. It's a life on the run. There will be no comfort, no security. Not for a long time." "I know that, Hank," she said softly. "I'm an old man," he went on, his gaze fixed on the fire. "Set in my ways. I'm quiet. I carry baggage." "So do I," she whispered. "My baggage tried to kill us." He looked at her then, a deep, profound emotion in his gray eyes. "What I mean to say is, a woman like you, a lady raised to gentility, You deserve better. You deserve a fine house, security, a man who can give you the world. The man who wanted to give me the world turned it into a cage, she said, her voice fierce with conviction. I don't want the world, Hank. I just want a life. A real one. With a good, honorable man I can trust. She reached out and took his large, calloused hand in her own. I want a life with you. The confession, so bold and direct, seemed to stun him. He looked down at their joined hands, then back up at her face, his expression a mixture of awe, disbelief, and a dawning, radiant joy. He brought her hand to his lips and pressed a gentle, reverent kiss to her knuckles. Eleonora, he said, her name a prayer on his lips. He leaned in, and his mouth found hers. His kiss was not the hungry, possessive kiss of Alistair, but something new and wonderful. It was gentle, yet firm, hesitant, yet full of a lifetime of pent-up longing. It was a kiss of profound tenderness, of shared sorrow, and a shared, desperate hope for the future. It was a promise, sealed in the firelight of a lonely mountain cabin. In that moment, they were no longer just a driver and his passenger, a protector and his charge. They were a man and a woman, two broken souls who had found in each other a reason to be whole again. But as they broke the kiss, their foreheads resting against each other, a sound from outside shattered the perfect, fragile moment. A sound that did not belong. The sharp, unmistakable snap of a twig under a heavy boot. Hank was on his feet in an instant, his body transformed back into the hardened sentinel. He grabbed his rifle from beside the hearth and moved silently to the cabin's single, small window, peering out into the darkness. Eleonora's heart, which had been soaring moments before, plummeted into a cold, dark abyss of fear. They were not alone. "Stay away from the window," Hank whispered, his voice a low, urgent command. He stood there for a long, agonizing minute, a statue carved from shadow and moonlight, listening. Then he stiffened. "There's someone out there," he breathed, "at the edge of the trees. One man. It couldn't be. How? How could they have been found? The cabin was a secret. The trail was cold. "Is it Calloway?" she whispered, her hand instinctively going to the hunting knife at her belt. "I can't tell," Hank said, his voice tight with tension. "He's keeping to the shadows, but he's not acting like a hunter. He's just watching." A new, horrifying thought occurred to her. "Abernathy," she said. "Could he have followed you?" Hank shook his head. "No, I made sure I wasn't followed from Cheyenne. This is something else." The watcher outside made his move. He stepped out from the cover of the trees into a patch of moonlight that silvered the clearing in front of the cabin. He was a tall man, impeccably dressed in a fine dark suit that was absurdly out of place in this rugged wilderness. He wore no hat, and the moonlight caught the glint of his perfectly coiffed dark hair. He moved with an easy, arrogant grace, as if he were strolling into a ballroom rather than a hostile mountain clearing. Eleonora's blood turned to ice. She didn't need to see his face clearly. She knew that posture. She knew that walk. She knew the chilling, absolute confidence of that silhouette. It wasn't Calloway. It wasn't the tracker. It wasn't Abernathy. It was her husband. It was Alistair. He had not sent his hounds this time. The master of the hunt had come himself. He stopped in the middle of the clearing, his hands clasped behind his back, and he looked directly at the cabin. He couldn't see them, but he knew they were there. A slow, triumphant smile spread across his face, a slash of white in the moonlight. The chase was over. He had found his prize. The shadow from her past had finally, horribly, caught up with her. Chapter 19. The Breaking of a Vow. The sight of Alistair, standing so calmly in the moonlit clearing, was a violation. He had breached her sanctuary, not with a howl of rage or a clatter of arms, but with the quiet, terrifying arrogance that was his most potent weapon. He had brought the stench of his perfumed, civilized cruelty into this wild, honest place, and his very presence felt like a sacrilege. The air in the small cabin, which moments before had been filled with the warm, hopeful promise of a new life, was now thick with the suffocating miasma of the old one. Eleonora felt a paralysis creep over her, a familiar, cold dread that rooted her to the spot. It was the same helpless terror she had felt in the shadowed hallways of their Philadelphia home, the feeling of a small, trapped creature facing the snake that was about to devour it. Her mind couldn't process how he had found them. The plan had been perfect. They were ghosts. But Alistair had always had a seemingly supernatural ability to know her thoughts, to anticipate her moves. It felt as if he had simply willed himself here, drawn by the invisible tether of his obsession. "How?" she whispered, the word a small, broken sound in the tense silence of the cabin. "I don't know," Hank breathed, his voice a low, dangerous growl. He never took his eyes off the figure in the clearing, his rifle held at the ready. The tender man who had kissed her moments ago was gone, replaced by the hardened warrior. But he's here, and he's not alone. Hank's eyes darted to the edges of the clearing, to the deep, impenetrable shadows under the pines. A man like that doesn't travel through this kind of country by himself. He'll have men with him, good ones, positioned. We're surrounded. The invisible net she had been fleeing for months had finally, irrevocably, closed. This cabin was no longer a sanctuary. It was a tomb. Outside, Alistair took a few leisurely steps forward, his polished shoes incongruous on the rough, pine-needle-strewn ground. He stopped a respectful distance from the cabin, as if he were paying a social call. "Eleonora!" he called out, his voice smooth and resonant, carrying easily in the still night air. It was the same voice he used in drawing rooms, a voice of cultured, effortless authority. But to her, it was the sound of her own damnation. "I know you're in there. There's no need for this rustic melodrama to continue. Come out. We can settle this with a modicum of dignity." Dignity. The word was a bitter poison on his tongue. There had been no dignity in the way he had treated her, no dignity in the fear she had lived with for years. "Don't answer him," Hank hissed, his focus absolute. "Don't let him know who else is in here." But it was too late. Alistair's gaze lifted from the cabin door to the wagon, and the team of mules tethered nearby. A slow, condescending smile spread across his face. "Ah," he said, a soft, amused chuckle in his voice. "I see you've acquired a rustic champion. The stagecoach driver, I presume. Calloway's report was quite vivid. It seems my little bird has developed a taste for the lower branches." The insult was delivered with a silken, effortless cruelty. He was dismissing Hank, dismissing their connection, reducing it to a sordid, low-class dalliance. The words sent a hot flash of rage through Eleonora, burning away the cold paralysis of her fear. How dare he? How dare he stand there and mock the one good, honorable man she had ever known? "Stay here," Hank ordered, his voice a low command. He began to move toward the door. "What are you doing?" she cried, grabbing his arm. He wants to talk. I'm going to talk to him, Hank said, his face a grim mask. Buy us some time. Let me see what he wants. Where his other men are. No, she pleaded, her grip tightening. He'll kill you. You don't know him. I know his type, Hank said, his gray eyes hard as flint. He gently but firmly pried her fingers from his arm. Barricade the door behind me. Don't open it, for anything. Do you understand? It was the voice he had used in the canyon, the voice of a commander issuing an order that could not be disobeyed. Before she could protest further, he slipped out the door, closing it softly behind him. Eleonora rushed to the small, grimy window, her heart pounding a frantic, desperate rhythm. She watched as Hank stepped off the porch, his rifle held loosely at his side, his posture wary but unafraid. He walked into the moonlit clearing, stopping about 10 feet from Alistair. The two men faced each other, a tableau of two worlds colliding, the rough-hewn, honorable man of the wilderness and the polished, corrupt man of the city. That's far enough, driver, Alistair said, his tone one of bored impatience, as if addressing a servant. I have no business with you. My business is with my wife. Your wife is not here, Hank said, his voice a low, steady rumble. The woman in that cabin is under my protection. Alistair laughed, a sound of genuine, condescending amusement. Protection? You? A man who smells of horses and lives on pennies a day? What can you possibly offer her? This? He gestured around at the vast, dark wilderness. A life of dirt and fear and squalor. I can offer her the world. Forgiveness. A return to her rightful place. All she has to do is come back to me. She's not going back, Hank stated, his voice flat and final. Oh, I think she is, Alistair said, his smile fading, his voice taking on a chillingly pleasant, conversational tone. You see, you are operating under a misconception. You believe this is a negotiation. It is not. It is a retrieval. My property was stolen from me, and I have come to reclaim it. You are merely a temporary complication, an obstacle to be removed. He sighed, a theatrical gesture of regret. I was prepared to be generous, to let you walk away from this with your life. But your stubbornness is trying my patience. From the shadows of the trees to the left of the clearing, two figures emerged. They were not ruffians like Calloway. These men were dressed in dark, practical clothing, and they moved with the silent, efficient deadliness of professionals. They held rifles, and they leveled them at Hank. From the other side of the clearing, another two men appeared. They were surrounded. Hank's assessment had been correct. Hank didn't flinch. He didn't even glance at the new arrivals. His eyes remained locked on Alistair. You think your money and your hired guns make you a king out here? Hank said, his voice laced with a contempt that was as sharp as a blade. Out here, a man's worth is measured by his word and his courage. And you, sir, have neither. Alistair's face, and for the first time, lost its mask of bored arrogance. A flicker of pure, venomous rage crossed his features. He was not used to being challenged, to being spoken to with anything other than fear or deference. You have a primitive, sentimental view of the world, driver, Alistair hissed, his voice dropping to a silken threat. Allow me to educate you. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod to the men on his left. It happened so fast, Eleonora almost didn't process it. There was a deafening roar of a rifle shot. It was not a warning. It was not a distraction. It was a shot meant to kill. Hank reacted with the preternatural speed of a man who had lived his life on the edge of violence. He didn't try to raise his own rifle. He dove. He threw himself to the ground, rolling, as the bullet tore through the space where he had been standing a second before. But the shot had not come from the men on the left. It had come from Alistair himself. From a small, elegant Derringer pistol that he had produced, as if by magic, from the sleeve of his coat. It had all been a performance. The hired guns were a distraction, a way to draw Hank's attention, while Alistair, the master of the game, prepared to deliver the killing blow himself. Hank came up on one knee, bringing his rifle to bear. But he was too late. The 4 riflemen in the trees all fired at once. The clearing erupted in a cacophony of gunfire, the sound of physical assault that seemed to shake the very foundations of the cabin. Eleonora screamed. She saw Hank's body jerk once, twice, as if struck by invisible fists. He staggered, his rifle falling from his grasp. A dark stain blossomed on the front of his shirt, black in the moonlight. He looked up, his eyes finding the cabin window, finding her. His expression was not one of pain or fear, but of a deep, profound, and heartbreaking regret. He had broken his promise. He had failed her. He sank to his knees, then pitched forward onto the cold, hard ground. He did not move again. The world went silent. The echo of the gunshots faded, leaving a ringing in Eleonora's ears. Time seemed to stop. She stared at the still figure lying in the clearing, her mind refusing to accept what her eyes had just seen. No, it couldn't be. Not Hank. Not her steady, honorable, courageous Hank. A terrible animal sound tore itself from her throat, a sound of such raw, primal agony that it was barely human. The love, the hope, the entire fragile future they had just begun to build together had been extinguished in a single brutal volley of gunfire. Alistair stood over Hank's body, his face calm, his Derringer still smoking in his hand. He looked at the fallen man with a dispassionate, clinical interest, as if observing a specimen. "A shame," he said to no one in particular. "He had a certain rustic fortitude." He then turned his gaze to the cabin, to the window where he knew she was watching. His face was devoid of emotion. He had eliminated the obstacle. Now it was time to retrieve his property. "The melodrama is over, Eleonora," he called out, his voice calm, reasonable, utterly insane. "It is time to come home." Something inside Eleonora broke. The grief, the terror, the rage coalesced into a single white-hot point of pure, incandescent fury. The frightened woman who had cowered in his presence for years was burned away in that fire, and what was left was something hard and cold and deadly. She backed away from the window, her movements no longer frantic or panicked, but slow, deliberate, chillingly calm. Her eyes fell on the hunting knife she had tucked into her belt. Her fingers closed around its hilt. Then she looked at the hearth, where Hank's second gun, the Colt revolver he had taken from her in Cheyenne, lay on the mantelpiece. He had cleaned it. He had loaded it. He had left it for her. She picked it up. The weight was familiar now. It was not the weight of fear, but the weight of purpose. Alistair thought the game was over. He thought he had won. He had killed her champion, and now he expected his frightened little bird to flutter back to its cage. He had made a fatal miscalculation. He had not understood the woman she had become. He had not understood the vow she had just made to herself over the body of the man she loved. The vow was not one of survival. It was one of vengeance. She walked to the door and took a deep, steadying breath. She could hear them approaching, the crunch of their boots on the ground. They were coming for her. She raised the colt, her hand as steady as stone. The breaking of Hank's vow to protect her had forged a new one in her own heart, a vow written in blood and grief. She would not be taken. She would not be a prize. She would be a reckoning. She thumbed back the hammer, the click echoing the final fatal beat of her own broken heart, and she waited for the door to open. Chapter 20. A Reckoning in the Saloon. The world had dissolved into a nightmare of smoke, fire, and the deafening roar of her own vengeance. The moments after Hank fell were a blur, a red-hazed fugue state where instinct and a grief-fueled rage took over. She remembered the splintering crash as the cabin door was kicked in. She remembered the surprised face of the first of Alistair's men, his eyes wide with disbelief as she fired the colt, the recoil a familiar brutal kick against her palm. She remembered the chaos, the shouting, another man falling as she fired again, and then fire. Alistair, ever the pragmatist, had decided against risking his other men. If the bird wouldn't come out of its nest, he would simply burn the nest down. A flaming torch, thrown onto the dry timber of the porch, had been all it took. The small, tinder-dry cabin went up like a pyre. She had been faced with a choice: burn alive or face them. She had chosen to fight. She had burst out the back window as the flames consumed the cabin, a wild, cornered animal armed with a revolver and a heart full of ash. The ensuing gunfight in the dark, chaotic woods had not been a battle, but a desperate, running flight. She was no gunslinger. Her shots were wild, born of panic. Theirs were professional, disciplined. They had herded her, not wanting to kill her. She was, after all, valuable property, but to drive her, to exhaust her, to run her to ground. She had escaped, but it was an escape of their own design. They had let her go, knowing she had nowhere to run. A woman alone, on foot, in the heart of the Laramie Mountains, was a dead woman walking. They would track her at their leisure once the sun came up. But she had one advantage they hadn't counted on: the land itself. In her week of solitary waiting, she had learned the valley. She knew the game trails, the hidden crevices in the rock, the shallow parts of the creek. She fled, not aimlessly, but with the desperate cunning of a fox, and she had managed to lose them in the rugged, broken country as the dawn broke. For 2 days, she was a ghost in the wilderness. She survived on the handful of berries she could find and the cold, clear water from the streams. The boy's clothes were ripped and filthy, her body a canvas of scratches, bruises, and exhaustion. The grief for Hank was a constant physical ache, a hollow space in her chest that radiated a cold that no sun could warm. But beneath the grief, her rage simmered, a low, constant fire. It was the only thing that kept her moving, the only thing that kept her from curling up under a pine tree and willing her own heart to stop. She didn't know where she was going, only that she had to get out of the mountains. She followed the sun, heading east, back toward the plains, back toward civilization, back toward a reckoning. On the 3rd day, delirious with hunger and fatigue, she stumbled upon a trail, not a game trail, but a track made by wagons. She followed it for hours until, in the late afternoon, she saw it, a thin plume of smoke rising into the sky. It led her to a small, isolated ranch, little more than a sod dugout and a dilapidated corral. An old prospector and his wife, their faces etched with the kindness and pity reserved for desperate lost things, took her in. She told them a story, a lie that came easily now, about being part of a wagon train that had been attacked by outlaws, about her family being killed, about her escaping into the mountains. They believed her. They gave her food, water, and a place to sleep in their tiny, clean shack. They gave her a worn but sturdy dress to replace her tattered boy's clothes, and the woman mended her cuts with a gentle, practiced hand. They were heading to Cheyenne the next day for supplies, and they offered her a ride. The pieces were falling into place with a kind of grim, fatalistic logic. The world was pushing her back toward her destiny. The return to Cheyenne was surreal. She sat in the back of the prospector's wagon, a silent, hooded figure, watching the familiar landscape go by. The town, which had once seemed a beacon of hope and a haven, now looked like a stage, set for the final act of a tragedy. She knew Alistair would be there. He would not have returned to Philadelphia without his prize. He would be waiting for her to be flushed out of the wilderness, for her to be captured, or to crawl back on her own. He would be staying at the best hotel, the Inter-Ocean, living in luxury while his hunters scoured the mountains for her. The old prospector and his wife dropped her near the center of town, pressing a few coins into her hand and wishing her God's grace. She thanked them, her heart aching at their simple, unrewarded goodness. Then she melted into the afternoon crowds, just another face among the cowboys, merchants, and railroad men. She knew what she had to do. The law could not help her. Alistair's money and influence would corrupt any legal process. John Abernathy's fortress had been breached. Hank's plan for escape had died with him. There was only one currency left in this game: violence, a final public confrontation. She had to face Alistair, not in a dark alley or a lonely mountain pass, but in the open, where his power and influence were at their peak, and strip them away from him. She made her way to the livery stable where Hank had kept his team. The stable hands remembered her, their faces showing a flicker of recognition and surprise. She was supposed to be Margaret Abernathy, safe at the T-Cross. "I need to hire a horse," she said, her voice steady, her hand clutching the few coins the prospector had given her. "A fast one." She used the name Abernathy, knowing its credit was still good here. The stable owner, seeing a respectable rancher's wife, asked few questions. He gave her a spirited bay mare, and she rode out of town, not east or west, but south, a direction with no meaning, simply a way to become a ghost again for a few hours. She waited in a thicket of cottonwoods by a creek until dusk fell. As the lights of Cheyenne began to glitter, she rode back into town, a silent, determined wraith. She knew where Alistair would be. A man like him, a man of appetites and arrogance, would not be sitting in his hotel room. He would be holding court. He would be at the finest saloon in town, the Gold Nugget, a place known for its expensive whiskey, its high-stakes poker games, and its veneer of rough-edged civility. He would be enjoying his victory, savoring the final act of the hunt. She dismounted a block away from the Gold Nugget and tethered her horse in a dark alley. She pulled the hood of the simple cloak the prospector's wife had given her low over her face. In her hand, concealed in the folds of her dress, she clutched the hunting knife. The colt was gone. Lost in the flight from the cabin, the knife was all she had left. It felt small, inadequate, but it was a piece of steel, and it had a point. The Gold Nugget saloon was a blast of light, noise, and heat. The air was thick with cigar smoke and the smell of whiskey. A pianist hammered out a lively tune, competing with the boisterous laughter and loud talk of the patrons. The room was crowded with the city's elite, cattle barons, railroad men, and wealthy merchants, all dressed in their finest. And there, at a large table in the center of the room, was Alistair. He was the king of this domain. He was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit of dark velvet, a diamond stick pin glittering in his cravat. He was leaning back in his chair, a glass of amber liquid in his hand, a look of amused, superior satisfaction on his face. He was telling a story, and the men around him, powerful, important men, were hanging on his every word, laughing at his witticisms. Two of his hired guns stood discreetly against the back wall, their eyes constantly scanning the room. They were relaxed, confident. Their job was done. Eleonora stood in the doorway, a hooded, unassuming figure, and watched him. The sight of him, so comfortable, so triumphant, while Hank's body lay in a cold, unmarked grave in the mountains, stoked the fire of her rage to a white-hot furnace. The grief, the fear, the exhaustion, it all burned away, leaving only a single, crystalline purpose. She began to walk toward him. She moved not like a frightened woman, but with a slow, deliberate, inexorable grace. The crowd parted before her as if sensing the cold, deadly aura that emanated from her. People turned to stare, their conversations faltering, a ripple of unease spreading through the room. The piano player, sensing the shift in mood, let his hands fall silent. Alistair looked up, annoyed at the interruption. His eyes fell on her. He did not recognize her at first, seeing only a hooded woman in a plain dress. But then, as she drew closer, his eyes widened, first in shock, then in a flash of pure, unadulterated fury that she had dared to defy him, to show her face here. But that was quickly replaced by his old, familiar arrogance. The bird had come back to the falconer. He thought she had come to beg, to surrender. "Eleonora," he said, a slow, cruel smile spreading across his face. He started to rise from his chair. "I knew you would see reason." She did not stop until she was standing directly before his table. The entire saloon was now dead silent, every eye in the room fixed on them. This was the stage she had chosen. "My name is not Eleonora," she said, her voice not loud, but clear and cold as a winter river, carrying to every corner of the silent room. She reached up and threw back her hood. The face she revealed was not the one they expected. It was not the face of a frightened, repentant wife. It was the face of a fury, pale, streaked with dirt, her eyes burning with a light that seemed to come from the deepest pits of hell. "My husband, Alistair Devereux," she announced, her voice ringing with a terrible formal clarity, "is a man of great wealth and fine reputation." She paused, letting the words hang in the air. "He is also a monster, a man who beats his wife in the privacy of his home and who sends hired killers to hunt her down when she dares to flee for her life." A collective gasp went through the room. The men at Alistair's table stared, their jaws slack. Alistair's face had gone from smug to pale with rage. "You are hysterical," he hissed, his voice a low, vicious whisper. "You are unwell. Gentlemen, my wife is not herself." "I am more myself than I have ever been," she retorted, her voice rising in power. 3 nights ago, in the Laramie Mountains, this man and his hired guns murdered an innocent man in cold blood. A stagecoach driver named Hank, a man whose only crime was to show me kindness, to protect me from this thing, who calls himself my husband. She pointed a trembling, accusatory finger at him. "He shot him down like a dog, and he stands here before you, drinking your whiskey, sharing your company, a murderer hiding behind a wall of money and lies. The silence in the saloon was absolute, electric. The accusation was monstrous, unthinkable. But there was a conviction in her voice, a raw, undeniable truth in her burning eyes that held them all captive. Alistair's composure finally shattered. His face was a mask of pure, murderous rage. "She's lying!" he roared, his voice cracking. He turned to his men. "Take her! She's insane!" The two guards at the back of the room started to move forward, but before they could take 2 steps, a new voice cut through the tension, a voice as hard and unyielding as granite. "I would stand fast if I were you." The crowd turned. Standing near the back of the saloon, by a table in the shadows, was John Abernathy. He was not dressed for a night in town. He was in his dusty ranch clothes, a heavy coat slung over his shoulders. In his hands, he held a double-barreled shotgun, its twin muzzles pointed not at Eleonora, but directly at Alistair's 2 bodyguards. Beside him stood a dozen of his T-Cross ranch hands, hard, silent men who had materialized from the shadows, their hands resting on the butts of the pistols at their hips. Abernathy had come. He had read her note. He had followed her. He had honored the part of their bargain she had tried to break. He was protecting his name. He was protecting her. "This is a private matter, Abernathy," Alistair snarled, his eyes darting between the shotgun and his now hesitant men. "This woman," Abernathy said, his voice a low rumble that filled the room, "is my wife, Margaret Abernathy, and it seems to me that you, sir, have been harassing her." He had used the name. He had publicly, unequivocally claimed her. He had reinforced her shield, her new identity, in front of the most powerful men in the territory. Alistair was trapped. His lies were unraveling. His power was being challenged. He was losing control. The one thing he could not abide. He looked at Eleonora, his eyes filled with a hatred so pure, so absolute. It was terrifying. If he could not have her, no one would. With a guttural roar of pure rage, he lunged across the table, not at his men, but at her. His intention was clear. He meant to silence her forever, to wrap his hands around her throat and choke the life out of her in front of everyone. But the woman he lunged at was not the cowering creature he had terrorized for years. She did not scream. She did not flinch. As he came at her, she moved with a blinding reptilian speed. She drew the hunting knife from the folds of her dress. It was not a calculated move. It was pure primal instinct. The instinct of a cornered animal striking back at its tormentor. As he fell upon her, she brought the knife up, a single, desperate, upward thrust. Alistair stopped, a look of profound, almost comical surprise on his face. He looked down. The hilt of the small knife protruded from the pristine velvet of his waistcoat, just below his ribs. A dark, ugly stain began to spread around it. He looked up at her, his eyes wide with a final, uncomprehending shock. He opened his mouth to speak, but only a soft, wet gurgle came out. Then he collapsed, sliding from the table and crashing to the floor in a heap of expensive, ruined velvet. He lay still. The saloon was utterly silent, save for the sound of a single glass, knocked from the table, shattering on the floor. Eleonora stood over her husband's body, the knife gone from her hand, her arm spattered with his blood. She looked at her hand, then at the still figure on the floor, then at the stunned, horrified faces of the men around her. The reckoning was over. The monster was dead, and she, Eleonora Devereux, was his killer. Chapter 21. Blood on the Floorboards. The silence that followed the fall of Alistair's body was a living thing, a breathless, unholy vacuum that sucked all the sound and air from the Gold Nugget Saloon. The world seemed to have frozen in that single horrific tableau. The wealthy Easterner lying in a pool of his own spreading blood. The wild-eyed woman standing over him with a crimson-spattered hand. And the grim-faced rancher with a shotgun. His men at a silent, menacing chorus against the wall. For a long, stretched moment, no one moved. No one breathed. The only motion was the slow, lazy curl of cigar smoke in the air and the frantic, silent beating of Eleonora's own heart. She stared down at Alistair, at the impossible stillness of the man who had been a maelstrom of violent energy, the center of her universe of fear. He was just a body, a heap of ruined clothes and shattered arrogance. The terrible power he had held over her, the fear he had cultivated so meticulously, had vanished, leaving behind only this empty, silent vessel. The release she should have felt, the triumph, the righteous vindication, none of it came. There was only a vast, hollow emptiness, and the sick, metallic taste of blood in the back of her throat. The spell was broken by a single, sharp sound, the click of John Abernathy lowering the hammers on his shotgun. It was a sound of finality, of an act concluded. The two bodyguards, their faces pale and their professional composure shattered, slowly, carefully, raised their hands in the air. The threat, for now, was neutralized. Men began to move, to speak in low, shocked whispers. Someone shouted for the town marshal. A chair scraped against the floor as one of the cattle barons, his face ashen, pushed himself away from the table of death. The saloon, which had been a stage for her reckoning, was transforming into a crime scene, and she was at its center. She looked at her hand, the one that had held the knife. It was red, sticky. Hank's blood, shed for her, had been avenged with Alistair's. It was a brutal, terrible symmetry. The thought brought her no comfort, only a fresh wave of nausea. She swayed on her feet, the room tilting precariously. Abernathy was at her side in two long strides. His hand, hard and calloused, closed around her arm, steadying her. His touch was not gentle, but it was solid, an anchor in the spinning chaos. "It was self-defense," he said, his voice a low, authoritative rumble meant not for her, but for the entire room. "You all saw it. He lunged at my wife. She defended herself." He was already building the narrative, constructing the walls of a new legal fortress around her. He had claimed her, and he would defend his claim, his property, with the same unyielding principle he applied to his land and his cattle. The men in the room, the powerful men of Cheyenne, looked from Abernathy's stony face to Alistair's body and back again. They were practical men. They understood power, and in this room, at this moment, the power lay with the silent rancher and his dozen armed men, not with the dead stranger on the floor. Murmurs of agreement, hesitant at first, then more certain, began to ripple through the crowd. Yes, they had seen it. The man had attacked her. She had no choice. The town marshal arrived, a portly, harried-looking man with a drooping mustache and worried eyes. He was a man used to dealing with drunken cowboys and petty theft, not the public killing of a wealthy out-of-towner by a respectable rancher's wife. He looked at the body, at Eleonora, at Abernathy's shotgun, and his face sagged with the weight of the trouble that had just landed on his desk. "John, what in God's name happened here?" he asked, his voice betraying his anxiety. "My wife, Marshall, was forced to defend herself against an unprovoked attack by this man," Abernathy stated, his voice flat and brooking no argument. "As these gentlemen will attest," he gestured to the silent, nodding witnesses at the surrounding tables. The marshal knew he was being cornered. He was being presented with a version of events, a story already agreed upon by the most influential men in his town. To challenge it would be to challenge Abernathy, to challenge the entire power structure of Cheyenne. It was a fight he could not win. He knelt by Alistair's body, a reluctant, cursory examination. "He's dead, all right," he muttered. He looked up at Eleonora, his eyes a mixture of fear and a strange, grudging pity. "Ma'am, I'll have to take you into custody, just until the circuit judge can hear the testimony. It's a formality." Before Eleonora could even react, Abernathy stepped forward. "She will not be spending a night in your jail, Marshal. She is a lady, and she is in a state of shock. She will return with me to my ranch. I will give you my word, as a gentleman, that I will produce her for the judge when he arrives. My word is my bond." The marshal looked from Abernathy's iron-hard face to the dozen silent, watchful ranch hands. He swallowed hard. "Your word is good, John," he said, capitulating. "All right. But she's not to leave the territory. I'll need statements from everyone." Abernathy gave a curt nod. The matter was settled. He had used his power, his reputation, his implicit threat of force to override the law itself. He had protected her, but as he guided her out of the saloon, away from the whispers and the shocked stares, away from the growing pool of blood on the floorboards, Eleonora felt no relief. She felt cold. She was his property, and he had just successfully defended his title to her in the most public way possible. Her act of desperate, personal vengeance had been co-opted, rewritten as a defense of his honor, his name. The ride back to the T-Cross was a silent, surreal journey under a canopy of cold, indifferent stars. Abernathy drove the wagon himself, his face illuminated by the moonlight, looking as if it were carved from granite. He did not speak to her, did not ask if she was all right. He had done his duty. He had defended his principle. The emotional fallout was her burden to bear alone. When they arrived at the ranch, Martha was waiting on the porch, a lantern held high. She had clearly heard the news, as news traveled fast in the West. Her wrinkled face was a mask of concern. She took one look at Eleonora's pale, blood-spattered state and rushed forward, her rough hands surprisingly gentle as she guided her into the house. "You poor child," the old woman murmured, leading her to a chair by the fire, which she had already stoked to a roaring blaze. "Let's get you cleaned up." Abernathy followed them into the house, his presence filling the room. He walked to the fireplace and stood there, his back to them, looking into the flames. Martha brought a basin of hot water and began to gently wash the blood from Eleonora's hands and arms. The touch was kind, human, and it was almost her undoing. The cold, hard shell she had built around herself began to crack. "The judge will be here in a week, maybe 2, Abernathy said, his voice coming from the fireplace, disembodied and remote. "He will hear the testimony. The men in that saloon will say what I told them to say. You will be cleared. The matter will be closed." He was laying out the future, a neat, tidy resolution to a messy, bloody business. He had arranged it all. He had saved her from the gallows. She looked at the back of his head, at his broad, unbending shoulders. He had done everything a man of honor could be expected to do. He had given her his name, his protection, his word. He had faced down her enemy and shielded her from the consequences of her own actions. She should have been grateful, but all she felt was a profound, suffocating emptiness. "And then what?" she asked, her voice a hoarse whisper. He turned from the fire, and his pale eyes met hers. For the first time, she saw something other than principle or anger in them. She saw a deep, weary sadness, a flicker of the broken man Martha had described. "Then," he said, his voice losing some of its hard edge, "you will be Margaret Abernathy, my wife, the mistress of this ranch. You will be safe here. No one will ever harm you again." It was the vow he had made to his first wife, Sarah, the vow he had failed to keep. He was trying to atone for that failure through her. He was trying to build a fortress so high and so strong that death and sorrow could never breach its walls again. He was offering her a life sentence of absolute safety. And in that moment, Eleonora knew, with a certainty that was as sharp and painful as a knife wound, that she could not accept it. She had not killed Alistair just to trade one cage for another, no matter how well-intentioned the jailer. She had not fought and bled and clawed her way to freedom, only to surrender it for the cold comfort of security. Hank had not died so that she could live out her days as a ghost in another woman's home, a living monument to a different man's grief. He had died believing in her strength, in her courage to move forward. And moving forward did not mean staying here. She stood up, her legs shaky, but her resolve firm. Martha looked at her, her eyes wide with surprise. "Mr. Abernathy," Eleonora said, her voice gaining strength, "I am in your debt, a debt so large I can never repay it. You have saved my life, and you have saved my freedom, and for that I will be eternally grateful." He watched her, his expression unreadable, waiting. "But I cannot be your wife," she said, the words a final, irrevocable breaking of their bargain. "I cannot be Margaret, because she is a lie, and I am tired of living a lie." She took a deep breath. "My name is Eleonora, and I am the woman who killed her husband. That is the truth of me, and I have to find a way to live with it. But I cannot do it here." The silence that followed was different from all the others. It was not tense, not angry. It was the quiet, sad sound of a final door closing. Abernathy looked at her for a long, long time. He saw the truth in her eyes. He saw that the wild bird he had tried to protect could not be caged, not even for its own safety. He saw the spirit that Hank had seen, the spirit that he himself had, perhaps once had, before sorrow had crushed it out of him. He gave a single, slow nod. It was a gesture of defeat, but also of a deep, weary understanding. He had lost. He had tried to lock the storm out, but the storm was inside her, and it could not be contained. "The judge will still clear you," he said, his voice flat. "The story will stand. But after that, you will be free to go." He turned and walked out of the room, leaving her alone with Martha by the fire. The fortress had opened its gates. Eleonora sank back into the chair, the emotional and physical exhaustion of the last few days washing over her in a great, crippling wave. She had won. She had defeated her monster. She had claimed her freedom, but she had lost everything in the process. She had no home, no protector, no future. There was only the blood on the floorboards of her past, and a vast, empty, terrifying road stretching out before her. And for the first time since she had fled Philadelphia, she was truly, utterly alone. Chapter 22. The Last Sunset. The 2 weeks that Eleonora spent waiting for the circuit judge were a time of profound and unnerving stillness. Life at the T-Cross Ranch went on with its immutable seasonal rhythm, but she was no longer a part of it. She was a guest, a transient, a ghost, waiting for a final absolution before departing for the undiscovered country of her own future. The bargain with John Abernathy was broken, and with its breaking, the tension between them had dissolved, replaced by a quiet, respectful distance. He no longer watched her with the possessive eye of a proprietor. He looked at her, on the rare occasions their paths crossed, with the weary, sad acknowledgement of a man who has recognized a force of nature he cannot tame. She did not resume her duties as mistress of the house. Martha, with a silent, intuitive understanding, took back the reins of the household, leaving Eleonora to her own devices. She spent her days walking. She roamed the rolling hills of the ranch, the vast, open spaces a balm to her battered soul. She needed the wind and the sun, the sheer, empty scale of the landscape, to feel as though the walls of her past were not still closing in on her. She found herself drawn, again and again, to a small, lonely bluff at the western edge of the property. It was crowned with a single, gnarled juniper tree, and it overlooked the entire valley. The ranch a neat, toy-like collection of buildings below. From here, she could see the road to Cheyenne, a pale, dusty ribbon winding its way toward the hazy line of the horizon. It was the road that had brought her here, and it was the road that would soon take her away. It was here that she grieved for Hank. In the solitude of the hills, with no one to see, she finally allowed herself the full, shattering luxury of her sorrow. She mourned the man he was, his quiet strength, his unexpected gentleness. She mourned the future they had stolen from them, the shared life on the road, the dream of a new beginning in a place called Oregon. She mourned the kiss in the firelit cabin, a promise that had turned to ash. Her grief was a wild, clean thing, like the wind that swept across the plains, and she let it scour her, clean, weeping until she was empty. One afternoon, as she sat under the juniper tree, Abernathy rode up on his big roan horse. He dismounted and walked toward her, his movements slow, his usual intimidating presence softened by a strange hesitancy. He stopped a few feet away, his hat in his hands. This was her favorite spot, he said, his voice a low rumble. He wasn't looking at her, but at the view, at the land that held his heart. Sarah's. She said she could see the whole world from up here. Eleonora said nothing, knowing this was a rare, fragile offering, a glimpse into the locked fortress of his heart. She's buried just over that rise, he continued, gesturing with his hat, under the cottonwoods by the creek. A peaceful spot. He fell silent for a long moment, the only sound the sighing of the wind. When I lost her, I made a vow. I vowed I would never let anything I cared about be vulnerable again. I would build a world so strong, so secure, that nothing could touch it. He finally looked at her, his pale eyes filled with a profound, ancient sadness. I tried to make you a part of that world. I tried to put you inside my fortress. It was selfish. I was trying to save my own soul, not yours. I was trying to keep a promise to a dead woman by caging a living one. You saved my life, John, she said softly, using his first name for the first time. I will never forget that. I saved your life, he conceded with a nod. But Hipamimao, and she knew he meant Hank, he tried to save your spirit. There's a difference. He looked down at the hat in his hands, turning it over and over. The judge arrives tomorrow. It will be as I said. You will be cleared. After that, my men will drive you into town. What you do from there is your own concern. It was a final, formal severing of their ties. A release. I have some money, he said, reaching into his coat, from the sale of some cattle. It's not much, but it will be enough for a train ticket wherever you decide to go. No, she said, her voice firm but gentle. I cannot take your money. I have taken too much from you already. Your safety, your peace. He looked at her, and for the first time, a flicker of a genuine, sad smile touched his lips. You did not take my peace, Eleonora. You reminded me that I never had any to begin with. He left the small leather pouch of money on the ground between them. Take it, not as a debt, but as a stake. A new beginning. Sarah would have wanted it. He mounted his horse and rode away, leaving her alone with the money, the wind, and the ghosts of all the promises that had been made and broken on this land. The hearing before the circuit judge was exactly the anticlimax Abernathy had predicted. It was held not in a formal courtroom, but in the marshal's office, a cramped, stuffy room that smelled of stale coffee and desperation. The judge, a weary, pragmatic man who had seen every kind of human folly the frontier had to offer, listened with a bored patience as three of Cheyenne's most prominent citizens, a cattle baron, a merchant, and a banker, recounted the events at the Gold Nugget Saloon. Their stories were identical, a well-rehearsed chorus of self-defense. They all agreed. Mr. Devereux had been aggressive, threatening. Mrs. Abernathy had clearly feared for her life. She had no choice. Eleonora sat beside Abernathy, a silent, demure figure in the plain dress the prospector's wife had given her. She did not speak. She did not have to. The men of Cheyenne had closed ranks around one of their own, and their story was impenetrable. The judge, after less than an hour of testimony, rendered his verdict. Justifiable homicide committed in self-defense. Case closed. The matter was finished. As they left the marshal's office and stepped out into the bright, unforgiving sunlight of the street, Eleonora felt a profound sense of dislocation. She was legally free. The specter of Alistair was finally, truly gone. But she had never felt more lost. Abernathy's wagon was waiting. One of his men would drive her to the train station. This was the final parting of their ways. "John," she said, turning to him on the wooden sidewalk. "Thank you." "Be well, Eleonora," he said, his voice gruff, his eyes not quite meeting hers. He tipped his hat, a final, formal gesture of farewell, turned, and walked away. A lonely, powerful man returning to his lonely kingdom. At the train station, the noise and the bustle were an assault on her senses after the quiet of the ranch. The hiss of steam, the clang of the bell, the shouts of the porters. It was the sound of the world moving on, a world she no longer knew how to navigate. She stood on the platform, the small pouch of Abernathy's money clutched in her hand, and stared at the departure board. The eastbound train would take her back to a world of cities, of society, a world that held nothing for her but painful memories. The westbound train, the one Hank had dreamed of for them, led to Oregon, to a new life, to the future that had been stolen from her. The very thought of taking that journey alone was a pain so sharp it took her breath away. She couldn't go west. Not yet. It was a path that was too haunted, a dream that belonged to two people, not one. And she couldn't go east. The past was a country she could never return to. She looked at the tracks, two gleaming lines of steel stretching out into the vast, unknown continent. She was standing at a crossroads, with no map and no destination. All she had was a new, terrifying freedom, and the ghosts of the men who had, in their own ways, given it to her. She bought a ticket, not east, not west, but north, to Montana, to the mining camps Hank had spoken of, the place he had been when his own world had ended. It was a foolish, sentimental impulse, a journey with no purpose other than to touch a piece of his past, to understand the man who had changed her life. It was a pilgrimage to the heart of his sorrow. As she boarded the train, she found a seat by the window and looked out at Cheyenne for the last time. It was a place of ghosts and reckonings, a place that had taken everything from her and had, in return, given her back to herself. The train gave a lurch, the whistle blew, and the town began to slide away. She was alone, heading into a future she could not predict, toward a place she had never been. The fear was a cold, familiar companion. But as the train picked up speed, rolling out into the vast open prairie, she felt something else too, a quiet, steady resolve. She reached into her satchel and pulled out the small book of poetry. She opened it to the flyleaf and read the inscription one last time. Courage to move forward in spite of it. The sun was setting, painting the western sky in brilliant, heartbreaking strokes of orange and pink and purple. It was the last sunset she would see over the plains of Wyoming. It was an ending. But as she watched the colors fade, watched the first stars begin to prick the darkening sky, she knew, with a certainty that settled deep in her soul, that it was also, finally, a beginning. The road ahead was hers alone, and for the first time, that felt less like a terror and more like a promise epilogue, where the wind settles. The wind in the high country of Montana had a different voice than the wind in Wyoming. It was a sharper, colder sound, a lonely whisper that carried the scent of pine and snow and the deep, metallic tang of the earth itself. It was a wind that spoke of solitude and endurance, and in the 5 years since she had stepped off the train in a boisterous, muddy mining town called Last Chance Gulch, Eleonora had learned its language well. She had not come here seeking wealth, the gold that men tore from the mountains with a feverish, desperate greed held no allure for her. She had come seeking anonymity, a place so raw, so consumed with the present moment of boom or bust, that a person's past was an irrelevant curiosity, and she had found it. The money John Abernathy had given her, which she had initially refused but had found pressed into her satchel, had been her stake. She had not used it for passage or finery. She had used it to buy a small, sturdy cabin on the outskirts of the town, nestled in a quiet valley that reminded her, sometimes painfully, of the one where she had last seen Hank alive. She had bought a few chickens, a milking goat, and a large plot of land that she tilled with her own 2 hands. The soft, pale hands of Eleonora Devereux were a distant memory. Her hands now were calloused and strong, her skin browned by the sun, her body lean and hard from the endless, rewarding labor of self-sufficiency. She had discovered a deep, surprising satisfaction in the simple, tangible act of making a life for herself. The rhythm of the seasons, the planting and the harvest, the daily chores, They were a grounding force, a quiet refutation of the chaos that had once defined her existence. She became a familiar, if enigmatic, figure in the town. They called her the Widow, a title she had never claimed but had never corrected. They knew her as the quiet woman who grew the finest vegetables and herbs, who brought her surplus eggs and goat cheese to the town market, whose knowledge of remedies and poultices, learned from Martha and from books she ordered from back east, was sought after by mothers with sick children and miners with fevers. They respected her. They left her alone. Her solitude was a wall they did not try to breach, and she was grateful for it. She had her ghosts, of course. They were her constant companions. In the quiet evenings, sitting by her hearth, she would read from the book of sonnets, and the memory of Hank would be so vivid, so real, that she could almost feel his quiet presence in the room. His loss was no longer a raw, gaping wound, but a part of her, a deep, resonant ache that had shaped the woman she had become. He had taught her about courage, about honor, about a quiet, steadfast love that asked for nothing but offered everything. He was the standard by which she measured all men, and none had ever come close. Alistair was a different kind of ghost, a colder, more distant one. The memory of his face, the feel of the knife in her hand, would sometimes rise up in the dead of night and leave her breathless and trembling. But the terror was gone. She had faced her monster and had slain it. The act had not brought her peace, but it had brought her a grim, final freedom. She was no longer hunted. She was no longer afraid. John Abernathy was a memory of a different sort, a figure of stone and principle. She thought of him sometimes, wondering if he was still ruling his silent kingdom, if he had ever found a measure of peace. She hoped so. In his own hard, unbending way, he had been a man of honor. He had kept his word. One crisp autumn afternoon, as she was packing a basket for the market, a boy from the town came running up her path, his face flushed with excitement. "Ma'am, the widow," he panted. "There's a new doctor in town. He set up a clinic, and my ma says he's a real proper one, not like old Sawbones Pete." Eleonora smiled. A proper doctor was a welcome addition to the rough-and-tumble town. She gave the boy a cookie for his news and thought little more of it. The next day, she made her weekly trip to the market. The town was bustling, a river of miners, merchants, and families. She set up her small stall, arranging her bundles of herbs, her jars of preserves, and her baskets of late-season vegetables. As the morning wore on, she became aware of a man who seemed to be lingering near her stall. He was not one of the usual rough-edged miners. He was tall, dressed in a respectable but well-worn suit, and he leaned heavily on a cane. He had a thick, neatly trimmed beard streaked with gray, and his face was lined with a weariness that went beyond physical age. But it was his eyes that caught her attention. They were a startlingly clear, direct gray. Her breath caught in her throat. Her heart, which had been so steady for so long, began to pound with a wild, impossible rhythm. It couldn't be. It was a trick of the light, a phantom conjured by her own lonely heart. The man she was looking at was older, thinner, his body stooped and broken. But the eyes were the same. The man limped toward her stall, his gaze fixed on her face. He stopped before her, and the bustling noise of the market seemed to fade away into a distant hum. "They told me in town," he said, his voice a low, rough rasp, a voice she had heard in her dreams for 5 long years, that there was a woman up in the hills who could work miracles with herbs, a quiet woman who kept to herself. He took another painful step closer, his gray eyes searching her face, taking in the changes the years had wrought. They called her the widow. Eleonora couldn't speak. She couldn't breathe. The world had tilted on its axis. She stared at him, at the deep, puckered scars on his chest, visible where his shirt was unbuttoned, at the way his left leg was stiff and unbending, at the hand that gripped the cane, its fingers twisted and scarred. "Hank?" she whispered, the name of fragile, incredulous breath. A slow, sad, beautiful smile spread across his face, the same smile she had seen only once before, in the firelight of the cabin. "Hello, Eleonora." The story came out, there in the middle of the crowded market, in a torrent of broken sentences and shared tears. He hadn't died. Alistair's men, believing him to be dead or dying, had left him in the clearing. But one of them, a younger man with a flicker of conscience, had, before they left, anonymously sent a message to the nearest fort about a man wounded in a supposed hunting accident. A patrol had found him, barely alive. His recovery had been a long, brutal ordeal. He had spent months in an army hospital, hovering between life and death. The bullets had shattered his leg and torn through his chest, leaving him permanently crippled. By the time he was well enough to travel, months had passed. He had made his way to Cheyenne, a broken man. He had learned of what had happened at the Gold Nugget, of how she had been cleared and had then disappeared, taking a train north. He had lost her. He had given up his search then, believing she had gone to start a new life, a life that a crippled, penniless man like him had no right to interfere with. He had drifted, taking what work he could, his spirit as broken as his body. But he had never forgotten her. He had carried her memory, the memory of the strong, courageous woman he had known, as his only solace. Eventually, he had found his way to a small town in Colorado, where a kind doctor had taken him in, seeing the sharp mind and steady heart beneath the broken exterior. Hank had spent 3 years studying with that doctor, learning the craft of healing. He had found a new purpose, a new way to keep his promise to the world, to help those in need. And when he had heard that a remote mining town in Montana was in desperate need of a doctor, he had come, seeking not her, but a place to be useful, a place to live out his days in quiet service. "I never thought I'd see you again," he said, his voice thick with an emotion that spanned 5 years of loss and longing. "I thought you were a ghost, a beautiful, brave ghost I'd have to carry for the rest of my days." "And you," she whispered, her hand reaching out to touch his arm, to feel the solid, impossible reality of him. The crowd around them had faded away, giving them a wide, respectful berth, sensing they were witnessing something sacred, a private miracle in the middle of a dusty street. The future, which had been a blank, empty road for both of them, suddenly, gloriously, bloomed with possibility. The path was not lost. It had simply been a long, winding, and painful detour. They left the market together, leaving her unsold vegetables and cheeses behind. He leaned on her for support as they walked, his arm around her shoulder, her body fitting against his as if it were the most natural thing in the world. They walked up the path to her small cabin, the home she had built from the ashes of her old life. As they stood on her porch, looking out at the valley that had been her sanctuary of solitude, she knew that its purpose had been served. It had been a place for her to heal, to become the woman she was meant to be, a woman strong enough, whole enough, to be a partner to the good man who had finally miraculously, come home to her. The sun was setting, casting a warm, golden light over the mountains. It was a sunset of breathtaking beauty, a promise of the peaceful dawns to come. They were no longer young. They were scarred, broken, and haunted by the ghosts of their pasts. But they were together. Their road had been long and steeped in sorrow, but it had led them here, to this quiet place, to this last, best hope for a life of shared peace. And as the wind settled in the pines, it seemed to whisper their names, not as a lament for what was lost, but as a gentle, welcoming song for what was, at long last, found, the end.